Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Emphatetic Flames Quirk? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku woke up to the smell of fire, so to say she panicked would be an understatement. She ran out of her room, looking for the source of the fire, and her heart stopped when the fire seemed to originate in Izuku's room. "Izuku!" she cried, swinging her son's door open. In her son's room, Izuku was sitting in his bed with his eyes wide. His bed was burnt, and his surroundings were charred. However, Izuku was safe. In fact, the dull red fire that was burning the room seemed to come from Izuku. "Mommy, I think I finally got my quirk." Izuku squealed and the fire seemed to intensity. Izuku had to shield herself from the heat. "Oh, it's so cool. I'm not hurt at all. I can't wait to tell Kaken." As Izuku seemed to get more and more excited, the fire coming from his got hotter and hotter. The color of his fire went from a dull red to a bright cherry red. The fire was spreading, which was alarming. Izuku had to do something without scaring her son. "Sweetie, I know you're excited, but I need you to calm down," Izuku said, keeping her voice leveled. "I think your fire got hotter when you're excited. I don't know if that's your quirk, but it could be dangerous if we don't stop your fire." Izuku stopped his rambling, noticing how much farther his fire has spread. It was threateningly close to his hero posters and All Might figurines. His eyes widened in fear, his fire grew hotter, but it did seem to recede, almost forming a protective blanket around the 5-year-old. "I don't know how. Mommy, I'm scared," he whimpered. "I want it to stop." And at that cry, the flame dissipated, leaving Izuku dumbfounded. Was her son's quirk verbal? No, he didn't ask the fire to get hotter. She shook her head, calming her son down has priority over figuring out his quirk. "Shoo, it's all right, sweetie. You got the fire to stop, that's good." Izuku hushed. "We're going to go get your quirk registered. Let's get you dressed, okay? We can talk quirks on our way. In fact, we can talk about yours." Izuku looked at her with teary eyes, a small fire starting on his shoulder when he blinked tears away in favor of the excitement of guessing his quirk. "Why yeah." Their journey to the quirk registration was plagued with Izuku smoking at best and bursting into flame at worst at the slightest change in mood. It was stressful, so they decided to just walk the rest of the way instead of taking public transport. Sadly, his shirt was singed on the way. They would need to buy fireproof clothes if this keeps on going. Izuku found his quirk test weird. They put him in a room in front of a screen. He looked around curiously before flinching at the sudden explosions that played on the screen. The sound scared him and soon fire burst from his skin. It formed a protective blanket around him. When he realized that it was just a recording, the flames weakened and then fizzled out. The next clip that played was a funny one, and the fire that formed from his laughter danced on his skin and even jumped off, making firework-like fire displays. And the final clip was of a scary monster attacking. It scared Izuku enough that he tried to shield himself. The fire blasted out of his arms and it burned the screen to get rid of the video. The doctor and his mother entered the room but kept a safe distance away from Izuku. "It seems that the fire is from your father's side while the emotional link is a mutation of your mother's mental quirk. We believe that your flames are intimately linked to your emotions. The more intense it is, the hotter your flames will burn," the doctor explained. Upon hearing the explanation, Izuku set himself aflame again in excitement. "That's so cool. I never heard of a physical quirk and mental quirk mutating together like that before. Has there ever been other cases? I thought I would get pyrokinesis at best if we were fusing my dad and mommy's quirk." The two shielded themselves from the sudden heat. The doctor laughed. "Yes, it is quite a unique quirk. How would you suggest we control his quirk?" Izuku asked. "We can't always have him bursting into flames. Unfortunately, it's his emotions that are the trigger for his quirk activation. He is a child. It would be cruel to force him to live a stoic lifestyle. I can't think of another solution other than quirk suppressors." Izuku went pale at the thought. Quirk suppressors? You mean my baby has to take drags for the rest of his life?" "No, of course not." The doctor sighed. bringing out a silver bracelet. I suggest wearing suppressors, so that in the off chance that he is in danger, he still has means of self-defense. Mommy, can we visit Kaken? I want to show him my quirk. Izuku grinned proudly, his fire rising in temperature. We can be the greatest heroes together. Inko smiled at his excitement, taking the quirk suppressing bracelet. You both will definitely be the greatest heroes. But first, I need you to wear this bracelet. Why? Izuku frowned, his excitement turning into confusion. Is it going to help me control my quirk? That's exactly right. The doctor confirmed. Your quirk is very hard to control because it is directly connected to your feelings. We don't want you risking quirk exhaustion by being on fire all the time. Izuku's fire fizzled out as he listened to the doctor. He looked down at his hands. He didn't want to accidentally burn anything or anyone. If the only way to prevent that is by wearing a bracelet, then he stuck his arm out, waiting for his mom to slip on his bracelet. Mommy, Izuku whined, twirling the bracelet. I feel funny. Inko frowned, looking at the doctor for an explanation. Do you feel bad? No. I feel, Izuku frowned. Numb? Like something is missing? Is it because this bracelet makes my quirk go away? I suppose that's how it can feel. The doctor hummed. Well, now that that's done, how would you like to register your quirk? I think Emphatetic flames. Katsuki was upset. Izuku didn't come to school today. Those DMN extras in his class only talked to him because he had a cool quirk. Everything he did was great. Not because he put in the work to succeed or anything, no, because of his quirk. Only Izuku saw past his quirk. Plus, everyone was mean to Izuku. They called him quirkless, which was bullshit. Izuku was going to get the best quirk and they were going to be the best hero duo in history. Sure, most quirk manifests at the age of 4, but it wasn't uncommon to get it earlier or later. Katsuki got his quirk right before his 4th birthday. They were only 5 years old. Izuku had plenty of time to manifest his quirk. Everyone should know that. If they were mean to Izuku, Katsuki would be mean back. Izuku was too nice to be mean, so he would be mean for him. He growled when another boy came over to talk to him. Suba, whatever, it doesn't matter. He immediately backed off when Katsuki added warning explosions from his palms. His scowl stayed on his face for the rest of the day, deepening every hour that Izuku was still absent. The final bell rang and Katsuki stuffed his backpack angrily before walking out to meet either his parents or Auntie Inko. Kaken. He looked up to see Izuku waving excitedly next to his mom, a silver bracelet shining in the sun, and he did so. Huh, that's weird. Izuku never had a silver bracelet before. Katsuki thought. Where the hell were you? Katsuki demanded once he was in hearing range of his friend. Izuku grinned, showing his bracelet. I got my quirk this morning. It was so cool. I woke up and everything was on fire. It didn't hurt me at all, and then Mommy came into my room. Then oh, actually, I should tell you what my quirk is, shouldn't I? It's called Emphatetic Flames. The doctor said that it's connected to my feelings, which is why I have this bracelet. They made me watch weird videos for my quirk test and… Slow down, Zuku. Katsuki frowned, slapping a hand over Izuku's mouth. I can't understand you when you talk so fast. You said you have to wear a bracelet? Because of your quirk? Why? Oh, 'cause my quirk is linked to my feelings. The doctor said that the more intense the feeling, the hotter the flame I can make. It's really cool. Did you know that fire changes color depending on how hot it is? I didn't know that. It makes me wonder how hot I can make my flames. Izuku was jumping on the spot again, ignoring Katsuki's request to speak slower. Well, at least he got the basic idea of his quirk. He looked at Auntie Inko, who just smiled apologetically. He wanted you to be the first one to know what his quirk was. We just came from the quirk doctor. Inko smiled. That bracelet is his quirk suppressor. It's dangerous if he loses it, so be careful, all right? Was his quirk that dangerous that it needed suppressors? His quirk was dangerous too. Why didn't he need suppressors? He looked at Izuku, who was still rambling happily. He had one hand in Katsuki's and the other in Auntie Inko's. Maybe when they get to the Midoriya's house, Auntie Inko would let Izuku show him his quirk. Turns out the Bakugos were invited to celebrate with the Midoriyas. Seeing how the moment Auntie Inko opened the door, Izuku was squealing as he was scooped up by Katsuki's mom. Katsuki rolled his eyes as his mom spun around before settling down to allow Izuku to remove his shoes. "Oh, I'm so happy for you, Izuku." Mitsuki cheered. Inko didn't tell what it was. "Can't believe my brat got to know before I did." Izuku smiled sheepishly, wringing his hand together. "I promised Kaken he'd be the first to know what my quirk is when I get it." "Yeah, old hag, I get priority." Katsuki huffed proudly, only to be smacked upside the head by his mother. "Don't need to rub it in, brat." Now, I'm sure Izuku wants to show you his quirk now that Katsuki knows. Can't have you two fighting. Masaru, the voice of reason in the Bakugo house, placated. "Isn't that right, Izuku?" Izuku nodded eagerly, looking at his mom. "Can I, mommy?" "Oh, I don't know, Izuku." Inko hesitated. "You remember what the quirk doctor said? Right?" Izuku pouted, twisting his bracelet. The Bakugos frowned at the exchange. "What about the bracelet? Does it have to do with his quirk?" "I think it'd be better to just show you," Inko said, leading the guests to Izuku's room. They gasped at the burn scene before them. "This was caused by Izuku's quirk?" Katsuki asked. "Yes. Like Izuku told you, his quirk is empathetic flames. His fire reacts to his feelings. He has no way of turning his quirk off, so he has to wear suppressants." Inko explained. "Can I just take it off for a little bit? Just to show Kaken?" Izuku asked. "I'll just be in my room. It's already burnt. Just a few seconds?" Inko sighed. "All right, but just long enough for Katsuki to see. After that, the bracelet goes back on." Izuku's eyes shone in excitement. He quickly unclasped the silver band and promptly ignited into a bright orange flame. Listening to his mom's conditions, Izuku put the bracelet back on immediately while smiling at the wide eyes Katsuki gave him. "That's so cool, Zuku." Katsuki cheered, stepping closer to Izuku. Izuku took a step back, patting his arm that had some residual fire. "Hold on, Kaken, I'm still on fire. Besides, your quirk is so much cooler." The two kids began discussing their quirks. Well, more like arguing who had the better quirk. The parents just watched the scene fondly. Inko walked over to Izuku's dresser, pulling out new clothes to wear. "Izuku, change into these. Your clothes are burnt, I think we have to throw them out," Inko said, dropping the set of clothes on his desk where the morning fire did not get to burn. Izuku pouted, finally noticing the state of his clothing. "I really like this shirt." Everyone laughed. Yeah, things were looking up for Izuku. Apparently, the news of his quirk didn't lighten the bullying. In fact, it seemed to make it worse. Maybe it was because he never shown it, not like. He could either way. Public quirk usage was illegal without a license, and he also had his suppressor for safety reasons. He was now in his last year of middle school. He would go to UA and get away from everything with Katsuki. One more year, no, a few more months is all he needs. He hid his bruises pretty well from his mom and the Bakugos, but he had a feeling that Katsuki was catching on because he would give Izuku a side-eye every time he fiddled with his bracelet when lying to their parents, a nervous tic he seemed to develop. Izuku's classmates wouldn't bully Izuku when Katsuki was around, but Izuku wasn't always stuck with Katsuki, so that was when they would strike. Like right now. 3 boys cornered Izuku in the bathroom. "What's a Deku like you hanging around Bakugo anyways? You're just a quirkless nobody." That's not true," Izuku protested. "I have a quirk." "Oh yeah? Then how come we've never seen it?" one of them asked, grabbing his collar. "Because I have to wear suppressors, so it won't hurt anyone," Izuku squeaked, being lifted to his toes. The leader of the trio cackled. "While you really are a Deku, not only are you a crybaby, but can't control your quirk either. He has to wear quirk suppressors." The one on his right laughed. "Only villains wear those." Midoriya flinched, a lick of red started to dance on his shoulder. "That's not true." Before he can explain that quirk suppressors have other applications other than villain apprehension, he was slammed against a bathroom. Izuku gasped as the air was knocked out of him, falling to the ground. "What the hell is going on here?" a familiar voice asked. The trio stepped back. BGMI. We were just. Shut it and get out of my sight. Katsuki growled, kneeling in front of Izuku. Are you alright, Izuku? Did those beasters do anything else? Izuku heaved a few more gulps of air as smoke drifted from his shoulder. That shouldn't happen. Katsuki frowned. His quirk suppressor should have sealed his quirk completely. I'm okay, Kaken. I just bumped into them. Izuku lied. Izuku, you and I know that's bullshit. Katsuki said, deadpan. A simple bump wouldn't have made so much noise that I had to check what's going on. Oh no, he pulled out his real name. Izuku knew that the gig was up. Katsuki found out. He would tell his parents and then they would tell his mom, or he would just tell his mom directly. She would worry even more. She had enough to worry about, being a single mom taking care of a 14-year-old aiming to go to UA, which is not a financially friendly school. He couldn't even hide it for a few more months. Hey Izuku, calm down. Katsuki huffed. She's Auntie Inko, she's always going to worry no matter what. Had Izuku said it out loud? He didn't mean to. It never stopped, did it? Katsuki asked, no anger in his voice that Izuku was hiding it from him, it was actually a tone of disappointment. Which made Izuku feel worse. It's nothing. They never did. Anything when you're around, so it wasn't all the time. Plus, we're going to graduate soon anyways, a few more months wasn't going to change anything. Izuku reasoned. That wasn't what I asked. I know I should have told you. Izuku said, shoulders hunched in on himself. You're so strong and I'm just a Deku. I can't even stand up for myself. I'm already holding you back, I can't burden you more by asking for help. Is that what you think? Izuku looked up. Do you think that you're what they say you are? A Deku? Useless. Well, isn't it true? I can't do anything on my own, let alone control my quirk. Izuku said. How can I be a hero if I ow? Katsuki flicked his forehead, scowling at him. No one can hold me back, so you're stupid for even thinking that you're holding me back. But, no buts. You can and will be a hero. That's what we promised, remember? Katsuki interrupted. If anything, they're stupid for only seeing the only value of a hero is a quirk. Are you stupid, Izuku? Izuku frowned at the question. I can't control my quirk and everyone my age should be able to. That's not what I asked. I asked if you were stupid. I guess not? I don't think I am. Exactly. You're smart. Hell, even smarter than me. I have to work twice as hard to compete with you in terms of smarts. Remember that underground hero, what was his name again? Eraserhead. He's so cool it looks like he can erase quirks. No one knows how, but I think it has to do with his eyes. From those videos we found on HeroTube, it looks like he has yellow goggles covering them, and if you look really closely, there are times that his eyes are glowing red. I'm not sure if his actual eyes are red though. Another sign that his quirk is activated is his hair. It floats. It doesn't seem to make sense, but most quirk side effects are weird. Izuku rambled. The topic of heroes and quirks are always his favorite to talk about. Katsuki grinned, ruffling Izuku's hair. That's what I'm talking about. Your analysis. You're on like what? Notebook number 13? All you needed was like a 30-second video and you already have an idea of what his quirk is, and I bet you can think of strategies to counteract him. Better yet, pointers. Izuku flushed at the praise. Pointers? For Eraserhead? I can't possibly do that. You're missing my point, Izuku. Katsuki groaned, annoyed by the fact his argument was not getting across. He's a good pro, right? And what's his fighting style? Oh, that's easy. He erases quirks, making villains quirkless. But it doesn't work on mutant quirks. Either way, his combat style is pretty hand-to-hand with the exception of his capture scarf. He's very skilled in close-quarter combat, and because of his quirk, not only does he render most villains quirkless, he basically fights Quirkle. Bingo. Katsuki smirked as the realization dawned on Izuku. There we go. Eraserhead has to fight smart, and that's also what you're good at. I see your point. Izuku conceded. But it'd still be nice if I could control my quirk. UA is not an easy school to get into, the practical exam is harder without a quirk. Katsuki rolled his eyes. His best friend, at this point, pseudo-brother, can be downright stupid at times. That's an easy fix. It is. Yeah, since your emotions are the triggers for your quirk, just stay calm. Katsuki shrugged. Use your emotions to your advantage. Izuku narrowed his eyes at his friend. Kaken, I don't know if you're aware, but being emotional sort of runs in the family. Ya nerd, I'm aware. Katsuki sighed. You can't think clearly hopped up on adrenaline and anxiety. So, think of your quirk as an incentive to stay calm during a fight. Do you think that we can add meditation to our training then? Izuku asked. I mean, for me, you don't have to do them. You can work on your stamina while I meditate, or something. Shut up, Izuku. Katsuki flicked Izuku's forehead again. Meditation would be a good addition for both of our training. Come on, let's head back to class. I bet the teach is going to beach if we're gone for any longer. Izuku nodded, following behind Katsuki to return to class. The rest of the day continued without hiccups. At least until the teacher decided to disclose their high school choices. The class rioted. Midoriya Izuku. He can't even use his quirk. Almost no one can get in, let alone a Deku. I bet his quirk is villainous. He has to wear suppressors after all. Izuku shrank into himself as cries of disbelief filled the classroom. He just wants to go home now. Bakugo somehow joined the fray because of course he did. We're the real deal, Izuku and I are better heroes than you'll ever be. Bakugo roared, letting out a few explosions. Of course you would be, Bakugo. There's no way you won't be a hero with a quirk like that. A classmate agreed. But Midoriya? Another explosion. I dare you to finish that sentence. Kaken, it's okay. Izuku finally said. Don't want you getting in trouble. I'll just get into UA. That's all I need to do. Katsuki smirked. DMN right. Suicide baiting? Seriously? Don't they know what would happen if he actually jumped? Izuku grumbled, grabbing his notebook from the fish pond. He wasn't walking home with Katsuki today, something about an errand. Izuku sighed, shoving his waterlogged notebook into his backpack. Izuku took a detour to clear his mind. He walked under an underpass, kicking empty cans in his way. He froze once he heard a disgusting slithering sound behind him. He looked behind him and before he can react, slime encompassed his body, a slimy tendril being shoved down his throat. You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid. Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for the both of us if you don't fight back. It'll only hurt for a minute. He can't breathe. No matter how hard he pried, he couldn't get a hold on the slime. His vision started. Tunneling, he was losing hope that he was going to survive. Texas smash. Light taps to his face brought him back to attention. Thank goodness. I thought I lost you there. Number 1 hero, the symbol of peace, All Might, the All Might. Izuku's brain was scrambling to form a sentence. Apologies for getting you caught in my villain hunt. But my success here is all thanks to you. I've contained the villain. All Might cheered, holding up a bottle of soda that was filled with sludge. Autograph. Izuku needs to ask for an autograph. He fumbled with his belongings to grab his notebook only to find that All Might has already signed it. Thank you so much. Izuku bowed gratefully and stopped All Might for a second to ask a question. Can someone with an uncontrollable quirk become a hero like you? Izuku wasn't sure what answer he was expecting. Maybe some encouragement? Some advice? But to be told that being a hero without a quirk was an impossible feat? That was not on the list. Izuku watched as All Might blasts away, leaving him in the underpass. He trudged his way home, only stopping when an explosion caught his attention. That sounds familiar? Izuku walked closer to see what was going on. Katsuki? The sludge villain from earlier now had Katsuki in his clutches. Didn't All Might take him away? Did Izuku distract him? Was this his fault? Was Katsuki going to die because of him? Izuku's legs were rooted in place in fear and guilt. He still had the feeling of sludge being shoved down his throat. Someone had to do something, he was too useless. Just got to wait for someone with the right quirk to show up. He heard a hero yell. The right quirk? They were going to wait? Something snapped in his brain when he made eye contact with Katsuki. Katsuki was scared. Loud, fierce, confident Bakugo, "I'll explode you if you cross me, don't care who." Katsuki didn't do scared. Before his brain could process what he was doing, his body was dashing towards his only friend. Think, what can you do now? Izuku racked his brain for a solution. The sludge made him impervious to physical attacks, but something had to give. He had a fluid body. What's solid? His eyes. If Izuku can get him to loosen his hold on Katsuki for a second, he could pull him out of the sludge. It was better than nothing. Izuku slid his backpack off his shoulder, throwing it over his head and at the villain's face. It was a lucky shot when his textbook nailed the villain's eye. He howled in pain and his grip on Katsuki loosened. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Izuku grabbed Katsuki's arm, pulling as hard as he could. Katsuki came out with a pop, as Izuku tumbled at the missing resistance, rolling into a wall. "Kaken?" Izuku gasped. "Kaken, are you okay?" There was no response. Izuku looked at his friend in his arms. He wiped the remaining slime off Katsuki's face. There were tear tracks down his cheeks, his uniform was dirty with dirt and his hands. Izuku felt sick. Katsuki's hands were an angry red blisters forming under his skin and his wrists were a deep purple, a telltale sign that Katsuki used too large of an explosion. And worst of all, he wasn't breathing. Katsuki wasn't breathing. Izuku was too late. Thanking his mother for signing him up for first aid classes, Izuku clasped his hands over Katsuki's chest. He cringed when he heard the cracking of bones as he did his chest compressions. "Come on, Katsuki." Izuku whimpered. "We were going to be heroes together, weren't we? You said so. Are you going to make yourself a liar? I know you hate liars." Izuku was too focused on trying to revive Katsuki that he didn't notice that the sludge villain had recovered being hit in the eye. "You little sheet," he growled, glaring at the pair of boys. "You just had to get in my way, didn't you? No matter, the kid's dead. You'll do." Izuku saw red as the villain rushed him. "Stay away from us." Izuku's scream was punctuated by the sound of metal snapping and his vision was replaced with purple. The sludge villain started to steam when he got close to the green-haired kid. He reeled back as the purple flames surrounded the boys in a protective barrier, then it shot out to cage him in a scorching purple prison. "Detroit!" A voice yelled. The villain had nowhere to run to evade the attack. Smash! Izuku looked up from his tears and purple flames to see All Might defeating the villain. He did nothing again. He was too late. His only friend, brother even, stayed limp in his arms after countless rounds of compressions and rescue breaths. He cried even louder, hunching over his friend. He was unaware of the burst of green flames that surrounded him, mixing slightly with the purple ones that have yet to disappear. "Izuku?" A voice called weakly, snapping Izuku's attention to below him. Izuku gasped, holding Katsuki close. "Kaken!" It thought. He couldn't finish his sentence as choked sobs rose in his throat. "Hey, it'll take more than that to take me out." Katsuki grinned weakly. "Can't die until I'm number one." "I hate you." Izuku sobbed, but he had a wobbly smile. Katsuki had the audacity to roll his eyes after coming back from the dead. "No, you don't. Besides, what's with the flames? They're not going out." Izuku's eyes widened, the scene finally registering in his head. He stared at his wrist. "My Quirk suppressor isn't on." He mumbled, not remembering taking it off during the fight. Katsuki sat up sluggishly, noticing a broken silver bracelet beside Izuku, and pointed at it. "Guess your Quirk overpowered your suppressor, it's broken. I noticed something similar earlier today in the bathroom, there was smoke coming from you. It broke." Izuku screamed, grabbing the splintered object. "What am I going to do now, Kaken? My Quirk is dangerous, my butt." Katsuki snorted. "Pretty sure those green flames of yours are why my hands are fine now. Plus, ignoring the fact you got blowtorched, the purple flames is acting more like a barrier than anything. It isn't touching me so I can't get burned. I actually don't even feel the heat. Are you two alright?" Izuku squeaked, his panic skyrocketed which caused the purple flames burn brighter. "What the hell, Zuku?" Katsuki asked. I can't stop it. Izuku cried, the rising fire due to his panic proving his point. Young man, do you think that you can turn off your fire? With the blood roaring in his ears and the crackling of fire, Izuku couldn't identify the voice of speaker. At this point, his brain registered everyone other than Katsuki as an enemy. The villain, the heroes that did nothing and left Katsuki to die, the public, everyone. His quirk suppressor broke, old man. Katsuki barked. His emotions are too scrambled to be in control. Young man, it's all might. The villain is gone now, you're safe. Izuku's gut twisted uncomfortably. The mention of the hero reminded him of their prior conversation. He wanted to hide in shame. His fire responded by forming a dome over their heads. I am sorry. Izuku stammered out. No, it's all right. You were worried for your friend and you lost control, it's fine. We just need you to reel in your flames, can you do that? It's getting pretty toasty over here. I don't know how, I always had my quirk suppressor on, so I never had to control them before. Izuku explained, he was ashamed of his lack of control. I can maybe make them smaller, but I don't know. All Might hummed in response but said nothing more. Guess Izuku might as well start his meditation idea early. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He was still tense but felt a little calmer. When he reopened his eyes, the barrier of fire was no longer purple. However, it was still the same height. They can't do any more than this, All Might. Izuku said. That's all right, it's already much cooler. Thank you. All Might reassured. I'm going to call a friend, all right? He can contact someone who can help. Hey Izuku? You know there's no more danger, right? Katsuki asked. Izuku sighed. I know, Kaken. But you don't understand, they were going to leave you to die. I'm sure they were doing all. No, they weren't. Izuku interrupted. You didn't hear them. They were going to wait for someone with the right quirk to show up. If I didn't step in, you would be gone for good. Katsuki scoffed. What a load of bullshit. You did more than they did, and you did it quirkless. From what I heard, what you did was completely stupid. A new voice said, and, suddenly, Izuku's fire dome disappeared. But you did a good job. Izuku's mind went into overdrive. He jumped in front of Katsuki, protectively caging him between himself and the wall behind him. Hey, it's okay. I just erased your quirk, so the two of you can get checked by the paramedics. The man explained, hands up in a placating manner. Izuku glared at the man before gasping. Eraserhead. Eraserhead's eyes widened a fraction. He wasn't used to being recognized. You know your underground heroes, huh kid? He said, a little impressed. Think you can hold off your quirk? Izuku nodded quickly before calming himself down. You can let go now. Eraserhead's hair fell to his shoulders and the glowing red from within his goggles disappeared. Let's get you two to checked out. Oi, Izuku! Katsuki called out. Don't fanboy on me now, we finally got your fire to stop. His warning fell on deaf ears as Izuku basically vibrated on the spot, fire threatening to escape him. I was right. Your quirk has to do with your eyes, Kaken. Do you think he'd sign my book? Eraserhead's eyes flashed red again, giving Izuku a warning look. Oh, sorry, Eraserhead. Izuku mumbled sheepishly. I normally have a bracelet that turns off my quirk, but it broke. Eraserhead hummed, handing the boys off to the paramedics, but keeping an eye on the greenette in case he set himself on fire again. He frowned at the heroes that were scolding one and praising the other. There was absolutely no need for you to put yourself in danger. Death Arms scolded. Izuku bit his lip to keep himself from lashing out. He felt anger ignite in the pit of his stomach. He stayed silent, eyes on the ground, a small fire sputtering to life. Hey, a-hole! Katsuki yelled, snapping Izuku out of his anger before another fire could start. We finally got his fire to stop, don't provoke him into starting another. Death Arms looked at the blonde in shock. He needs to understand that he is not a vigilante. He is supposed to stand back and let the heroes do their work. Oh no, he should not have said that. Izuku lamented as Katsuki had that look in his eye that meant he was going to rip a new one into the man in front of him. Oh yeah, good job by the way. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Did you know that I actually died waiting for you? I would have stayed dead if Izuku hadn't jumped in and found a new aspect of his quirk. Kaken plea. No, they need to effing hear this. Katsuki glared, stepping towards Death Arms and shoving a finger at his chest. What were you doing? Waiting for someone with the right quirk to show up? Izuku has to wear quirk suppressors because he can't control his quirk and he still jumped in. He was FANG quirkless in that moment and he still did your jobs. You're all so reliant on your quirks that you didn't even think about what you could do without them. So, I don't want to even hear you yell at my best friend for saving my life. The heroes were stunned by his outburst, some at least had the awareness to look ashamed. Izuku felt happy that Katsuki stood up for him, but also incredibly embarrassed that he just took down a pro hero in a verbal beatdown. I'm so sorry. Izuku started. He's got no filter. I understand that my actions were wreck. Kid, I'm glad that you regret what you did, but don't apologize. Eraserhead intervened. Your friend is right. Being a hero is not just waiting for convenient circumstances or a good matchup to do anything, it is doing everything in your power to ensure the safety of others. If that means fighting quirkless, then a hero will fight quirkless. We don't always have the luxury to wait for someone like All Might to save us. Izuku's eyes watered. One of his favorite heroes was praising him. It was almost like he was calling him a hero, validating that someone like him can be a hero. Huh? What do you mean someone like you, nerd? Katsuki scowled. Everyone here can see that you can be a hero. I'll blast anyone who says otherwise. Izuku laughed wetly, clutching his chest. Please don't. Come on, don't get emotional now. We don't have your quirk going off again. Katsuki warned. Keep it together until we get to Auntie Inko's. You still have a spare bracelet, right? Yeah, it's old but it'll work. Izuku nodded. Hopefully. The heroes left the boys alone after being told off by a middle schooler and a fellow hero. The paramedics checked them over. Izuku only had a few scrapes from tumbling on the floor and a burned uniform, so nothing serious. They were honestly more worried about Katsuki. The rundown they received said that he had unknown substances enter his airways while unleashing large explosions from his palms and then getting chest compressions before being revived. But all they found was just some light bruising. You two look fine. It seems that the green flames have healing properties. It burned away the remaining sludge from your lungs and healed any broken bones from the chest compressions. The paramedic said, nodding towards Eraserhead. I can escort the two of you home. Eraserhead offered, and before Izuku could protest, he explained himself. You have no way to control your quirk right now. I'm your best bet to keep it under control. Plus, if I leave you two on your own, you'll be hounded by the media. Eraserhead looked at the press that had their camera trained on the three of them. He can already imagine the chaos that the boys will go through. One doing the job instead of heroes while the other openly reprimanded heroes to defend his friend. The media loved this sort of drama. Normally he would steer clear of the media, but with the green-haired teen's quirk being a little trigger-happy, he couldn't leave them alone with good conscience. Isn't it true that that would be illegal, Eraserhead? Izuku asked, grabbing his wrist only to remember that he no longer had his bracelet and settled with messing with his singed uniform sleeve. They can't speak with us without parental permission since we're still minors. Kid knows his laws. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. Most of the press don't really respect that law. Unless you threaten to press charges, they would just continue to follow you until you give in. Just let the hobo ninja walk with us, Izuku. Katsuki groaned, running his hand down his face. I just want to go home in peace. And I know you have a lot of questions for him. The prospect of asking Eraserhead questions pertaining his quirk got Izuku muttering excitedly. He caught himself before when he realized what Katsuki had called Eraserhead. You shouldn't call Eraserhead that, Kaken. Izuku admonished. Katsuki rolled his eyes, standing up and grabbing Izuku's lightly burned belongings. Come on, let's get your stuff and go home. He said, brushing the excess dirt of Izuku's analysis notebook before tossing it at him. My notebook. It survived. Izuku cheered, making Eraserhead activate his quirk again. Katsuki shrugged, throwing more of Izuku's belongings at his friend before growling at the press to get out of the way. "Leave us alone. You have no right to talk to us." Seeing how it was the kid that verbally took down a pro hero, the press parted and gave them a pathway to walk home. Their journey was filled with mostly Izuku asking questions. "Your quirk has to do with your eyes, right? Is that why you wear goggles? Why are they banded like that? Why not have an actual lens to protect your eyes from dust? If you were to use binoculars, would your quirk work? Also, why are they yellow? It clashes with your general aesthetic." Izuku then got smacked in the back of his head. "Give him time to answer, idiot. My goggles are like this because my quirk don't work through lenses. So, the next best thing are these, plus they hide who I'm looking at pretty effectively. They're yellow because a certain coworker of mine complained that I need more color in my life." Izuku nodded, scribbling in his notebook. Eraserhead peeked over his shoulder. He was impressed by the kid. His analysis was pretty deep. It spanned 2 pages. There was an annotated drawing of himself on one page with a series of bullet points about his fighting style and speculations on the other. "You analyze heroes?" he asked. "Not just heroes," Izuku replied. "I just find quirks really fascinating." "It's creepy, isn't it?" Eraserhead shook his head. "No, quirk analysis is very important in this field of work. I'm glad that you have a knack for it." Izuku blushed happily, a fire beginning to dance on his body. It quickly got cancelled by Eraserhead's quirk. They arrived at the Midoriya family's apartment. The door swung open, revealing a distressed Inko. "Izuku! Katsuki!" she cried, wrapping them both in a tight hug. "I'm so glad you're okay. I just saw the news. Are you both all right?" "We're fine, Mom," Izuku assured. "My bracelet broke during the fight, but it protected me and Kaken." Inko looked at her son in shock. "Your bracelet broke? How?" "It seems that your son's quirk overwhelmed his equipment, causing it to break under pressure." Eraserhead explained. "My name is Eraserhead. I'm the pro hero who was called when your son's quirk went out of control." "Oh, thank you," Inko said, taking Eraserhead's hand gratefully. "Izuku, stay here. I'll go find your spare quirk suppressor." Inko came back seconds later with a clunkier bracelet, securing it on Izuku's wrist. "Thank you for escorting us, Eraserhead." Izuku bowed politely. "Oh, and for keeping my quirk under control." "It's no problem, but you should probably learn to control your quirk in case this happens again," Eraserhead suggested. Izuku nodded, happy that a hero agreed with Katsuki and his future training plans. "Yeah. We were thinking about adding meditation to my training. I don't want my quirk to go haywire during a fight like Endeavor's." "Not a fan." Izuku shuddered. "When I first got my quirk, I looked up a lot of heroes with fire quirks. Obviously, Endeavor being the number 2 hero was the first I observed." "Well, he was an a-hole and that's putting it nicely," Katsuki scoffed. "Letting his fire go out of control for the sake of fighting a villain. He sent a lot of villains to the hospital, even graves, let alone the property damage during those fights." "Kaken, you can't say that about the number 2 hero," Izuku screeched, appalled that his friend badmouthed such a high-standing hero in front of another hero. A resounding crack was heard in the room. "Izuku?" Inko asked, looking at her son. Izuku checked his wrist, finding a fissure in his bracelet. It's breaking. Mom, what do I do?" "Well, first is to stay calm," Eraserhead said. "It looks like your quirk is a lot stronger now, so your old equipment can't contain everything. I would suggest not going to school until you get better gear. I can call a friend to see if they have something." Inko and Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh no 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 no. You don't have to do that," they squeaked. "We'll just get new ones." "You're right, I don't have to. But I want to." Eraserhead grinned. "The Midoriyas have the same reactions. I noticed that you call Zuku's suppressors as equipment. Why?" Katsuki frowned. "The name itself causes a lot of misconceptions." Eraserhead shrugged. "The media only ever mentions the use of suppressors when apprehending villains. Midoriya's quirk suppressors are there to help him have better control over his quirk. While they're supposed to, so they're more like support items. Katsuki hummed at his explanation. You're not bad, Hobo Ninja. Kaken. Katsuki. Eraserhead hid a smile at their antics. The gear I'm thinking of is more like a modulator than a suppressor. It can help with control, so you don't always have to remove it to use your quirk. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Inko said excitedly. What do you say, Izuku? Thank you so much, Eraserhead. Izuku bowed. I don't know how to repay you for today. Eraserhead waved his hand. You have potential, kid. Become a good hero, that's how you'll thank me. With that, Eraserhead left the Midoriya's apartment. He spared one last glance at the trio, Izuku talking animatedly with Katsuki about their future training plan with Inko piping in with suggestions. Potential indeed. I forgot to ask for his autograph. Aizawa was having a great week, all things considered. Yes, he expelled a whole class of first years because they had no potential, which means he was stuck with more paperwork. Yes, he still woke up at the crack of dawn to head to UA because of said paperwork. Yes, he still had night patrols because that's what his profession as an underground hero entails. And yes, he was still as sleep-deprived as ever. But even though he was called during his downtime to negate an out-of-control quirk, he met an interesting duo. The blonde, Bakugo Katsuki, reminded him of Mirko. Like the rabbit hero, he was confident, tough, blunt, and explosive, but his heart was in the right place. He spoke his mind for what he believes is right, as evidenced when he yelled at Death Arms. And he won't ever admit that seeing a 6 feet 9 inches muscled man taken down by a 5 feet 7 inches middle schooler was the highlight of his week. Then there was the greenette, Midoriya Izuku. He had no sense of self-preservation, a textbook example of a problem child. He ran right into danger. Granted, the plan he thought of on the fly was genius, and Aizawa will forever hold the fact a middle schooler outsmarted 4 pro heroes over their heads. It would have been great if Midoriya had just told them instead of risking his life. He was incredibly smart if his quirk analysis were anything to go off by. Aizawa knows that there is little to no media about his work, being underground and primarily working at night, but he knows there are a few gritty video footage of his activities. So, if all that analysis was made with those, he was definitely someone to look out for. Also, there was the issue of his quirk suppressor. Aizawa cringed at the use of the object. He understood why the family thought it was necessary. It was recommended by a doctor after all. However, he couldn't fathom why the doctor would suppress the entirety of the boy's quirk. He wasn't sure what the mechanics of Midoriya's quirk was, but he would have tried training it to be more desensitized to Midoriya's emotions. It would also lower the risk of breaking his equipment if the idea worked. Thankfully, he got in touch with the Hatsum support company about a quirk modulator. He was planning on swinging by after school to give Midoriya the item and maybe offering to train him. If Midoriya was scared that his quirk would go out of control, it would make sense for him to be there. Not that he was intrigued by the green-haired teen. Nope. He was being logical. Midoriya wants to be a hero, he's a hero. Midoriya wants to train his quirk, he can erase it. Perfectly rational. Shoyuda. A hand waved in front of his face. What is it, Hizashi? Aizawa groaned. Yamada Hizashi was looking at him worriedly. You've been staring at your report for a while now. Is something wrong? Nothing's wrong, Hizashi. Aizawa shook his head. I'm just thinking. Is it about the 2 listeners that took the media by storm yesterday? Yamada asked. They caused quite a commotion. Aizawa groaned. It was all over the news. Middle schooler saves friend while pro heroes watch. Watches victim to sludge villain defend his savior against pro hero Death Arms. This was why he stayed underground. He didn't want to be the center of attention. He doesn't want to imagine what the 2 kids are currently going through. Well, at least he believed that the Midoriyas listened to his advice to have the boy stay home for a little bit, so he was out of the spotlight. The 2 have potential, was all Aizawa said. Wished I could meet them. It's rare for you to openly admit that a student has potential, let alone 2. Yamada hummed, gathering his stuff. Well, I got to go teach a class, see you later show. He punctuated his goodbye with a quick kiss on Aizawa's cheek, causing his raven-haired husband to blush red. He ran out of the teacher's lounge before Aizawa could throw anything at him. It's been years since they married, and it's entertaining that he can still get a rise out of his partner. Aizawa glared at the fleeting blonde with no actual heat. His face was still burning. Are you ever going to get used to that? A voice snickered. Oh, shut it, Namuri. Aizawa was going to take a nap in the lounge with the TV playing in the background, but that quickly flew out the window when he saw a familiar-looking building on screen in smokes. Isn't that the Midoriya's apartment? He frowned, turning up the volume. We are on the site of a possible villain attack, the reporter announced. From what we gathered from evacuated neighbors, the fire was preceded by yelling and the sound of breaking glass. Firefighters are on scene to tame the fire, but we have heard no news about the family that resides in the apartment where the fire originated. Authorities have identified that. Whoa. Is that purple fire? Aizawa quickly slipped out of his sleeping bag. His suspicions are confirmed. Something happened to the Midoriyas. He scolded himself. He should have left his number with the family. Of course, they drew unwanted attention to themselves. It was revealed on live television that Midoriya has a powerful fire quirk. Forgoing to inform Nizu that he was leaving, Aizawa left UA running. He arrived at the apartment in record time. Pro-hero Eraserhead, he said curtly, showing the police his license. I know the cause of the fire and it's not going to be able to go out without me. The policeman looked skeptical. I assure you we have it under control. No, Eraserhead glared him. That is Midoriya Izuku's quirk going out of control right now, so no, you do not have it under control. Let me do my DMN job and help the kid. Eraserhead ducked under the tape before the policeman can stop him and ran up the many flights of stairs. Midoriya, he called, shielding his face from the intense heat. Where are you, kid? Over the crackling of flames, he had to strain his ears to hear the whimpers coming from the apartment. He carefully stepped over broken furniture and embers to find a purple firewall in the corner of the living room. Midoriya, it's me, he said softly when the boy flinched when he noticed his presence. You remember me, right? Midoriya looked up, locking eyes with Aizawa. Eraserhead. Yeah, it's me. Think you could lower your fire? Last time I cancelled it when you were protecting someone, you went a little feral. I don't understand. Midoriya whined. It's not working. Kid Midoriya, you're too worked up right now. That's why your quirk won't turn off. That's not what I mean. Why isn't she waking up? Aizawa was taken aback. Midoriya, did something happen to your mom? I don't know. I was in my R room and then I heard yelling, so I came to check on Mom. Midoriya explained shakily. Mom was on the floor and I don't understand. Why isn't she waking up? I did the same thing as I did with Kaken. She should wake up. Aizawa took a step towards Midoriya. I can't help if I can't come near you. We only just found out about the healing facet of your quirk, so we can't be sure about the extent of its abilities. The fire didn't disappear, but Aizawa no longer felt heat. Cautiously, he reached his hand out and it passed through the firewall without burning him. He stepped through the fire and crouched down in front of Midoriya. Midoriya's mother laid across the boy's lap, eyes closed and breathing shallowly. Okay. Aizawa breathed. I'm not sure what happened, but she might have been hit in the back of the head. Head injuries are complicated, so I'm going to bring her to the paramedics, okay? But to do that, I'm going to cancel your quirk. Midoriya nodded, hiccuping when Midoriya Izuku was being lifted off his lap and his fire dissipating. My bracelet broke again. I can see that, Aizawa said, grabbing the quirk modulator and tossing it to the teen. Put this on, it's the quirk modulator that I mentioned yesterday. I put it on the max setting. I'll show you how to modify it later. Midoriya nodded, putting on the item. It was wider than his suppressor. It looked more like a wrist cuff than bracelet. He supposes it's because it has more than a single function. He followed closely behind Aizawa, and if he was holding on to the back of the hero's shirt? No one mentioned it. The paramedics loaded Midoriya's mom onto the ambulance. They allowed Aizawa and Midoriya to ride with them on the way to the hospital. The paramedics were asking questions, but Midoriya couldn't hear them. It seemed that everyone noticed that he was unresponsive, so they focused on what they can observe. When they arrive at the hospital, Midoriya and Aizawa were ushered into the waiting room. The younger boy was still silent and Aizawa wished Yamada were here. Kids were not exactly his demographic. There were times in public or after a villain attack where children would approach his husband and he would handle it perfectly. What would Yamada do in this situation? He was good at talking. Should Aizawa try that? So, how's the Quirk modulator? Aizawa asked, cringing the slightest bit. It did the job and shook Midoriya out of his blank state. Oh, it's great. Thank you, he said quietly. Then silence. Is there anyone you want me to call? Your dad? A family member? Aizawa asked after a few beats of silence. He figured that Midoriya would be more comfortable talking with family than him. Midoriya simply shrunk into himself. Don't really know my dad, nor anyone else other than my mom. But I want to talk to Kaken. If that's okay. No problem, kid. You can call them. Aizawa handed Midoriya his phone. After, there will probably be police coming to ask what happened. Would you be up for that? Before Midoriya can answer, a doctor called his name. Seeing how Midoriya was uncomfortable being alone at the moment, Aizawa was allowed to be present as the doctor explained Inko's condition. We saw that all superficial injuries were healed completely. I'm assuming that it was thanks to your quirk. Midoriya nodded and the doctor continued. While that is great, it seems that the healing didn't affect the brain trauma that Mrs. Midoriya sustained. It appears that the villain who struck her had a strength-enhancing quirk, so the blunt force fractured her skull and… Midoriya began tuning the doctor out. It was too painful. He vaguely heard the doctor explain that his mom was now in a coma. He wasn't sure when she'll wake up. If she'll wake up, how come his quirk didn't heal her like he did for Kaken? Was that the limit of his quirk? Brain trauma? Seeing Midoriya dissociate again, Aizawa led Midoriya to a bench outside of Mrs. Midoriya's room. Kid? Would you like to talk to the Bakugos now? Midoriya nodded, taking his phone. Auntie Suki? Izuku? What's wrong, buddy? It all finally caught up to Midoriya, his voice cracked. Are you okay? Were you, honey? Do you need Katsuki? Yes, please. See, can everyone come? Muzutafu General Hospital. Yes, of course. I'll go get Katsuki. Sit tight, okay? Is there anyone with you that you feel safe with? I can stay on the phone if you want. Midoriya glanced at Aizawa. He wiped his eyes. I'm safe. I'm with Eraserhead. Jay, just come quick, please. The line ended and Midoriya handed Aizawa's phone back. Aizawa pocketed it and ruffled Midoriya green curls. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. It might help before we need to talk to the police. Midoriya hesitated. Is it possible that I tell you? I don't want to talk to the police. All right, I'll tell the detective. Aizawa nodded. Are you ready to tell me now? Or do you want to wait? The story unraveled as Aizawa suspected. Midoriya was being targeted for his quirk. The villains wanted to utilize his fear as a weapon. They entered his apartment, taking Mrs. Midoriya by surprise, and that's when Midoriya walked in, then lost control of his quirk. What was unique, however, was how the villains left the scene. According to Midoriya, managed to burn one of the villains, the one with the strength-enhancing quirk, while the other warped them out of the apartment when they realized they couldn't get past his firewall. A warping quirk with a purple mist mutation. Those were rare. Hopefully the one Midoriya saw was documented. Midoriya sniffled, looking at the floor. It's all my fault. If I didn't lose control. It's never the victim's fault. Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder, forcing him to look at the hero in the eyes. It's the villains who attacked you. They wanted to take advantage of you. Do you understand? It was never your fault and it will never be your fault. The greenette's shoulders shook and choked sobs escaped his throat. Titi, thank you. No problem. Aizawa ruffled Midoriya's hair again. Would you like to see your mother while I go find the detective? Midoriya nodded, getting to his feet. Will you come back? Yeah, I'll come back. I still need to show you how to use your modulator after all. Aizawa gave Midoriya a small smile before leaving the room. Izuku sat by his mother's bed. It was eerily quiet, save for the beeping from the heart monitor. He began stewing in his own frustration. What was so different between Katsuki's case and his mother's? His green flames appeared for both of them. Like Katsuki, All of Inko's wounds were healed except for the brain trauma. Was it about understanding? It might be. He knew what Katsuki went through, the sludge that clogged his windpipe and filled his lungs. And he didn't know much about brain trauma. Maybe his flames were also linked to his intelligence? If that were the case, he should really read up on medical procedures and conditions. But how would he test that theory? He can't just casually ask someone to break a bone. He might not be able to heal it. Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts with the sound of the sliding door of the hospital room. He looked up, assuming it was Eraserhead or the Bakugos. The complexities of his quirk were put on the back burner. Right now, he needed comfort. But it seems like the universe wants him to suffer because right in front of the door was none other than number 2 hero Endeavor. And of course, the man didn't knock before coming in. He doesn't know Izuku, nor Inko, what gave him the right to even barge in. Izuku opened his mouth, however, he promptly shut it. No, he was not planning on ordering the flame hero to get out. Nope, that was not the plan. If anything, it would just make him angry. And an angry Endeavor was not anything good. Hello. Izuku decided to say, keeping his voice level. What business do you have with me? Should we talk outside? I'm pretty sure that you weren't present during the attack. Endeavor just grunted, walking out the door. Alright then, rude. Izuku rolled his eyes, stepping away from his mother's bedside. When he exited the room, he noticed a dual-colored boy his age also in the hallway. It was Todoroki Shudo. Shouldn't he be in school? Why was he here? Endeavor started talking, unaware that Izuku was trying to figure out why another middle schooler was in the hospital while it was still school time. He caught a few sentences. Something about living with the Todorokis for protection and training. Izuku definitely did not miss the way the younger Todoroki flinched at the word training. Maybe Shudo was here to convince him? Prove that Endeavor is able to care for someone his age? Katsuki would call bullshit on that. When Endeavor notices that Izuku was not paying attention, his eyes narrowed and his flames increased. Pay attention. Endeavor growled. This is why your mother is in the hospital, because you're distracted. You're weak. You should be grateful that I'm offering to protect you. Living and training with the number 2 hero should be an honor. He didn't think Izuku knew that. He barely believed Eraserhead, and then to be told by the least heroic hero that it was his fault? He had the gall to victim blame to get his way? Izuku finally let himself feel anger. I'm not some effing charity case. Izuku yelled, surprising the Todorokis. I don't need your DMN protection, let alone your care. You couldn't help me with my quirk anyways. I am the number 2 hero and a fire quirk user. I'm the most qualified for your quirk. Endeavor shouted back. Izuku ripped off his quirk modulator and ignited into sky blue flames. He snarled at the hero. Don't f with me, hole. If you even stop to read my file, you would know that my feelings are the trigger for my quirk. And right now, I want nothing more than to burn you to a FANG crisp. You are not going to victim blame me, and you are not using me to better your image. He locked eyes with Shudo for a moment. The boy was looking at his display of fire with nostalgia and grief. His teal and gray eyes shined with unshed tears. Why was that? No one in the Todoroki family had blue fire, right? Rushing footsteps neared them. Izuku blue flames extinguishes and he lets his shoulders relax the slightest bit, but his glare was still pinned on Endeavor. Eraserhead was here. Izuku? What's wrong? We saw fire. The matriarch of the Bakugos exclaimed, her eyes hardening at the sight of the flame hero. Oh, he's here. What are you accusing me of? Endeavor asked Izuku, ignoring the fact their private conversation included 4 more participants. Do you think I'm stupid, Endeavor? Izuku challenged. Do you think I can't imagine what kind of PR this is for you? How it would improve your image? Pro-hero Endeavor takes care of traumatized victim of the recent villain kidnapping attempt. And what? Later down the line, Endeavor raises 2 prodigy fire heroes. Don't think that we haven't noticed how shitty you are with your family, especially with Shudo. He flinched when you mentioned training. Care to fill me in as to why? Is that why you brought him? To use him to convince me to agree. Eraserhead frowned. Midoriya, what are you talking about? What is Endeavor asking? This shithead is asking no, demanding that I live with him. Izuku spat. How it would be safer, and I should be grateful for receiving such offer. Probably using another kid my age to appeal to me. Mitsuki stood between them now. Katsuki snarled as he wrapped his arms around Izuku. You want to take my nephew away? She asked. He is the reason his mother was targeted by villains. Endeavor roared. He is dangerous to everyone around him. Mitsuki glared at the hero. Excuse me? If anyone is dangerous around anyone, it's you. He is coming with us if he's going with anybody here. He needs a hero's protection. He argued. He could still be targeted. I doubt your family has the means to do so. Eraserhead's glowing red eyes turned to the flame hero, canceling out his flames and showing his hero license. Then coming with me won't be a problem. If he went with you, the number 2 hero, it would only attract more attention. That isn't what we want, is it? Seeing how they weren't back down, Endeavor huffed and turned to leave. I'm really sorry for him. The younger Todoroki said, bowing his head. Well, tried to tell him that it wasn't a good idea. And then he followed his father. Izuku couldn't help but want to reach out to him and ask him to stay. His gut was telling him that something was wrong. He didn't do it, he couldn't do it. Not now, at least. For now, all he could do was watch the dual-hair kid walk out of view. Well, that just confirms my impression of him. Katsuki glared at the retreating figure. Are you okay, Zuku? Izuku slumped against his best friend, slipping his cuff back on. He just said a load of bullshit. But I'm better now. Katsuki snorted, punching Izuku in the arm lightly. When did you get that vocab in your brain? Gee, I wonder. Izuku rolled his eyes. Should have seen me when I first blew up, Mom would have shoved soap down my throat. So, Mitsuki started. How is she? Dear? Masaru objected. Izuku shook his okay. It's okay, Uncle Masa. The doctor, he took a breath, said that she's in a coma, they don't know if she'll wake up. When, Izuku? When not. Inko is strong, she'll pull through. So, don't worry your fluffy head. Mitsuki corrected. Katsuki nodded. The old hag's right. Auntie Inko will be up and worrying about all of us in no time. All we need to do is surprise the hell out of her when she wakes up. Izuku let out a weak laugh. They were right, his mom was the strongest person he knows. She was a single parent who worked multiple jobs to keep them afloat, always being supportive and having a smile no matter what. All he can do right now is work hard, get into UA, become a hero and make his mom proud. Yeah. Is all Izuku decided to say. You're right. Understanding that Izuku was not in his usual chatty mood, the Bakugos took it upon themselves to fill the silence with their day. Katsuki grinned as he told him about how their classmates' attitude did a full 180 degrees after yesterday. While his friend was glad that everyone finally accepted that Izuku could be a hero, the sudden shift made him angry. It wasn't Izuku's actions that warranted the change, it was the reveal of his quirk. Izuku had to pat his back to calm the blonde down, he wasn't surprised. People around them only seemed to care for quirks. So, what's the plan? Izuku finally asked. I burned my apartment, so I don't really have anywhere to go. Mitsuki shrugged. Well, I don't see why you can't just stay with us. You'd probably share rooms with Katsuki. But I might still be a target for villains. Izuku protested. I can't. So what? I'll just blow them up. Katsuki threatened, letting out a few small explosions from his palms. Everyone currently has eyes on both of you. You, Bakugo, were involved in a very public villain takedown. And Midoriya was also involved in the event as well as almost getting kidnapped. Eraserhead explained. I've already asked the police to increase security around your area, which should be enough to protect you. But for Izuku, he might need extra security. So, what do you suggest we do? Masaru asked. There's no one else who can take him and Izuku can't live alone even in witness protection. There's no way we're going to allow him to be with Endeavor after that, it wasn't even on the table, so I don't know why he believed that he could have legal guardianship of Midoriya. Everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. He probably believed that he could throw his weight around to get me under his custody. Midoriya grumbled. Were you serious? Was I serious about taking you in? Eraserhead asked, which Izuku nodded to clarify. Yeah, I meant it. I don't make empty promises. For the first time since coming to the hospital, Izuku's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? I can live with you? Endeavor won't try to take me away. Endeavor knows not to mess with me. Eraserhead assured. I may not be in rankings, but Spotlight Heroes knows who not to mess with. Oh my god, the hobo ninja is pretty badass. Eraserhead hid a smirk in his scarf. Hope you don't mind living with a loud blonde husband. You're Mari, I mean. Of course, I don't mind. Thank you so much. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Mitsuki had a hand on Izuku's shoulder to prevent him from bouncing. Hold on, is it that easy to hand legal guardianship? Surely, there's more paperwork. Perks of being a hero. Eraserhead shrugged. There's some obscure law that allows me to be Midoriya's legal guardian if he agrees. So Zuka's going to live with you? What about school? Katsuki asked. I don't think it's smart to have him back as much as I hate not having him there. Mitsuki cooed, ruffling Katsuki's hair. Ah, you miss him. Shut up. He's the only one I tolerate, it's annoying without him. Katsuki blushed, batting her hand away. Izuku laughed. It felt good to finally have a laugh. He was sure his mom wouldn't appreciate that he was being depressed. His smile was apparently her favorite thing in the world. I expelled my class this year, so I can just homeschool Midoriya. I have time. Eraserhead said, and Izuku swore he almost fainted. Being taught by Eraserhead? I was thinking of training both of you anyways. Never mind. Forget about fainting, Izuku was deceased. Hey Eraserhead, not to be rude. Katsuki laughed, shaking Izuku by the shoulders. Can't really do any of that if you kill Zuku. Okay, first of all, rude. Izuku whined, shoving Katsuki as revenge. Second of all, you're always rude. Come on, kids. Masaru placated. How about we get some dinner? It's been a long day. Mitsuki rolled her eyes. Understatement of the year, but I agree, let's get dinner. Will you be joining us, Eraserhead? I have a feeling that I will be seeing you very often, so just call me Aizawa. Eraserhead Aizawa said. Sure, dinner sounds great. Just give me a minute to tell my partner about this development. Yamada wanted to meet one of them anyway. Aizawa supposes he could make it a surprise. He pulled on his phone, sending a quick, get the guest room ready. We have a guest, he's a kid. Have dinner without me. Be home soon. Alright, let's go. Aizawa pocketed his phone. We should swing by your place for some clothes if they lasted through the fire. Tired husband. Get the guest room ready, we have a guest, he's a kid. Have dinner without me. Be home soon. Hizashi frowned at this text. They normally don't get guests. Shoyuta hated hosting any gatherings. Maybe it had something to do with why he went missing. According to Nizu, his husband ran out of the campus in a hurry. Maybe he was called on scene? Did he know the kid? Was there a villain takedown where a Quirk was dangerous and needed to be neutralized? Was the kid okay? Was Shoyuta okay? Shoyuta texted him, so it means he's safe and probably in one piece. Hizashi decided not to question Shoyuta. He did wish, however, that his husband warned him earlier that he wasn't coming home for dinner. He just finished making dinner. Guess he could just eat the extra for lunch or something. He ate his dinner and fed their cats while looking over some English assignments before heading to the guest room where he pulled out a bedsheet and a blanket. The room was a little plain for a kid. Shoyuta should have told him at least the kid's interest. He probably liked heroes, right? What kid doesn't? He's pretty sure he has a few old hero posters from his high school days stashed somewhere in the apartment along with some posters of his friends that he got for fun. That was how Shoyuta found Hizashi, sitting in their living room surrounded by posters. What are you doing? Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. Hizashi grinned, holding up a poster. You didn't tell me anything about the little listener. How could I let a kid be in such a boring room? It's Crimson Riot. A voice cheered from behind. Shoyuta. I have never seen his poster in person before. Hizashi was surprised. Crimson Riot was his generation's hero. The kid wasn't even born when he was active. His surprise went unnoticed by the green-haired boy as he went on a tangent about the hero's career and quirk. Shoyuta ruffled his hair to get his attention. Okay, let's not overwhelm Zashi, Midoriya. Introduce yourself. Oh right, I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya trailed off, eyes widening in recognition. Why you're... Hisashi pet his head to the side, confused about why Shoyuta was grinning. Yes. Why your present Mike? Midoriya squeaked, turning to Shoyuta. You're married to present Mike? Shoyuta let out a chuckle. Well, I did say loud and blonde. All Might's loud and blonde, so is Kaken and Antisuki. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Hisashi laughed. Surprised you recognized me, little listener? Most don't if I'm not suited up. Just call me Hisashi when I'm not on duty. Let's get you settled. Your room is over here. Midoriya followed the voice hero, dragging his away bag behind him. Most of his belongings were destroyed, but some of his fire-resistant clothes survived the high heat of his quirk. He was grateful for the hero posters Hisashi found. He can't say that he was glad that all of his All Might merchandise was gone, but he wasn't particularly sad by it. After asking if he could be a hero without the use of his quirk since it was uncontrollable, he lost a bit of respect for the #1 hero. Here it is. Since you're here, I'll leave the posters with you. Hisashi said, before gasping. Oh, it's you. Midoriya's eyes widened, scared that he had somehow upset the hero. Yes. You're the fire kid from yesterday. Hisashi pointed at the teen. You were so freaking awesome out there. That backpack throw? That was genius. Good job thinking of that. How did you know that would loosen his grip? Midoriya blushed. Oh, I wasn't really thinking when I ran in, I just knew what it felt like and Kaken looked so scared. I knew that physical attacks were basically useless but unlike his body, his eyes weren't fluid. So I aimed for that. Although, I think that you would have taken him out pretty quick, at least more efficiently than All Might. How so? Hisashi asked, raising an eyebrow in interest. And Shoyuta, who was leaning against the doorframe, straightened up. He only knew Midoriya's analysis on himself. He was curious about what he wrote about his husband. Your quirk is voice. You can alter your voice's pitch and volume. Midoriya started. His demure behavior was replaced with an attitude the heroes only saw on professional analysts giving them a report. What I'm talking about is the pitch, which is just modifying the frequency of your voice. I was thinking that if you lower the pitch enough, you could restrain the sludge's movement. I remember reading about an experiment where the flow of water was basically stopped at 24 Hz. The water not only stops flowing smoothly, but it also bent in a weird spiral shape. If you applied your quirk similarly, you could force the sludge to free Kaken, and the capture of the villain would have been cleaner than All Might's aftermath. The heroes stood dumbfounded as Midoriya descended into a muttering mess. Shoyuta was grinning from ear to ear. He was excited to have this kid as a student. Even if Midoriya isn't planning on being a hero, he knew he would go far with his brain. Midoriya caught himself. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you're probably really busy since you also have a radio show. There's no way you could always be available for a takedown. That was awesome. Hisashi cheered. I didn't even think about applying my quirk that way. Are you planning to be a hero? You can do some serious damage with that kind of analysis, and I haven't even started about your quirk. I wish I had that on video. Nizu would love to hear this. Now it was Midoriya's turn to be dumbfounded. Why, you think I can be a hero without using my quirk? Well, yeah. Heroes hire quirk analysts all the time for applications of their quirk or for more information of the villain they're tracking. If you already have a knack for it, it'll save you so much more time. And breaking down a quirk gives you such an advantage in battle. Do it right and you basically render your opponent quirkless. Midoriya was smiling now. He nodded rapidly. I'm planning on being a hero. Kaken and I promised to get into UA. You have no idea how much that means to me. I was worried that I couldn't be a hero without the use of my quirk. Even All Might said so. What? Shoyuta narrowed his eyes. Didn't you mention something about homeschooling me? Midoriya grinned nervously, grabbing the back of his neck. And training? Yeah, no. You're not getting out of this one. Shoyuta crossed his arms. What did he say? Midoriya mumbled something. Shoyuta just looked at him. He said that I couldn't be a hero without using a quirk. It isn't smart. He repeated. That hypocritical blonde idiot. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose. All that talk about anyone and everyone can be a hero. Hizashi put a hand on the Raven's shoulder. So, homeschooling? Training? What's that about? Right. Shoyuta snapped out of his frustration. We agreed that Midoriya is still at risk, so having him go back to school isn't smart, and he'll be staying with us due to personal circumstances. I expelled my class this year, so I have the time to teach him. As for training, it'd be smart that I was there to cancel his quirk. I also need to teach him about his modulator, and some hand-to-hand wouldn't hurt. I was also planning on taking on Bakugo since they already trained together. Hizashi smiled. His husband clearly had a soft spot for these two. Kids were not his thing, but Shoyuta was a DMN teacher. But, oh well, he had a reputation to uphold. You mentioned that when we were at the hospital. Midoriya ped his head to the side. You're a teacher? How could you expel a whole class? Is that even allowed? Shoyuta shrugged. UA trusts my judgment. You work at UA? Hizashi chuckled at his reaction, turning his attention back to Shoyuta. And where do you think of training him? Don't forget about your paperwork. I was thinking of just bringing him to UA. It'd be not only safer and easier, but UA also has everything we need for training. I'm going to UA? Izuku stared in awe. He was in front of the gates of UA. His dream school. He couldn't believe he was here. Well, he wasn't really here. He wasn't a student. Not yet. All right, pick your jaw off the floor, Midoriya. Hizashi patted his back. Izuku spluttered. I can't help it. I've been dreaming of coming here. Well, time to start working. Aizawa trudged through the gates. Or else it will stay a dream. Izuku nodded, following closely behind Aizawa so that he wouldn't get lost gawking at the large school. He messaged Katsuki to meet him at the gates after school for training. He was excited. Eraserhead's fighting style was what he was going for. It was minimal in terms of the use of a quirk and relied primarily on support items and physical combat. But first, he had to get through the day. He was led to Class 1 as homeroom and, as expected, it was empty. Aizawa wasted no time and got right into teaching, telling Izuku to take one of the front row seats. By the time it was lunchtime, Izuku was mentally drained. Aizawa's teaching was much more in-depth and fast-paced compared to his middle school teacher. And not to brag or anything, but Izuku was pretty smart and he loves learning. However, having the history of quirks along with laws, science and math drilled into your head for a few hours straight took a toll on him. Alright, that's enough. Aizawa closed the binder in his hands. It's about time for lunch. Izuku sighed, resting his cheek against his notebook. Awesome. I'm starving. I'll go get Hizashi and lunch. Don't want you roaming around school. Want anything? Katsudon would be great, thanks Eraser. Izuku answered, piling his stationery to clear the desk that he was borrowing. While the heroes he was now living with told him to call him by their surname first name with Hizashi, Izuku felt awkward with it, so he opted with calling them a shorter version of their hero name, Eraser for Aizawa and Mike for Hizashi. Aizawa nodded, leaving the classroom, and Izuku went back to resting his head on his desk. He was not left with his own thoughts. He should have thought of this earlier, but he should probably apply his analysis to his own quirk. To be fair, he had used his quirk more in 2 days than he ever had in the 7 years since it manifested. So, the opportunity to analyze his quirk was rare. He only knew the basics. Izuku pulled out his quirk analysis notebook and flipped to a new page, filling it with information that he knows about himself. His quirk is fire-based with a mental link. It allowed him to produce fire and manipulate it as well. So far, the hottest he has gone is purple, but he wasn't sure if it was possible to go hotter. What's special though, is that he has green fire that heals. He doesn't know much about his family. Maybe there was a healer in his ancestry? The extent to his healing abilities are still in the dark, but he knows that he can heal burns, bruises, fractures from chest compressions and suffocation, drowning from foreign substances, possibly removal of foreign substances. He had a theory that his ability is related to his knowledge. He should ask Aizawa if he could talk to Recovery Girl. But before any of that, he should figure out if he can even summon those flames at will. Obviously, meditation could help, but was there more he could try? Those are some nice deductions. A new voice startled Izuku out of his thoughts. Right in front of him stood the principal of Illuminist, Nizu. Oh God, it is such an honor to meet you. Is there something you need? It is nice to meet you too, Midoriya. Nizu said. I wanted to see Aizawa's protege. It's not every day that he asks to train children that are not students at UA. You must have made an impression. Oh no, I just ran into danger and he helped me. That's all. Izuku flailed his arms in embarrassment. Nizu's eyes crinkled like he found Izuku's embarrassment amusing. An almost sadistic smile graced his features, but he schooled it quickly. I heard that you had a theory about the sludge villain from a couple of days ago. I would like to hear it firsthand. Quirk. Izuku can do that. It's not like it was nerve-wracking that he was speaking to the smartest being in existence, a being that can break down every mistake in every word he dared to utter. Oh no, not anxiety-inducing at all. But Nizu is also an educator. He would probably let Izuku down nicely, right? Yeah, he'll just go for it. Izuku put his brain on autopilot and talked about mixed quirk application. Nizu was nodding along during his presentation. He let Izuku ramble. It was a weird experience to be able to talk as long as he wants. Even with his mom or Katsuki, he would be stopped eventually. Well, that was a great analysis. Nizu complimented, clapping his paws together. I appreciate that you considered the cleanup. Most don't. Most only care about the takedown. Izuku nodded. That's true, but it's always important to minimize property damage on a moral stance. It also helps that it factors into the hero rankings. People normally favor high rescue count and low property damages. Oh no, Nizu has a manic grin on. Shoyuda, why did you leave Midoriya alone with Nizu? The duo in the classroom heard Hisashi whine. He's corrupting him. I didn't leave Midoriya with Nizu. Aizawa defended. Nizu probably came by. There was no way I could hide from him anyway. Nizu waved at the two heroes. I was simply interested in who you decided to take on as a student, and I must say, I appreciate his thought process. Would love to talk to him more. Izuku flushed red. I'm sure there are much better things to be doing with your time, sir. Save it, kid. Aizawa sighed, putting a bowl of katsudon in front of Izuku. You can't stop Nizu if he decides to do something. How did you think I became a teacher? Don't be so dramatic, he only asked for you to teach 1 year. You decided to stay. Hisashi teased, elbowing his husband. So, Midoriya, how was your first day so far? Has Shoyuda broke down your spirit yet with his no-nonsense teaching? Izuku swallowed before replying. Oh, it's been great. Eraser taught me a lot of stuff and much better than my teachers. Kaken and I are always so bored in class, so this is a nice change. Aizawa nodded appreciatively, slurping on a jelly packet. Is that even a good substitute for lunch, let alone healthy? The lunch PRD continued with Izuku, Hisashi and Nizu chatting while Aizawa took a nap in his sleeping bag. Did he bring that everywhere? Is that allowed? Izuku wasn't sure if it would be rude to ask. It seemed to be a regular occurrence since Nizu and Hisashi didn't even bat an eye. He did look tired. Well, he always looked tired. Hisashi, at some point, had gotten a hold on Aizawa's lesson plan. He whispered to Nizu, who nodded understandingly, leaving Izuku in the dark. When everyone finished their lunch, Izuku stacked their trays and watched in confusion as Hisashi dragged Aizawa out of the classroom in his sleeping bag. Sir? Izuku asked, pointing at the blonde who looked like he was lugging a body bag. Where is Mike going with Eraser? Nizu stood in front of the teaching podium, actually, more like on top of it since he was too short to stand behind it. No need to worry. Yamada is just taking Aizawa to the teacher's lounge. But I have class? And training after? Nizu waved him off, a sadistic grin gracing his face. Don't worry, he'll be back in time for training. As for class? I got it covered. Izuku gulped. Should he be worried? The answer was yes. He should have been worried. If he thought Aizawa's lessons were intense, Nizu proved him wrong real fast. While Aizawa wrote on the board while speaking, Nizu solely relied on lecturing when it came to teaching while throwing questions at Izuku to make sure he was paying attention, all while he was trying to take notes. He really was testing Izuku's concentration. Alright, that's enough for today. Nizu smiled as Izuku collapsed on his desk. Good job keeping up, I think I got to cover the rest of your curriculum. Izuku's head shot up in surprise. The rest of my curriculum? That's right, now that it's out of the way, we can focus on quirk control. While that was true, Izuku would have loved a heads up before he had all that knowledge shoved into his brain. Nizu, did my husband let you hijack my student? A slightly more refreshed Aizawa asked as he slid the classroom door open. Nizu simply shrugged and hopped off the podium. I just hurried along the lesson, so he can focus on training. The morning lessons can be used as review and the rest of the day can be training. From what I heard, young Midoriya hasn't used his quirk until recently, which means he has at least 7 years of control to catch up on and train. Doesn't it seem logical? Before Aizawa can retort, Nizu walked away. He groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose before turning to Izuku. How are you feeling, kid? Aizawa asked. I know how Nizu's hell classes are like. Izuku smiled tiredly. I'm alright, I think I've been sitting for too long though. Perfect, then it's time we start training. Go get changed and Hizashi will take you to Gym Gamma. You can start warming up while I go get Bakugo, he should be let out soon. As if on cue, Hizashi came through the door to lead Izuku away. The voice hero took him to get changed and once he was done, he was guided to the gym. Izuku stared in astonishment at the gym. It was so different than what he was expecting. From floor to ceiling, the building was entirely made of concrete. He quickly pieced together why it was built this way when he caught sight of another hero in the center of the gym. It was Cementus. He was probably here to modify the gym to suit their needs. In fact, the gym was probably designed for the use of the hero's quirk. And as much as Izuku would love to geek over the concrete hero, he remembered what Nizu mentioned. 7 years. 7 years is a lot of time to catch up on. It's 7 years that Izuku is at a disadvantage, a gap he needs to close fast or else he'll never achieve his dream. Izuku started his warm-up. He jogged around the gym before stretching. He looked to the gym entrance. There was still no sign of Aizawa or Katsuki. Katsuki must have been held up somehow. Since he couldn't do anything combat-oriented without either of them, Izuku decided to start meditating. He sat down with his leg crossed and inhaled deeply. After a few breaths, he felt confident enough to remove his wrist cuff. He felt a pang of anxiety when he removed it. He shouldn't have been so surprised. Every time he felt his quirk was during a stressful event. The incident with the sludge villain, his mom, and Endeavor. He felt fire trail out of his body. No, this wasn't the point of removing the modulator. He had to prove that he can at least rein in his fire if there is ever a situation where it got damaged or destroyed. Shoving the gnawing feeling and scary memories away, Izuku cleared his mind and continued meditating. A few more minutes passed when Izuku finally decided to open his eyes. All right, fire's gone. Now let's bring it back. If bad for lack of a better term feelings caused uncontrollable and aggressive flames, then maybe he should see what happens with positive ones. He thought back to when he first showed Katsuki his quirk before all the bullying about his suppressor, before any villains decided to go after him or Katsuki. He remembered the way they would talk excitedly about being future heroes, how their parents would pretend to be civilians calling for help and they would burst onto the scene in their hero suit. Izuku smiled unconsciously. Wow! A voice exclaimed breathlessly, snapping Izuku out of his walk down memory lane. His eyes snapped open and he slipped his cuff back on, looking towards the source. Kaken! Where were you? The press was just hounding me, but where I was. What was that? Katsuki asked. What was what? Izuku tilted his head. I had my eyes closed, I was meditating. Katsuki face-bombed. Of course, you would miss it. Care to explain why there was basically literal fireflies flying around? They were everywhere. Everywhere. Did it burn anything? Was anything damaged? Cementos shook his head. When you first started, There was a small stream of fire that left scorch marks, but when you smiled it stopped. The fire turned into floating lights. It didn't burn anything. Oh, that's cool. Izuku mumbled, grabbing his notebook and his modulator. So, positive happy feelings don't burn anything, that's nice to know. It could be good to use to calm civilians, guide others maybe? It would be great if I'm able to control the trajectory of the fire. Katsuki smacked him in the back of the head. But no one can understand you. Sorry. Izuku whined. You were taking so long, so I figured I can control my quirk with a little bit with meditation, and my thoughts started to wander and I just thought about when I first got my quirk. Alright. Aizawa sighed. We can figure out more about your quirk later. For now, I want to get a basic idea of your physical abilities. The two middle schoolers got to work right away. Aizawa made them run through many aptitude tests. He wrote down their stats in a folder before moving on to quirk tests. With Katsuki, Aizawa simply wanted to know the extent of his explosions and how much he knew about the application of his quirk. Katsuki grinned proudly as he told the Erasure hero about his quirk. He made sure to tell him about his and Izuku's idea to create a concentrated blast from his palms, and if he gets better control over his quirk, he wanted to be able to create propulsion with explosions coming from his feet. They theorized it was possible since his whole body has sweat glands where nitroglycerin is secreted. Having that mobility while having his hands free would be advantageous in the long run. It was slightly more complicated with Izuku. Originally, Aizawa was going to train him in control his quirk and advise him on how to apply it in a combat situation. But now, they found out that his quirk is more than just an offensive mental quirk. He has the ability to fight, to capture, and to heal. First things first, however, Aizawa needs to teach Izuku about his modulator. He sent Katsuki off with Cementos and Hisashi to practice his ideas while being supervised. Okay, so obviously, this screen on your quirk cuff modifies how strong it suppresses your quirk. 0% being no suppression and 100%, which it's currently at, being full suppression. Aizawa explained, pointing at the black rectangle on the inner side of his cuff. An extra thing I asked the support team to add is an override option. Currently, only I have access to it, but when you get into UA, both your foundational hero studies teacher and I will have access as well. The override option allows us to control over your quirk cuff. It is only for your safety and we will only use it if your quirk gets too dangerous. Izuku nodded. Okay, so which setting do you suggest I start off with? Since I'm here, set it to 0%. Do what you were doing earlier. Take your time. Izuku slid his finger down the rectangle. He breathed in to quell the worried feeling as he felt his quirk came back. It's okay. Izuku thought to himself. I can turn the cuff back to 100% whenever I want. I have eraser if anything goes wrong. Alright, I'm ready. Now what? Izuku asked. Right now, we need to figure out a way to access your offensive side of your quirk without having you go through anger since it made your quirk hard to control. Aizawa hummed. Do you think you can tell me what you were feeling other than anger when you had your quirk activated? While keeping it under control? Well, other than anger, I felt a strong sense of protectiveness, helplessness, and fear. I think that's why the barrier was created since it's the easiest way to protect someone. All I was worried about was how to keep Kaken and Moa people safe. Izuku said, turning on what Katsuki would call his analyst brain, so he stayed pretty calm. I had a theory about my green flames being connected to my feeling of worry. I was really worried about them when it appeared. Aizawa made no comment on how Izuku avoided talking about his mom, just nodding along to his observations. So, you know which feeling triggers your flames to heal and to create a barrier, but you know that's not the only way to protect someone. Yeah, there are times where fighting is the only way. I know that. Izuku crossed his arms. I'm not exactly sure how my fire reacts to a combat situation. I don't want to hurt anyone during training. I should have asked Ectoplasm for help. Aizawa sighed. It's alright. I'll get Cementos to make you some targets. We can try live targets later. Aizawa called Cementos over and Katsuki decided it was then to take a break. Cementos looked a dozen pillars a few meters away from Izuku. Are we going to finally see Izuku do some combat with his quirk? I want to spar. You'll get to spar with Midoriya without quirks first. Aizawa shot a look at Katsuki, eyes flashing red, and Katsuki immediately resigned. I want to see if Midoriya can summon his flames on command and control it. So, fire away. Izuku snorted at the unintentionally made pun. He searched for that protective feeling by digging up his memory. From that time Katsuki was taken by the sludge villain. He remembered the feeling of helplessness first and foremost. He was too late to save his friend. Was too late, I saved Kaken in the end. Izuku reminded himself. And I will always be there to save him. No, save everyone I love. Izuku will get stronger to protect the ones he loved. Just like that, Izuku burst into flames. His fire formed an armor around his body. However, most of his flames concentrated in his hands. He turned to Aizawa and Katsuki, who were just as surprised as he was by the development. Well, that's new. Think you can hold it? Izuku nodded. He wanted to make Aizawa's time worthwhile. He burned brighter as he readied his fist. He took a step and suddenly blasted forward towards the first concrete floor. His fist slammed through the concrete with a crack. He yelped in pain. His fire flashed white when his fist connected with the concrete before returning to its original bright orange color. He held his blistering hand. It was the first time his own fire ever hurt him. Izuku, are you okay? Katsuki asked, kneeling by his side. Did you break your hand against the concrete? Izuku shook his head, wincing. I didn't break it, I was just burned. It hurts. That has never happened before. So, your fire gave you literal firepower, but in exchange, it burned you? Aizawa questioned. It would make more sense if I broke my hand. I don't think I had a feeling of wanting my fire to hurt me. I don't think I've ever wanted that to happen. Izuku replied, keeping his mind clear to keep his quirk under control. It really hurts. Should I get ice? Katsuki growled at the suggestion. No ice, it'll make it worse. We'll run it underwater, idiot. Don't you remember that? You treat my burns all the time. Right, I'm not thinking straight. Quirk control while in pain is hard. Izuku cradled his hand. Is this what Katsuki felt whenever he burned his hand from quirk overuse? He concluded that he really didn't like it. He preferred a fractured hand. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain, his mind running over the list of what he'd do if Katsuki came to him with burns. The pain subsided. Izuku opened his eyes and his blistered hand was covered with his green fire. Oh wow, that answers the question if my fire works on myself. That's great and dandy, but we should figure out why your fire decided to suddenly backstab you. Katsuki sighed, seeing that twinkle in his friend's eye when he is ready for a quirk rant. What were you feeling when you wanted that target destroyed? Aizawa asked. I'm thinking that it overtook the safety of your quirk. Izuku looked back. What exactly was he thinking? What was he determined to prove? Obviously, he wanted to prove that he can protect others. But that clearly wasn't it, since all the times he protected someone, his fire didn't hurt him. He can't protect if he was out of commission. So, what was it? Aizawa was taking the time to train him, and he wanted to. Jesus F-. Katsuki yelled, jumping back as Izuku burst into flames. Aizawa activated his quirk. What is it? Did you figure it out? Izuku felt his face burn in embarrassment. He cowered behind his arms, mumbling incoherently. He can't say it in front of Aizawa. Huh? I can't hear you, Izuku. He turned up his modulator while yanking his friend to whisper in his ear. Katsuki broke down laughing. It's not funny, Kaken. Izuku whined. Katsuki calmed his laughing to chuckling. Leave your daddy issues out of training then. Arg. I hate you. Izuku screamed, tackling the blonde to the ground. I whispered it for a reason. Katsuki easily flipped him over, laughing while he does so. Izuku rose to the challenge, swinging his right fist at his face. He dodged it, and Izuku took that as an opportunity to hold his head under his armpit. He threw his weight to the right and rolled Katsuki back onto his back. Their wrestle match was cut short when Aizawa wrapped his capture scarf around Izuku's torso and hauled him off Katsuki. Explain? He asked patiently, raising an eyebrow. I was hoping to impress you, so you'd be proud of training me. Izuku mumbled, blushing as he avoided Aizawa's eyes. I guess I wanted to make sure your time isn't wasted on me, so I forgot about my well-being. You already took a lot of time to care for me with Mike. And I just thought it's the least I could do. Kid, you're not wasting anyone's time. Aizawa assured. Though I do think it was stupid for you to hurt yourself to impress me. I actually think it's cute that you see Shoyuta as a father figure. Hizashi chimed in, throwing an arm around Aizawa's shoulder. Don't let this grumpy face fool you, he's just shy. Aizawa smacked the blonde. Ignore him, let's go check Recovery Girl for that burn. We still know near nothing about the healing side of your quirk. Training's over for the day. Alright, that's my cue to leave. Katsuki gathered his belongings. See you later, Izuku. Hold on, I got Nizu to issue a UA pass so you can enter without triggering the barrier system. Aizawa tossed a key card at Katsuki. Now you don't need me or Mike to come get you. Katsuki caught the card and it in his pocket, waving goodbye. Izuku waved back before going back into the school to see Recovery Girl. He couldn't understand why Aizawa wanted him checked up. Sure, he obliterated a concrete pillar with his fist and walked away with only a burn, but he healed it right up with his quirk. His hand was still a little red and swelled up, but it was nothing some ice can't fix. Izuku decided to not protest. He didn't want Aizawa's glare that made Katsuki stand down directed at him and followed quietly. At least he now has the opportunity to speak to Recovery Girl. Why hello there. You must be Aizawa's new student. Why does everyone he meets know about him? I am. He needs to get his hand checked out. Aizawa said, guiding Izuku to sit on a stool. There's been a slight quirk accident where he burned himself while punching concrete. Recovery Girl hummed, grabbing burn cream. Alright, let's see it. Oh, it's nothing really. Izuku insisted. My quirk healed up most of it, I think. Recovery Girl gave him a look that Izuku concluded was objectively scarier than Aizawa's and obediently showed her his hand. She took his hand, gently turning to find any damage. The way the youthful hero was careful reminded Izuku of his mom. His mom would always treat him after a particularly rough sparring match with Katsuki. He blinked away the tears that pricked his eyes. He needed to get his thoughts away from his mom. What was he doing right now? He was in the infirmary getting checked by Recovery Girl. She was making sure that there were no other injuries that his quirk missed. Quirks. His quirk, the biggest puzzle he has to solve. That's a good topic to distract his mind. Healing quirks are rare, healing and combat quirks are rarer. Looks like his quirk healed up most of the damage. There is some swelling, but nothing that needs my quirk. Recovery Girl noted, replacing the tube of cream for an ice pack. Very nice to finally have another healer. It's tiring being the only one that can save students from being stupid. Izuku took the ice pack, chuckling a bit. I'm not sure if I can do it on command yet, I only just discovered it. But I think I have a disadvantage that your quirk doesn't seem to have. Well, my quirk uses the patient's stamina to heal. That's quite the big thing about my quirk. So, during emergencies, I have to do things more traditionally. What's yours, Sonny? Izuku put his index and thumb to his chin, organizing his thoughts. I think I was able to heal my burn because I've treated them before, so understanding is my disadvantage. I was also able to heal Kaken because I understood the way the sludge villain attacks. I was technically the first victim, but All Might saved me. I knew there was going to be sludge in Kaken's throat and lungs, and fractures from CPR. I see, that seems like a good theory. I would like to prove it, but there's no safe way to do so. And even if it isn't the case, I do believe that having that knowledge will help me in the long run. As you said, there's not that many healing heroes, let alone combat healing heroes. I can actually do frontline work, no offense. Izuku quickly added, not wanting to offend the hero. Recovery Girl waved him off. None taken, I would love to teach you. Awesome. I was wondering if you had anything on head traumas. The elderly hero swiveled her chair to reach for a book, but before she can hand it to Izuku, Aizawa plucked it out of her hands. It appears that Aizawa caught on to what he was planning to do. It's late, we should head back. Thank you, Recovery Girl. Aizawa bowed his head, walking towards the door. Let's go, problem child. Why did Aizawa always have to be perceptive? Izuku knew he was going to get scolded by the older man for even thinking of illegal quirk usage. He wanted to help his mom in any way he can, sue him. Midoriya, Aizawa finally said, making him flinch. You're not in trouble, calm down. Izuku blinked. You're not going to scold me for wanting to use my quirk illegally? No, you are going to suffer from exhaustion both mentally and physically. You had Nise's hell class and you used your quirk for 3 days straight. I can't have you crashing. Aizawa sighed. Besides, having a healing quirk even if it's a secondary effect has its advantages. Plus, you're going to end up as Recovery Girl's protege. Once you have the required training, you will be issued a quirk use permit. So, does that mean I can have the book? As long as you don't plan on doing anything with you quirk before the permit. Aizawa nodded, handing over the large book. You're reading it later. Take a break. Izuku hugged the book to his chest. He was glad that he wasn't being forbidden to use his quirk. Later was better than never. He got changed before the two met up with Hizashi at the gates to return to the hero's apartment. They changed out of their hero suits before the three of them decided to eat out at a restaurant. Luckily neither of them are recognizable, Aizawa being an underground hero and Hizashi's iconic hair, glasses and support item being missing from his outfit, so they reached the restaurant with no trouble. While eating, the adults told Izuku about their plans for the weekend. Despite Izuku's protest that the amount of clothes he had was enough, Hizashi insisted that he needed to go shopping for more clothes. Aizawa just nodded along. Izuku could tell he wasn't particularly interested in fashion. The conversation took a few turns after that. They talked about Izuku's modified curriculum now. Mornings are review and afternoons are quirk training with Recovery Girl and Aizawa to generally getting to know each other. They finished their dinner with the story of how they adopted one of their cats, Macchiato. Aizawa found her after a patrol as a kitten and they didn't even bother trying to figure out the breed of the cat until she grew much larger than any usual cats they see. It was how they found out Macchiato was a ragdoll. Izuku laughed loudly as Aizawa groaned as he remembered how Ragdoll from Wild Pussycats wouldn't shut up for weeks after finding out and even tried kidnapping the cat. Speaking of their cats, they went home right away to feed them. When they opened the door to the apartment, Macchiato and Butterscotch, Izuku can just tell who named who, meowed without pause until their food bowls were filled. Alright, you demanding demons. Aizawa relented, but he had a fond smile on his face. Izuku, go shower and head to bed. Izuku spluttered, protesting. What? It's not even 9 yet. Now, problem child. We still have no idea what your drawbacks are and we're still going shopping tomorrow. Izuku huffed out a fine. And does as he is told. Once he was in bed, even though Aizawa was right about him being tired, he couldn't seem to sleep and just stared at the ceiling. After a while of blank staring, Izuku decided to put his insomnia to good use. He opened the trauma book that Recovery Girl lent him and looked for the section on nervous system traumas. Everything then seemed to crash down into Izuku, like everything finally caught up to him once he had time to himself to think. He missed his mom. Why did the sludge villain attack? Why did his rescue have to be broadcast across the town? Why did Endeavor have to show up at the hospital? He was angry, sad and frustrated. He didn't even realize that tears were dripping onto his pages until he felt something fluffy circle his feet and a hand rubbing circles on his back. It was Hizashi and Macchiato. Hey listener. Macchiato was scratching at your door, she was worried. It's not fair. He hiccuped, wiping his tears. I miss her. Hizashi hummed in acknowledgement, pulling Izuku into his arms. I know it's not fair, but you have to brave through it. But I don't want to brave through it, it hurts. Izuku whimpered. Do you want to talk about it? I can bring Shoyuta in if you want. Hizashi offered, guiding Izuku to sit on the bed while Macchiato hopped on to his lap. No need, I'm already here. Aizawa said, appearing by the door with Butterscotch in his arms. Izuku shook his head, petting Macchiato to calm himself. Aizawa dropped the black kitten that is Butterscotch on his head and the kitten made himself comfy in the green bush of hair. He cracked a smile when he heard soft purring on his head. Aizawa nodded in understanding. Do you want to know why Zashi named our black cat Butterscotch? By the end of the story, Izuku was laughing softly and felt less stressed than earlier. Hizashi was grumbling in embarrassment while Aizawa grinned. Seeing that Izuku was more relaxed, the two decided it was time to leave his room to sleep. They left their cats in the boys' room, not that they would dare move the sleeping animals. "Hey, Eraser?" Mike. Midoriya called, fidgeting in his bed. "I know it's a little late for this, but..." "What is it, kid?" "What's up, listener? Could I have your autographs?" Aizawa snorted. They fell into a rhythm after a few weeks. Izuku steadily built up medical knowledge and control over his quirk. He was nowhere near precise as Katsuki, but he now has a few long-range attacks under his belt. And sometimes Nizu would come by in the morning to hone his analysis, and Izuku half-dreaded half-looked forward to their surprise lessons. On weekends, he would visit his mom in the hospital to read up on her condition, and when given permission by either Aizawa or Hizashi, he would go to the library or hang out with the Bakugos. Speaking of the family, they were kind enough to help pay for the medical bills as his mom's stay lengthened. But he couldn't sit around doing nothing. He would have to ask if he can look for a job once Aizawa deems it safe to do so. Izuku was heading to the library from the hospital when he spotted a help-wanted sign on a cafe. It wouldn't hurt to skip one trip to the library, would it? Oh, bonus points, it's a cat cafe. He supposed he loitered around in front of the doors longer than he thought because he was tapped on the shoulder. "Are you going in?" a tired voice asked. Holy shit, did Aizawa get hit by an age quirk? Izuku wondered, spinning around, and came to face with a purple-haired teen. He was taller than Izuku, paler too, and possessed eye bags that rivaled Aizawa's. And now he was staring. The other raised an eyebrow. "Well, all right. Sorry." Izuku flushed, stepping out of his way. He walked through the door and Izuku shuffled in awkwardly behind him. He got more information about the job offer inside as he spoke with the manager. Izuku made sure to leave his contact information before sitting in a booth and ordered a coffee. A tabby kitten walked up to Izuku curiously before pouncing onto the table and lunged for his head. If it weren't for the fact that he was used Butterscotch using his head as a nap area, he would spat out his coffee in surprise. He barely batted an eye and just let it happen. He carefully pulled out his notebooks and Recovery Girl's book to begin reviewing what he had learned during the week. He looked up occasionally and saw the purple-haired teen playing with multiple cats. He was probably a regular since all the cats flocked towards him. The tabby on Izuku's head mewled, pawing at his head for his attention. Izuku carefully reached for the kitten on his head, scratching under her chin where it purred happily. "Ah, you're almost as cute as Butterscotch." He cooed. "Is there something you want?" The tabby meowed, tilting its head towards the purple teen. Maybe he had an animal quirk? That's why all the cats are attracted to him? Izuku complied to the tabby's request and cradled her in his arms while walking to where the other was sitting. "Hey!" Izuku waved, checking the tag around the kitten's neck. "Princess wants you." The tabby hopped out of his arms and onto the table in front of him. Seeing that his job was done, Izuku bowed his head before returning to his booth, or he tried to. Izuku only got one step away from the table before the tabby began meowing in protest. The two teens glanced between each other and the cat. "I'll go get my stuff, and if you don't mind, can I join you?" Izuku asked, and the other just shrugged. Izuku gathered his notebooks, book and cup of coffee in his arms and joined the table. The purple-haired teen, he really should get his name, didn't really acknowledge his presence, just continued drinking his own cup of coffee while petting the cats that surrounded him. "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way." He introduced himself. The teen in front of his glanced up before looking back down. "I didn't ask." "Right, sorry. Just thought. You should know since the little princess wanted us to sit together." No reply. "Seems like you're really popular with cats. Is it part of your quirk?" There was a small flinch at the question. Maybe it was a touchy subject. He didn't want to talk. Izuku could respect that. Taking another sip of coffee, Izuku went back to reviewing his lessons. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he was reading, which garnered the attention of the younger cats on the table. They swatted at Izuku's fingers, effectively distracting him from his reading. He flicked his fingers around, grinning as they continued to miss to catch him. "Oh hey, careful." Izuku warned, catching a cat that decided it was a good idea to jump onto his wrist to prevent him from moving the wrist with his modulator. Can't have you messing with this, I don't want to burn you. What is that? Izuku looked up in surprise. Oh, this? Just something for my quirk. It keeps it in check. Something dark flashed across the teen's face. Izuku frowned at the split-second expression. Was it something he said? Do they hurt you? He asked quietly. No? They don't. They're for my well-being? It helps with my control. Quirk suppressors aren't supposed to hurt, not even the ones used in apprehensions inflict pain, they only block the trigger for the activation. Well, maybe drag quirk suppressors cause nausea, but that's the worst of it. Everyone knows that though? Actually, the way he phrased the question made it sound like he was referring to someone hurting him, not something. Another flag was raised in Izuku's brain. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked. If you're uncomfortable, I can leave. No. I'm okay. Surprised. The other teen said lamely. Izuku chuckled, twisting his quirk cuff. Yeah, not every day you see them in use other than in takedowns. They returned to silence after that. It was a bit awkward, so Izuku decided to fill it with his rambling. His earlier question about quirks seemed to make him uneasy, so he crossed that topic off the list. It was a shame, most of Izuku's go-to conversation starters were about quirks. Izuku decided to speak about cats, specifically Aizawa and Hisashi's. Can he consider them his cats? He shared stories about macchiato and butterscotch. Like how the first time butterscotch jumped into his hair, he spilt his coffee all over the table during breakfast. Or how he almost died in the middle of the night because macchiato wanted to experience the comfiness that butterscotch deemed was his hair. You're not from around here, are you? The teen asked, interrupting Izuku describing his cats. Oh, no. I guess you could say I moved here recently. Izuku replied. Why do you ask? Shinso Hitoshi. He said suddenly, avoiding the question. Izuku stared dumbly. Huh. My name. It's Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso repeated, rubbing the back of his neck. I figured I should at least tell you my name after you gave me the history of your cats. Sorry, I talk a lot. Izuku apologized sheepishly. Do you have a cat? Shinso nodded. I have a gray one, his name is Dusk. His name is so cool. A better name than macchiato and butterscotch, they're a bit of a mouthful. Do you have pick? Izuku was going to ask another question but was cut off by his phone ringing. Hello. Zuku, where are you? Hi Kaken. What's up? Izuku greeted. Izuku could hear Mitsuki in the background shouting at Katsuki. She was yelling something about being worried that Izuku was late because he was hurt or kidnapped. Late? Was Izuku late for something? He glanced at the clock that was in the cafe. It was just past 6 p.m. Oh shit. He was supposed dinner with the Bakugos today. Oh gosh, sorry Kaken. I got caught up reviewing, I'll be there in 30. Izuku promised, hanging up quickly to pack up his stuff. He shot an apologetic look toward Shinso. Really sorry about this, Shinso. I got to go, I'm late for a dinner. It was nice talking to you. See you around. Shinso gave Izuku a wry smile like he was just told a cruel joke. Yeah. There goes another flag. While Izuku wasn't comfortable leaving his new friend, after noting many red flags, Katsuki was probably going to blow a fuse with his mom if he doesn't show up at their front door in the next hour. He gave Shinso a final wave before running out of the cafe. In all honesty, Izuku believed he didn't deserve getting smacked in the forehead as a greeting once the front door swung open by Katsuki. Izuku pouted, rubbing his forehead. Oh, Kaken, that hurt. That's what you get for being late. I had to listen to the old hag beach about you being in trouble again. She was ready to call the hobo ninja and overrated megaphone. Katsuki complained. What was that, brat? Mitsuki hollered, poking her head out the kitchen. Hi, Izuku. Where were you, hon? It's not like you to be late. I was worried. Izuku looked over Katsuki's shoulder, waving at his aunt. Sorry, Auntie Suki. I saw this cafe that was looking to hire and decided to stay to study. Yeah, you study all the time and never once were you late, so what was different? Katsuki asked, dragging Izuku to get seated in the dining room. Izuku took a seat. I just met someone. He's pretty cool. Zuku, I'm not saying you're a bad judge in character or anything. Katsuki rolled his eyes, sitting next to him. But you'd befriend a villain and not even know it. Izuku glared at Katsuki. That was one time. And they weren't even happy about being a villain. At least I know Endeavor is a prick. Anyone with 2 brain cells knows that flaming a-hole is a prick. It's not that impressive. Izuku grumbled. Tell that to the Hero Commission, they're the ones that are constantly covering for him. Hey boys. Let's not get political at the table. Masaru smiled. How about Izuku tells us about his new friend? And like that, dinner was thrown into a very detailed account of Izuku's day. It was hurried when Katsuki growled that he heard the story 1,000,000 times already and to get to the part where he met with the mysterious friend. Oh my god, that cat was playing matchmaker. Katsuki cackled. No. Izuku whined. Princess just likes both of us, we didn't even talk much. Mitsuki ruffled Izuku's hair. Calm down. Katsuki is just teasing. This Shinso sounds like a very nice boy. And cats like him. He has got to be nice for those spawns of Satan to like him. Just because cats don't like you doesn't mean they're spawns of Satan. Izuku rolled his eyes. He is very nice, I think. He was gentle with the cats even if he was cold to me at first. But I think. As Izuku trailed off with a frown as if deep in thought, the Bakugos looked at each other. That face was the same face he had while watching the rare public sights of the Todoroki family on TV, most notably when the family was seen without the mother and Shudo with a bandaged face. It was what prompted the research into Endeavor where they found out about the Flame Hero's track record. It was the face that meant he has a hunch about something, and it wasn't a pleasant hunch. He was a lot like me when the bullying first started. Izuku finally finished. He was quiet and he flinched a lot. When I said bye to him, he looked at me like I was telling a bad joke when I said that. It was nice talking to him. Yeah, but it could be that he's just anxious and low self-esteem. Mitsuki said. Let's not think too deeply into this, alright? We're not saying that we don't trust you, Izuku. Masaru assured. If it's true, he doesn't trust you just yet, so he won't tell you anything. Remember how long it took Katsuki to get you to tell him? Even then, he had to confront you. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm just worried. You're going to stress yourself out. Katsuki warned. Let's stay focused on training, we have 10 months left before the exams. Ah, you do care. Katsuki scoffed, crossing his arms. No, I don't. I just don't want to be in a class full of extras. Kaken, you've been stuck with me for 14 years. You're not getting rid of me that easily. Izuku grinned, bumping into his friend. We'll get into UA, no problem. You bet we will. Surprisingly, Aizawa okayed the job opportunity. He reasoned that the villain had given up on taking him. They liked easy targets. The thought made Izuku sick to the stomach, and Izuku being in the custody of 2 heroes and a local hero in the public made him a high-risk target. Villains don't go after those kinds of kids. Izuku was allowed as long as the work didn't interfere with training or school. So just like that, shifts at the cafe were squeezed into his schedule. With that, Izuku noted more about Shinso. Like how Shinso spent a lot of time at the cafe. He was quiet, most wouldn't even notice him walk into the cafe if you weren't paying attention. When Izuku asked the manager about it, he didn't particularly care for Shinso. Sometimes, he even looked disgusted by the fact that Shinso was in the cafe. And like any other day, Izuku saw Shinso enter the cafe. Hey, Shinso. Shinso waved awkwardly, flinching at the greeting like every other time. He still stayed silent and Izuku filled most of the silence with a one-sided conversation. He had theories about why. Shinso was definitely bullied. One does not learn how to be this silent for fun. But what for? For his looks? Sure, Shinso was a bit lanky, but Izuku can't be a judge of normal physique since he was training his muscles and the only other person his age was Katsuki who was doing the same. And other than the eye bags, Shinso looked like any other teenager. For his voice? No, it couldn't be. Shinso didn't stutter. Nor was his voice particularly nasally, pitchy, or high. His voice was rather nice, in Izuku's opinion. For his quirk? Most probable cause. But Izuku didn't know Shinso's quirk to confirm or deny. The usual? Izuku asked and Shinso nodded in response. Coming right up. I actually have a break in a few minutes. Mind if I join you later? Shinso just shrugged in response. In 15 minutes, Izuku was seated with Shinso and chatting up a storm. Hey, entrance exams are coming up. What school are you planning on applying to? Izuku asked. Shinso glanced up from the cat he was petting before averting his eyes. UA? That's awesome. I'm applying to UA too. My friend and I are going for the hero course, but don't tell anyone that I'm also applying to the other courses. I don't trust that my quirk is enough to get me through. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. Me too, hero course. Well, you can't get in looking like that. You're all skin and bones. Izuku laughed. You should start training. Practical exams are almost just as hard and as the written one. Shinso looked at Izuku in shock. Right, I didn't think of that. Thanks. Glad I could help, even though all I did was tell you to train. Izuku smiled. I was planning on reviewing some stuff during my break. I brought everything. Next time, we can study together. Izuku grabbed his notebooks, spreading them across the table like a deck of cards. Take your pick. What about that one? Shinso asked, pointing at the one notebook set to the side not included in the fan. Oh, this one? This one is for me. I'm learning some medical stuff for my quirk permit. Shinso pet his head to the side in interest. You have a healing quirk? Something like that. Izuku shrugged. Well, I suggest starting with quirk laws and applications. I heard that it's the hardest part of the exam. And by heard, he meant eavesdropped. Was it a bad use of the stealth training Aizawa put him through? Did the eavesdropping only confirm his suspicions? Also, so technically he wasn't cheating, he only found answers to his question. You sure you don't have an analysis quirk? Shinso asked, flipping through the notebook. Izuku shook his head. No intelligence. Quirk, I'm just observant. Why aren't you scared of speaking to me? Shinso questioned after a beat of silence. You should have heard about me by now. I haven't been out much. I'm currently being homeschooled, Izuku said sheepishly. Why should I be scared? You haven't done anything. Everyone thinks I will. Shinso grumbled, hunching in on himself. I got a villain's quirk to prove it. Okay, so quirk discrimination. If you wanted to, you would have done it already. I trust you. Izuku shrugged. Besides, I don't really believe in a villain's quirk. Shinso looked at Izuku skeptically. You wouldn't say that if you knew what my quirk is. What is your quirk then? Izuku challenged. He fidgeted in his seat, wringing his hands in contemplation. Brainwashing. I can get people to do stuff if they answer my question. You call that a villain quirk? Izuku almost yelled, leaning over the table with excitement sparkling in his eyes. You could do so much with it. Hostage negotiations? Peaceful villain takedowns? Villains never know when to shut up. They just love monologuing. It'll be easy for a hero to answer a question. Do you know if it works through phones? The radio? How about languages? Does the person have to understand? How many can you control at a time? How long? How complex of a task? To say Hitoshi was surprised would be the understatement of the lifetime. First, he bumps into an admittedly cute green-haired boy in front of his favorite cafe and he wasn't even apprehensive about speaking with him. Second, after he accepted the fact he will never talk or see the other again by some grace of the cat god, a tabby kitten brought him over to his table. Princess was definitely getting an extra treat for that. And third, the greenette Midoriya now worked at the cafe. The cafe was his safe place. While he could tell the manager didn't appreciate his presence, the cats didn't care, and that's what was important to Hitoshi. They didn't care about his quirk. They didn't ignore him and they for sure didn't beat him. Midoriya was like that, too. Even after Hitoshi told him about his quirk. It was refreshing to be treated like a human being. That was enough for him. So, imagine his shock when Midoriya not only took interest in his quirk but had the confidence to say that he could be a hero? No one has ever said that before, not once ever since he manifested his quirk at the age of 4. He started eloquently, interrupting Midoriya from his string of questions. That stopped him. He looked at Hitoshi sheepishly. Sorry. I do that a lot. Your quirk is just so awful. Hitoshi supplied. What? No. Midoriya looked appalled at the suggestion. Didn't you hear me? You know what, never mind. I have so many questions. That was how Hitoshi was thrown into a flurry of questions. It was the most he had spoken in years. I'm talking too much, aren't I? Midoriya finally asked, closing his notebook. You could have stopped me, Kaken. Does all the time. It's okay, I just don't talk much, I guess. Yeah, quirk discrimination SCKS. Midoriya hummed. Had to wear this thing ever since my quirk manifested. Everyone thought I was faking it and was quirkless. I had Kaken when it got bad though. How about you? Did you have anyone? Did Hitoshi have anyone? Dusk. Hitoshi tried. Midoriya gave him a deadpan stare. Your cat. Can't say I'm popular, Hitoshi said with a strained smile. Anywhere. He was pensive for a moment, like he was trying to piece together a puzzle. Then I can be that person. He said afterwards. You don't have to tell me anything, just know I'm here if you need help. You do this to everyone you meet? Hitoshi asked, skeptical. Midoriya shook his head. Nope, just for people I worry about, like friends and family. I'm your friend. Well, I see you all the time, I spend my breaks with you, and I like talking to you. Midoriya explained, ignoring the way Hitoshi's eyes got misty. Oh hey, want to see one of my quirk notebooks? Only a handful of people get to. One of my notebooks? You have more notebooks? Hitoshi asked. Midoriya nodded excitedly. Yeah. This one is my 13th, I have all sorts of heroes' quirk in this one. And the others? Got some about villains and others are previous versions of the ones in the 13th. Got to keep them updated. He replied, checking the clock. Man, break's over. Midoriya turned to return to his shift, looking back as Hitoshi started to hand back the notebooks. You know, you can keep the notebooks. I'll come pick them up later if you plan on staying. I need to leave in a bit, I'll call you when I do. Get back to work, good luck. Thanks. See you later. You shouldn't keep talk to that one. The manager warned as Izuku fastened the apron around his waist. Izuku froze. Excuse me? That boy. He's nothing but trouble, he said, looking at Shinso warily. Izuku gritted his teeth. Thank God Nizu made him extensively learn quirk laws. With all due respect, sir, but it is my business who I associate myself with. All I heard has been quirk discrimination, which is punishable by law under Article So. Tell me, sir, has Shinso ever done anything wrong to warrant this attitude? The manager paled but kept his composure enough to narrow his eyes at the younger boy. You better watch yourself, Midoriya. What are you going to do? Fire me because I'm right? Because no one was going to call. Midoriya? Are things all right? Izuku turned to Shinso, giving him a look that says, do you even hear this man? No. I'm about to give this man a piece of my mind. I've only been here for a month and... Izuku stopped mid-sentence, his mind going blank. Calm down and pack up your stuff. We're taking a walk. Shinso activated his quirk, bowing his head in apology. I'm sorry for the trouble, sir. Please don't fire Midoriya, I won't come by again. The manager looked at Shinso in shock. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he had ever seen him use his quirk or really taken notice of him in general. Guilt gnawed in his stomach. He only heard rumors about the boy with a brainwashing quirk, passing warnings from locals whenever he walked by and made assumptions. Hey, don't worry about that. He finally said, stopping the duo at the door. I'm sorry for everything. It wasn't mature of me to judge you based on rumors. I would love to have you back again. Shinso's eyes widened at his apology. He never had anyone apologize to him before. He nodded stiffly before walking with Izuku out the cafe. Once outside, Shinso released his hold on Izuku, bracing himself for Izuku to lash out against him. Look, Midoriya, I'm sorry I had to. That was awesome. Izuku cheered, bouncing on the spot. Is that what it's like under your quirk? Oh wow, I felt my mind blank. All my thoughts from before just whoosh. Gone. Imagine the things you could do for civilians. You could calm them instantly and take them to safe points. Shinso felt shocked all over again. You're not mad that I used my quirk on you? All you did was stop me from running my mouth off. If anything, I should thank you. Izuku laughed. How about we go somewhere? Shinso checked his phone, sighing at the time. Sorry, Midoriya. I got a curfew. Oh, don't worry about it. Here's my number if you need anything. Have a safe trip home. As they parted ways, Izuku caught Shinso mumble something under his breath. It sounded suspiciously like, it's not the way home that needs to be safe. Izuku stored it away in his mind. Maybe he'll speak to Aizawa later. Izuku made his way to the Bakugos while he sorted his thoughts about Shinso's situation. Everything he had was circumstantial at best. He couldn't bring it up with Aizawa without proof. The man was busy enough. Plus, he didn't gain Shinso's full trust yet. He can't jeopardize it by speaking with someone. Katsuki, go get the door. He heard Mitsuki yell after Izuku rang the doorbell. All right, you old hag. Katsuki replied, also yelling. What do you owe, hey, Izuku? I thought you were working and won't be coming until later. Izuku shrugged. Let's just say, I probably am no longer welcome there anymore. Oh my god, what did you do, Izuku? Katsuki groaned, running his hand down his face. I did nothing. The manager was being in but, so I just spoke my mind. Izuku defended. I'm in but all the time. You're in but just to be in but, it's your personality trait. Izuku jabbed. Katsuki sighed, shoving Izuku inside. Just go inside, nerd. I only lost my temper because of quirk discrimination. Shinso stopped me before I really ripped into him. Izuku explained. Katsuki sighed even deeper. Izuku, I swear to God, your moral compass is going to get you in trouble. Technically, it already has. Izuku mumbled. Katsuki smacked Izuku while Mitsuki snorted, hearing the conversation from the living room. Don't smartass me, that's my job. You're supposed to be the one that keeps me in check. Bold of you to assume that I have that ability. The only one who has that power is Auntie. Yeah, sure. Katsuki rolled his eyes. That Shinso stopped you, right? Where is he? I thought he'd be with you. He had a curfew. Izuku said. I'm worried about him. So, you've said, got any reason why other than a gut feeling? Izuku hesitated. I don't have solid proof yet. All right. Katsuki said, understanding that he shouldn't pry. Hey, we have time before dinner. Should we go have a sparring match? Quirks or no quirks? Neither of us have very discreet quirks, so it'll be hard to hide, you know that. Dagoba Beach, right? Izuku asked, and Katsuki nodded. Race you there. Katsuki let off a small explosion to close the gap Izuku created, which earned a shout from Mitsuki. No FNG fair, Izuku. You got a head start. There's no countdowns in real life, Kakin. Izuku smirked. Mitsuki and Masaru sighed at their antics. You know, sometimes I forget they just grew bigger and not older. Masaru chuckled, closing the door the boys left wide open. Mitsuki grinned, agreeing with her husband. The next few years are going to be a riot for UA. I hope they're ready for it. Izuku got his quirk permit a week before UA's entrance exam. Now he can use the healing facet of his quirk. It was a weird feeling to be able to use his quirk without hiding it. However, he wasn't confident in his healing abilities. The worst he's ever healed was a compound fracture. And even then, Recovery Girl was there to guide him and make sure that it was working healing properly. His mom's brain trauma was more complicated than a broken bone. Everyone assured him that it was all right to be hesitant. He couldn't help but feel guilty over it. The guilt, along with the pressure of the upcoming exam and to succeed, weighed heavily on him. Katsuki could tell Izuku was doubting his abilities. He put more effort into keeping Izuku focused on training both sides of his quirk. Izuku didn't notice it at first since Katsuki has always been rough when it came to training. But after the fourth sprain from quirk use? In one sparring session on the beach where they had no access to Recovery Girl? Izuku had to put his foot down. Kakin, what the hell are you doing? Izuku demanded, holding Katsuki's wrist in place after he healed him. You know your limits when it comes to sparring. Just figured I can push myself a little more since you're here. Katsuki lied. I can take it. Izuku narrowed his eyes at his friend. It's not about if you can take it or not. What if you get hurt and I'm not able to heal you? What if I'm not good enough? The entrance exam is in a week, Kaken. Katsuki growled at his self-doubt. Not good enough? A week. It takes 10 weeks to heal a sprain, even longer if it's broken, and that's not including rehab. What am I going to do? I'm the reason you missed the exams. I'm already the reason Mom is in the hospital. Zuku, you know that's not true. Katsuki protested. You're not the reason why Auntie is in the hospital, the villains are. This whole I'm guilty thing you have going on? It's all in your head. You think I don't know that? I can't stop thinking about it. What if I was stronger? What if I could have protected her? Why couldn't I heal her? Izuku snapped, voice breaking. What? I can't heal her? Katsuki sighed. Izuku was always like this when he was in a downward spiral. Despite being the logical one out of the two, he won't listen to reason. He needed a distraction. Do you want to know why I'm letting myself be an idiot? Izuku blinked, nodding his head. Yeah. You needed to build up your confidence. Katsuki explained. You're a great healer and you're only 15, remember? Plus, don't tell the granny, I think you'll be even better than her soon. Izuku whipped his head towards Katsuki. What? Look, you need time to be ready to heal Auntie, I understand. No one expects you to save the world. I know for a fact that Auntie Inko definitely isn't expecting you to. Katsuki said. So, let's do one thing at a time. She's not going anywhere. Izuku huffed, crossing his arms. Right. Alright, bad choice of words, but you get what I mean. You know I'm bad at this. Katsuki complained. You're the one who's good with emotions. Ironic seeing how my quirk goes off at the slight change of it. Izuku scoffed with no ill intent. You're not too bad, Kaken. Just inexperienced. You too, you know? You're just inexperienced, so don't tell yourself that you're not good enough. It's insulting. You're giving me a run for my money. Are you saying that my best isn't good enough? No, of course not. I was just... Izuku shook his head vehemently before sighing. You're right. I needed that. Thanks. No problem. Katsuki messed with Izuku's hair. Come on, pretty sure Aizawa and Mike gave us the week off to rest and review, not to spar. We should head back. Did you take me out to spar just for this? Izuku asked, brushing off the sand. I was thinking more like knock some sense into you. Izuku cracked a smile. Of course, you would go through that roundabout way of cheering me up. The comment earned Izuku a punch in the shoulder which pushed a laugh out of him as he stumbled from the force. Classic Katsuki. On the day of the exam, Aizawa and Hizashi left early to do some final preparations for the exam. Hizashi made sure to say good luck, while Aizawa simply said to do what you normally do before leaving. It was a weird way of encouraging him. He contemplated if Aizawa was giving him a hint of some sort, but quickly expelled that thought because, a hint? From Aizawa? Not likely. Izuku met up with Katsuki in front of the subway station before they made their way to UA. Izuku held flashcards and muttered notes while Katsuki had his usual scowl plastered on his face, but Izuku could tell that he appreciated the crash course. Style review he was being unintentionally subjected to. Zuku, hurry up or I'm going to leave you. Katsuki warned when the gates were in sight. Izuku looked up from his cards, tightening his grip on his backpack. Oh my god, Kaken. It's finally happening, we're going to take our first step to be a her. As Izuku was about to step onto the school's ground, his right foot caught his left ankle and he was falling forward. Or I'll just die. Izuku lamented, accepting his fate. Or not. Izuku suddenly felt weightless. Are you okay? Sorry for using my quirk on you. A new voice apologized as Izuku found his footing. It was a brunette with rosy cheeks. I just figured it'd be bad luck if you tripped. You're here for the exams, right? Well, good luck to us both. He didn't even get a chance to say, thank you, as the girl rushed off to sign in. First step, huh? More like first faceplant. Katsuki cackled. Oh, shut up. Izuku whined, punching Katsuki in the arm. Let's just go. Katsuki, in fact, didn't shut up. He was laughing behind Izuku as Izuku quickly walked forward, trying to ignore the laughter while restraining himself to not deck Katsuki in front of everyone. "Hello boys. Causing trouble already?" Midnight asked, catching sight of the Wonder Boys. Being a close friend to Aizawa and Hisashi, Kayama Nimuri, also known as Midnight, was a frequent face that was seen around. It was probably how they were the only ones that weren't embarrassed awkward drooling over the R-rated heroine. They've built an immunity to her charm. Plus, it helped that they knew it was just a persona she had when in her suit. "Good morning, Midnight." Izuku greeted. "Don't mind Kaken, he's just being mean." Midnight just chuckled, handing over their examination number and their assigned zones for the practical exams. The two thanked the heroine before heading inside. Izuku fished out his phone from his pocket, sending one last message to Shinso. "Broccoli boy. Hope you had some sleep for once. Can't wait to see you at UA. Good luck." It was a nice coincidence that Shinso was an insomniac. Katsuki, despite his bad boy vibe, was always in bed by 8:30 p.m., which left Izuku with his nightmare-induced insomnia alone. So, to pass the time, Izuku and Shinso would chat. It was nice, and Izuku would like to think that the communication made Shinso theorized home life easier. Insomniac cat lover. Shinso still wasn't much of a talker, but Izuku figured that was just ingrained in him. He would have to fix that. But first, exams. The written exams, for the most part, was not as hard as Izuku thought. It had everything that Nizu drilled into him. The only problem he had was his own head. Izuku feared that he didn't have enough time to write his answers. Aizawa had warned him about this, how he doesn't know how to shorten his thoughts to be concise and straightforward. But he made it. Everybody say, "Yeah." Now present Mike began explaining the proceedings of the practical exams, albeit with some awkward pauses where he expected the examinees to interject. "Looks like we're in different zones." Katsuki noted because his examination number was under Zone A while Izuku's was Zone D, probably to prevent cheating or people from the same middle school to help each other. Izuku hummed. "You'd think that it wouldn't matter since it's a point-based system. I don't get it though. Wouldn't they want us to work together?" "How so?" "Well, if you think about it, unless you're one of the top 10s, most heroes work together when it comes to takedowns and disaster relief." Izuku explained. "Sure, the robots look easy to defeat especially for physical quirks, but there's something about that zero-pointer that's nagging me." There was a question about the fourth robot that went over Izuku's head as he continued hypothesizing about said robot's role in the exam. "And you?" The blue-haired glasses teen pointed to Izuku, snapping him out of his thoughts. "You have been mumbling non-stop. Do you have no respect for the instructor?" Izuku flushed red in embarrassment. He hadn't even realized he was voicing his thoughts. He ducked his head in shame when he heard snickers around him. "Hey, Four Eyes. No one asked your opinion, so shut up and let the man finish talking before you run your mouth." Katsuki growled. "If some mumbling is all it takes to break your focus, maybe you shouldn't be here at all." All right. Let's leave the fighting for the robots." Present Mike appeased. Other than that hiccup, the presentation of the practical exam continued without hitch. And soon, everyone was being ushered into buses to take them to their designated zones. It really sucked that Izuku and Katsuki were in different zones. He had a game plan that would have assured them top marks. Guess half of Izuku's master plan was now down the drain. Izuku wondered how Shinso was faring. He had a pure mental quirk that relied on response. He had no idea if his quirk even worked on robots. Izuku hoped that Shinso had a plan. No, now was not the time to be worrying over someone else. Right now, Izuku should have faith in him and focus on his exam. He looked at his surroundings. It was a cityscape, so environmental damage would probably be taken into account in their score. It wasn't mentioned during the presentation, so was it omitted or not included? There was also only one entrance into the city. And from the map that was shown, it opened to one and only main road that had many smaller alleys roads connecting to it. Obviously, the faster examinees have the advantage to take down the robots on the main road, so the slower ones had to scour the sides for their points. Izuku now looked to the other examinee. He was pretty fast if he concentrated his flames for an extra boost in his legs, but if there were many speed quirks, he'd lay off the speed and focus his attention on searching for other robots. His eyes settled on the bespectacled teen that called on him in front of everyone. He seemed to be the only one with an obvious speed quirk, judging by the engines that protruded his calves. Great, Izuku was hoping he wouldn't have to run, no pun intended him. Oh, the girl with the gravity quirk was in Izuku's zone too. Izuku should thank her for preventing him from face-planting on his way to his exam and providing Katsuki with an embarrassing story to tell in the future. You there? Izuku flinched at the voice that was directed to him. He turned to see the one person he wanted to avoid walking towards him. Oh no, what does he want now? Don't you see that she's trying to concentrate? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? Okay, that was enough. Just how much did he want to make Izuku bear the looks of everyone who was already writing him off? How about you mind your own business? Izuku snapped. All you've done so far was make baseless judgment on my character before even speaking to me. First, you call me out in front of everyone in the auditorium, which made me very uncomfortable when you could have asked nicely and, more importantly, quietly, for me to stop. And second, that girl helped me earlier and I was hoping to thank her before wishing her good luck on the exam. You have no tact, which is very important when it comes to being a hero. Now leave me alone before I and start. The iconic voice that was present mic boomed above them. Izuku jumped into action immediately. DMN, talking to him not only made him miss the opportunity to thank the brunette, but it made him waste his preparation time. He set his modulator to 75%, that was the lowest he can set it to without losing control, letting his extremities lit up orange, and he took to the sky. He was still said by the prior confrontation, so his sky-high jumps were slightly unstable. Izuku huffed, increasing the suppression by 5%. It decreased his power output, but at least he isn't risking a plummet into the ground mid-jump. He'll put it back down once he calms himself. What are you all doing? He's got the right idea. Go! Present chastised. There's no countdowns in the real world. That announcement brought a satisfied grin to Izuku's face as he took down a three-pointer. He racked up 15 points by the time he started getting interference from other examinees. Maybe interference was a harsh word. Izuku couldn't move on from his area without ensuring that everyone around him was safe. The other examinees were just so unaware of everything. They shot off their quirks with no thought about the repercussions. Oh God, he was starting to sound like Aizawa. He already saved 3 examinees from rushing forward by creating a fire barrier as a robot fell and almost crushed them after a 4th took it down. He also healed sprains, cuts, and bruises. And that wasn't the end of it. No one in his line of sight left Izuku's side with a scratch. Maybe Katsuki was right, his moral compass really was going to be his downfall. He was just about finished healing a blonde examinee with a black lightning bolt across his bangs with a sprained ankle when everyone began running in the same direction and away from loud rumbling. Look out! It's the 0-pointer! He heard an examinee yell. Izuku looked in the opposite direction to find a skyscraper-high robot making its way down the main road. That's the 0-pointer. Has Nizu lost his mind? Actually, given his personality, he shouldn't be surprised that Nizu would pull something like this. He just loved messing with people, he loved to make them squirm. Okay, we need to get out of here, Izuku said, hooking an arm under the examinee armpit to hoist him up. I couldn't completely heal you, it's still a little swollen, so it will hurt a bit to run. But I need you to work with me. The blonde stumbled to his feet, but he was out of it. Izuku didn't see any head injuries, so was this a quirk drawback? At least, his motor function was still present. The robot was closing. Izuku can't move as quickly with his arm under someone's armpit. He could throw the examinee over his shoulders in a fireman carry. He would be able to move faster and get to safety. Help! Izuku froze. That sounded like the girl who helped him earlier. He looked towards the source and found the brunette trapped under a slab of concrete. The brunette was obviously in the immediate danger. The blonde wasn't all there cognitively. Izuku just needed to make sure he stayed put. Oh, Aizawa was going to kill him for this. Look, I don't know if you can understand me in this state, but try your best to stay out of the robot's way, alright? Izuku told the blonde before leaping to the girl's side and giving her an assuring smile. Don't be scared. I'm going to get you out of here, alright? The girl's eyes widened, surprised that anyone actually came back for her. What are you doing? She asked as Izuku stepped away from her. The robot is too close for me to move the concrete and you in time. I'll be back, I promise. As a safety measure, Izuku acted a fire barrier between him and the brunette. It spanned across the width of the road. That should be enough to stop anyone from entering the war zone. He stretched both his arms in front of him, feeling heat travel to the palms of his hands, and he blasts the robot Goliath with his white flames. He growled in frustration as Nizu seemed to have made a recent upgrade. The robot was more fire-resistant than before. Normally, the metal would have liquefied in this level of heat. Izuku was hoping that the melted metal would essentially glue the robot in place. He knew he shouldn't have let Nizu measure the temperature of his fire so close to the exam. What was this thing even made of? His frustration caused his fire to flicker dangerously away from the robot. Now's not the time to think of stuff you can't change. If heat won't bring it down, then brute force will. Ah man, this is going to hurt. Izuku sighed, setting his modulator to 0%. It was only at this setting that allowed Izuku access to his fire armor. It was only safe to use when it was of equal or weaker strength to his orange fire. Any stronger and Aizawa would accuse him of being an idiot. Like right now. Izuku let himself light up purple, the strongest fire to ensure the destruction of the robot he can produce, and readied himself. He could already feel his body overheat. His fire armor was not meant to stay purple for long. He probably only had one shot at this before he burns out, literally. Alright, it's one shot. Let's make it count. Izuku huffed, flexing his fingers. He rocketed into the sky with a pulled-back fist. Yeah, Aizawa was so going to kill him. Izuku threw his fist forward, throwing the rest of firepower into his arm. He heard the sound of metal and bones cracking on impact. The smell of burnt clothes and iron filled his nose. The robot flew back as the red light that indicated its activation went out. That's one problem dealt with. Now Izuku had a whole new problem. One that involved concrete and his body slamming into it. Forget about Aizawa killing him. Izuku was going to end up as a pretty splat of red on the floor if he didn't think of a way to survive. His right arm limped uselessly by his side as wind rushed past his ears, but it was soon encompassed with green flames. Over his training, his Quirk learned to auto-heal any injuries that was debilitating. His plan to use his fire to stop his fall was thrown out. He was plummeting the ground too quickly. Even if it did work, he would probably destroy his other arm or any other limb he could use. Izuku looked to his left and saw a curtain wall building. If there was point deductions for environment damage, he would nag Nizu for unleashing such a danger for a bunch of inexperienced and untrained middle school graduates. He transferred his fire to the soles of his feet and propelled himself towards the building. He slapped his yellow fire-covered hand against the glass, the heat of the fire causing the remaining glass to melt on contact, which allowed him to slow his descent. And it's over, examinees. Present Mike announced. Everyone with injuries should report to the med station. Izuku would thank Power Loader later for teaching him the melting points of all common material. Once he was low enough, he hopped off the building. A few more tasks before he can rest. Izuku ran back towards the brunette, dispelling his fire barrier. She managed to wiggle out most of her body from under the slab. It was only her leg that was trapped. How are you feeling? Izuku asked, noticing how much greener she looked last time he saw her. I tried. My Quirk has a weight limit. She explained as she covered her mouth. Alright, I'm going to get you out of here. Izuku politely turned his head away as she vomits onto the floor, focusing on the concrete above her. Okay, concrete cracks at around 1000 K, so this should be enough. The girl yelped at the proximity to fire as Izuku lets his cherry red fire cover the concrete. Its structure became brittle and Izuku deemed it weak enough to break with a powered-up punch. He successfully freed the brunette. Other than the nausea, are you hurt anywhere? Izuku asked, inspecting her body. My leg took most of the damage, I think. The girl winced as she tried to get to her feet. Izuku quickly stopped her, rolling her onto her back. Luckily, there was another piece of concrete that lightened the weight of the larger piece, so it's just a minor fracture at worst. I'm going to fix that now. Izuku placed his hand over her leg and she flinched when it ignited in green flames. She relaxed as the pain in her legs subsided. "Thank you," she said. Izuku smiled, getting to his feet. Only to fall back to the ground as the adrenaline wore off, his vision spun, and his legs felt like jelly. His hand shook as he reached over to his modulator and set it to 100%. "Hey, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" she asked worriedly. He waved her off, getting back up slowly. "I'm fine. Just pushed myself a little too far. Here, let me help you up," she offered, steadying Izuku. "Oh, you're burning up. Quirk drawback. I'll be fine in a few days or something." Izuku groaned. "You should still go get checked up by RG just in case." Midoriya Izuku. Izuku immediately straightened up at the sound of Recovery Girl. Hi, Recovery Girl. Aren't you supposed to be checking up on the other examinees? You got through them pretty fast. Don't you give me that, young man. What were you thinking, taking on the 0-pointer? Recovery scolded, whacking Izuku in the head with her cane. "Do you want to pass out from Quirk exhaustion?" "Of course not, ma'am." Izuku yelped, shielding himself. "Hey, she was hurt earlier. Why don't you check up on her?" Recovery Girl gave Izuku a look before complying. As the heroine examined the brunette, Izuku took the chance to slip away. He could feel the stares boring into his body. They weren't mocking this time as he walked towards the bus. Izuku did his best to ignore them, focusing on not swaying too badly from the fever he was breaking out in. "Wow, you look like sheet," Katsuki noted when Izuku caught up to him. "What did you do?" "Saved some examinees, healed others, broke then healed my arm, fell out of the sky, punched through concrete and was almost chewed out by Recovery Girl." Izuku listed. Katsuki whistled. "You sure you were doing the exam? Sounds like you did something else to me. Did you even get the points?" "I burned through my favorite tracksuit. I better have gotten extra points for that. It's not as fireproof as we thought." Izuku complained, shrugging off his tattered sweater. "I counted about 50 points before the release of the 0-pointer. How about you? Anything interesting happen in your zone?" "Just helped some kid with shitty hair, but I mostly focused on getting points." Katsuki shrugged, walking towards the gates. "Let's go, I can feel you radiating heat from here." The exam was 10 minutes. "Zuku, how did you overuse your quirk in 10 minutes? I may have used my purple flame armor to take down the 0-pointer? Izuku chuckled sheepishly. "Hold on, kid with shitty hair? Not extra? And you helped?" Katsuki's eyes widened at the slip, shoving his hands in his pockets before picking up his pace. "Look, you tinky-winky torch wannabe, what I call people means nothing. Kaken, you and I both know you only give nicknames to people you like." Izuku grinned, matching his speed. "So, what was it that made you interested? He doesn't really have shitty hair, does he?" Katsuki brushed him off. "Doesn't matter since it means nothing." "Oh, I think it means more than that. Just wait until Auntie Suki, she'll say these." Izuku waggled his eyebrows before he was shoved. "Hey, I'm running a fever, UD-. Yeah, poor baby has a fever, boo-hoo." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Now stop being overdramatic, you'll be fine once you cool off. Pretty sure the old hag is waiting for us for tell our epic adventure. Are you going to mention this shitty hair, or am I going to have to pretend you didn't tell me that detail?" Katsuki glared at Izuku. "Say a word and I will throttle you." "Yes, sir." Izuku mock saluted. "Please tell me you at least got his name." Katsuki stopped walking. His face remained neutral, but he didn't say anything. "You did get his name, right?" Izuku asked and Katsuki actually paled. "Oh my god, you didn't? Kaken." Katsuki growled something between, "I was busy," and "get the f off my case, before storming off. Izuku laughed. Whether Katsuki can stop him or not, Auntie Mitsuki was going to hear about this no matter what. And she's going to have a field day. Izuku checked the mailbox religiously ever since the exam, in the morning, before he left for work and when he got back. He gave up on asking Aizawa and Hisashi his results because, whenever he does, Aizawa would just shrug and continue whatever he was doing, which was usually napping, and Hisashi would just smile and insist that Izuku to not worry about it. To work off his nervousness, Izuku invited Katsuki to the Dagoba beach with an idea after his shift. Come to think of it, he hasn't seen Shinso in a few days. They still messaged and called each other, but he hasn't been visiting the cafe. You want to what? Clean up this junk? Katsuki repeated, gesturing to the beach-turn junkyard. All of it? I mean, we might as well? Izuku said, kicking an old soda can. We hang out here all the time to spar in his garbage, and honestly, we're lucky we haven't caught anything. To be fair, you heal us up whenever either of us is hurt. Katsuki looked to the beach. But I think you're right. We should clean this up. Izuku looked at Katsuki in surprise. He thought it would take more persuading. Really? You'll do it? Yeah, it'll be a good workout. Katsuki shrugged. And the old hag's always bitchin' about how I need to give back to the community. This'll shut her up. Plus, if I don't, you'll just do it on your own. Izuku said nothing since Katsuki wasn't wrong. The two got to work once it was decided. Every morning until lunch, they spent the next few days grouping the junk into categories like electronics, plastics, cans, etc. Why people left computers, refrigerators, and microwaves on the beach will forever remain a mystery to the boys. But they would count it as a blessing in disguise. They got rid of the recycling and garbage well, as much as they could in a few days, but they kept the electronics. The two had to convince Mitsuki to allow them to bring the dirty appliances home. She relented when they laid out a tarp in Katsuki's room and explained their goal. They spent their time in Katsuki's room and tore apart every appliance. Katsuki, with some intense and probably illegal searching, built small explosives while Izuku tinkered with the remaining material and his old as well as broken Quirk suppressor. You know you can go to jail for this, right? Izuku warned, dissecting the bracelet. Zuku, I'm essentially a living bomb. Katsuki rolled his eyes, screwing in a screw in a homemade grenade. Plus, I won't if I don't get caught. And if it really came down to it, all I made are just containers for my sweat. I didn't touch any gunpowder. Yeah, containers that have pins and timers to detonate. Izuku added. Why are you even making these things anyways? Katsuki flipped through some paper, giving Izuku the sheet once he found the one he was looking for. Can't always rely on my body to make enough sweat for an explosion, so I was going to pluck an idea from you. Izuku looked at the sheet of paper. In his hands was one of the first quirk analysis he made. He made this when Katsuki first developed his quirk. He laughed at the sight of it. Oh, it was so badly done. It was on scrap paper. A badly drawn Katsuki in an All Might-inspired hero suit took up half the space and the other half was covered in his 4-year-old's brain jargon, all written with crayons. What did you see in this that was such a good idea? Izuku asked. You're not actually planning on having this as your suit, are you? What? You made this when you were 4. Katsuki exclaimed. I remember that you drew tiny grenades, which is great for small controlled explosions, which is why I made these things. But I also want a lot of power that won't destroy my body, so I was planning on having grenade-style gauntlets that stores my sweat. Why are you already designing your suit? You didn't even get accepted yet. Katsuki let out a chuckle, challenging Izuku. You doubt that I got in? Well, no. Then I might as well get ahead in designing my suit. Katsuki shrugged. I know my quirk best, so I want to be the one to work on my gauntlet, not some support company extra. Kaken, Izuku frowned. You know hours of research isn't going to make you better than a professional who does support for a living, right? Katsuki ignored him and just continued working on his mini grenade. Izuku huffed in exasperation before returning to the quirk suppressor. The two of them worked on their projects for another hour until the doorbell rang. Katsuki, Izuku, can either of you get the door? I'm busy with lunch. Mitsuki shouted. Katsuki made no move to get the door, so Izuku took it as the hint that he was supposed to be the one to get it. He sighed, stepping over the random tools and appliances on the floor. He was surprised to see Aizawa and Hisashi when he swung open the door. What are you guys doing here? Izuku asked, checking his phone. He wasn't due back at the apartment until after his shift at the cafe, so they weren't here to pick him up. Hisashi grinned, holding up an envelope. Well, we figured you would want to open this as soon as possible since you check the mailbox 3 times a day. Is that? Izuku's eyes widened as his legal guardians both nodded. My UA letter. No, Katsuki did not run out of his room. He just walked briskly past Izuku, who was holding his letter with shaky hands. Like Izuku, Katsuki was checking his mailbox frequently for his letter. Not that he would admit it. It was still empty. He did not feel a pang of doubt that he didn't make it in his gut. No, sir. Katsuki didn't do doubt. That was an Izuku thing. Kaken? Are you okay? Izuku asked, seeing that Katsuki was being uncharacteristically silent. I'm fine. Katsuki growled out. Izuku can tell Katsuki was starting to shut down. Despite being close to an emotional family like the Midoriyas, Katsuki never learned how to cope with negative emotions such as sadness or rejection. Izuku supposed it was because Katsuki was always great at everything. Not to mention, as much as he loved them, the Bakugo's only moods seemed to be aggressive anger or any other variation of aggressive emotions. Izuku frowned. Kaken, you're shut? I said. Katsuki snapped. I'm fine. A slipper came flying at the back of Katsuki's head. Katsuki, what are you bitchin' about now? Nothing. Katsuki yelled, turning to Izuku. Just open it already. Hold on, shouldn't wait until Mitsuki joins us? Masaru suggested with a smile. I think she has something prepared. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, calling out to Mitsuki to join them in the living room. Mitsuki grinned at the sight of the two heroes. About time you two showed up with the letter. It was getting hard to hide from the brat. What do you mean by that? Katsuki demanded, glaring at his mother. Shut up and let me finish. Mitsuki scolded, smacking Katsuki in the forehead with an envelope before letting it fall in his hands. I called Aizawa when it got sent and we figured that you two would want to open your letters together. If anyone noticed the way Katsuki's shoulders slumped in relief when he registered the letter in his hands, no one said anything. So, I guess we're doing this together? Izuku asked, referring to his own letter. Let's just get it over it. Katsuki said with false bravado, hesitating to open the letter. Well, get on with it, open it. Izuku fumbled with his letter, realizing that Katsuki was waiting for him to take initiative. I'm going to. A small disc fell out of the envelope, not a letter that Izuku was expecting. He picked it up in confusion after checking that it was the only content in the envelope. Then he promptly dropped it with a yelp when a projection suddenly appeared. I am here as a projection. All Might? Izuku stiffened as the shadowed face that is All Might appeared from the disc. It's been 10 months since Izuku's image of All Might was tainted. His ex-favorite hero's words still lingered in his head. Why was he being projected? Did he always announce Yue's exam results? He looked at Aizawa and Hisashi, who were equally surprised as the rest of them. Well, that answered the latter question. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA and my first task as an educator is to announce your entrance exam results. All Might informed before finally stepping away from the camera to reveal his hulking figure in a bright yellow and striped suit. You have impressed the faculty members. Out of all the written results of UA, you have been the closest to scoring a perfect grade on Principal Nizu's exam. A spectacular 99/100, a few points above the second highest grade scored by a fellow examinee, Bakugo Katsuki. That announcement earned a frustrated roar from Katsuki, who got hushed harshly by Mitsuki because All Might was not done. Of course, that's not all. Your practical results are equally impressive. All Might continued. But first, take a look at this video. All Might gestured to the monitor next to him. On screen, the nice brunette that Izuku met at the exam flagged down Hisashi. Excuse me, she called out. The person with curly hair and freckles. And the colorful fire. Oh, she's talking about Izuku. He looked at Hisashi to provide more information, but the blonde just gave Izuku a look that meant to keep watching. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? She asked. I know that he probably doesn't need it, But he still sacrificed his opportunity to get more points to save me, and I didn't get to thank him. So, I was hoping that. Hisashi put a hand up to stop her, saying with a smile. No worries, listener. We have got that covered. You can thank him yourself. The video cut afterwards, returning everyone's attention back to All Might. Your actions inspired others to act. All Might stated with hands on his hips. The entrance exam was not graded only on villain points. How can a hero course not award people who save others and do the right thing? This is a job that requires risking one's life to put the ideal into practice. That's right. There is a secret point system, rescue. Points. The disc projected a scoreboard. It showed the top 10 practical exam results. It had the name of the examinee with the number of villain points and rescue points they acquired next to their respective rank. And the name at the top of that scoreboard? With the rank of number 1? Midoriya Izuku, 56 villain points and 100 rescue points. While you've acquired enough points to pass on VPs alone, your actions during the exam has granted you an amazing 40 points even before your intervention with the intimidating zero-pointer. And an extra 60 points for saving Uraraka Ochako, giving you a grand total of 156 points, placing you in first place. Congratulations Midoriya Izuku, you are in the hero course. This is your hero academia. The projection fizzed out. Izuku stared blankly for a few seconds, processing the information, before cheering. I got in. Kaken, I'm in the hero course. He shouted, turning to Aizawa. Did you know about that? Is that why you said what you said before the exam? Aizawa shrugged in response, hiding a smile in his scarf. What's this? Was that the so-called proud dad smile he was hiding? Hisashi wasn't pulling Izuku's leg? Is the eraserhead, Aizawa Shoyuda, actually a softie? Congrats, Aizu. That's amazing, you got first. Mitsuki praised, ruffling the greenette's hair. You did great, listener. Everyone was impressed. Virtually no one from your zone was injured. Hisashi agreed. Might want to steer clear of Recovery Girl though. She may not look it, but she takes pride in her work. And you almost beat her record of RPs. Izuku paled at the thought. He already escaped from the nurse's wrath once for taking down the zero-pointer, now he has another reason. The reveal of Katsuki's results were presented in a similar manner. His written exam was a 95-100, so he was 4 points under Izuku's grade. It was a lot closer than Izuku thought, but that didn't soften the glare that Katsuki was giving him. Freaking drama queen. Of course, since Izuku took the first place, Katsuki came in second with 77 villain points and 32 rescue points. Looking at villain points alone, Katsuki easily overpowered everyone, and he made sure to voice his superiority, causing most of the people present to roll their eyes. A quick mention of Izuku's 156 points compared to his 109 points shut him up, a new tactic that Mitsuki put into her How to Hush Katsuki toolbox. They would later find out that just saying 47 points is enough. The offense on Katsuki's face lasted through lunch, which got a kick out of everyone. And while the Bakugos were excited that the number 1 hero was going to be teaching, to Izuku's relief, Aizawa and Hisashi subtly steered the conversation away from All Might by talking about the classes at UA. They obviously couldn't spoil everything, but they did allow Izuku and Katsuki to know that they'll likely be in the same class. It was about time for Izuku's time for work when they finished lunch, so he cleaned up his mess in Katsuki's room before heading over to the cafe. Or that was the plan. Hello. Hi Midoriya. Shinso whispered, his voice sounded muffled and Izuku heard clinking as Shinso talked. Are you busy right now? Izuku stopped in his tracks, he was also hearing yelling in the background. Shinso? Is everything okay? I'm okay. Shinso said after a beat of silence and more yelling. You don't sound okay. Izuku frowned. Are you safe? Where are you? What's going on? There was a loud bang and a hiss that came through the phone. I'm in the B bathroom with Dusk. To my parents. I'll meet you. Tell me your address. Shinso told Izuku his address and Izuku took off in a sprint, keeping Shinso on the line. He also sent a quick text to Aizawa about the situation. Izuku only had a permit to use the healing side of his quirk, He can't do anything about arrests or wellness checks. All he can do as a civilian in the eye of the law is to contact someone who can. He probably should have included more information, but right now, Izuku focused on getting to Shinso as quickly as possible. Shinso, I'm here. Can you get out of there? Izuku asked, arriving at the front gates of a house. Izuku heard a shower curtain swish. Was Shinso hiding in a bathtub? No, they may be quiet, but I know they're still outside the door. Shinso finally said. There's a window, but I'm on the second floor. Okay, second floor, that's at most 4 meters above ground. Izuku began to mumble. Can you fit through the window? Yeah? You're not telling me to? That's exactly what I'm telling you to do. Izuku confirmed. Tell me which side of the house you're on and open the window. Don't do anything yet. Izuku hopped the gates and walked to the side of the house that Shinso indicated. He saw a window swing open and waved when Shinso's purple hair peeked over the ledge. He frowned at the muzzle that was around Shinso's jaw. Hey Shinso, did you know you can survive a fall from that height? Izuku asked. Shinso blinked. You're insane. Rip off the shower curtain and drop it down, we're going to get Dusk down first. I don't want you to leave him locked in the bathroom. Shinso did as told and Izuku used the curtain as a net to safely catch Dusk. Hi bud. Stay over here, alright? I'm going to go get Shinso. Izuku set the curtain with the cat aside and turned back to Shinso who was looking unsure about Izuku's plan. I won't let you get hurt. Izuku promised, opening his arms after turning down his modulator. Just trust me, Hitoshi. Shinso was having a sheet week, to say the least. He was pretty sure he failed the practical exam. Sure, he got some points because he discovered an off switch hidden in the back of the head of the robots, but he discovered it so late in the game that it didn't make a difference. And when he did use his quirk, it was to force examinees out of the way of danger or to make another examinee protect someone else. He made sure to apologize to the vine-haired girl for using his quirk since she looked horrified after she was put under, believing she was being possessed. If anything, he helped the examinees gain more points. He supposed it was a good idea to invest in the general education exam. With all the studying he did at the cafe with Midoriya's help, he was pretty confident that he'll pass. The only problem was with his parents. If he could even call the adults that birthed him his parents. While it was the law that he needed to attend high school, so his parents will abide by it and pay for the expenses that came with the education, he knew that they wouldn't appreciate him going to UA. A villain kid like him? In a hero school? What a joke. Which was how he got himself in this predicament. He should have seen this coming. There was no way that Shinso could have hid the fact that he took the UA exams instead of another school's exam forever. He really tried though. He woke up at the crack of dawn and snuck out multiple times to check the mail. He hated breaks, he had no valid reason to go outside so he permanently had a muzzle on, and his parents keeps him locked in his room with only Dusk as company. He wasn't as lonely this time around since he could message and if he were lucky to not have the muzzle call Midoriya. It's still SCQD that he couldn't visit the cafe. It was getting hard to make excuses why he hasn't been showing up. He wondered if the manager would notice his absence this time. It was just his rotten luck that when he did finally find the letter, he was caught. The moment his mother grabbed his arm harshly and caught sight of the UA seal, she dropped what she was doing and furiously walked up to Shinso. She was ready to snatch the letter away, ready to destroy its contents, but Shinso instinctively knocked her arm away. That only made her angrier and draw the attention of his father who asked what was going on. Long story short, he ran to the bathroom to lock himself inside with Dusk in his arms after getting hit. He wanted out of this life. He doesn't trust the police to help him. What if his parents talked their way out of it? Calling him a bad kid with a bad quirk? That he was just acting out? Blowing things out of proportion? If they get let off the hook, the consequence is not something he wants to find out. The silver lining of getting hit in the face was that the muzzle that was fastened around Shinso's face dislodged, which allowed him to talk with mild discomfort. Maybe that was why he was tapping on Midoriya's contact. In 10 months, Midoriya broke down the careful walls Shinso built up. He stayed by Shinso's side and hung around him. And Shinso didn't make it easy. For the first few months, it was just Midoriya filling the conversation. He was so adamant about being Shinso's friend that he had no choice but relent. Now were friends supposed to trust each other so much that they are willing to jump out the window of the second floor because the other told them to? Shinso didn't know. He doesn't really have any friends to form a baseline of normal trust levels. Just trust me, Hitoshi. Shinso's eyes widened at the sudden use of his first name. Okay. He found himself saying, climbing out the window. He took a deep breath before letting himself fall. No points for landing. Shinso thought absently as Midoriya broke his fall. He should learn some parkour. Oh God, Midoriya broke his fall. Midoriya. Shinso pushed himself off the greenette. Are you okay? Midoriya sat up with a groan, green flames dancing over his body. I'm okay, how are you? I'm alright. Shinso decided to say. He really wasn't alright, but he was better now. He wasn't locked in a room. He was away from all the yelling and he was with someone who actually cares. Here, let me get that off of you. Midoriya reached for Shinso's muzzle. His hand ignited a cherry-red fire which made him flinch away. It's okay, I won't hurt you. Much to Shinso's surprise, he didn't feel any heat from the fire. The only heat he felt was from the muzzle. The heat of the fire made the leather brittle and Midoriya easily broke it off his face. Shinso held his sore jaw. He was sure that marks were left from it. They always fastened it too tightly around his face. You have bruises. Midoriya said sadly, cupping Shinso's cheek. Shinso felt heat rush to his cheeks when he felt Midoriya's palm touch his face as he locked eyes with Midoriya. They were so gentle, so earnest, and just so full of worry for him. Did he really deserve someone like Midoriya? It's okay. Shinso assured. I'm used to it. Midoriya frowned. Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to say. You shouldn't have to be used to it. So, Hitoshi? Shinso asked, changing the subject. Midoriya chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, it just kind of slipped out. I won't call you that again if you don't want to. No, it's okay. I don't mind. I was just surprised. Shinso tried to smile, but he winced at the pain as his lips quirked upwards. Midoriya deepened his frown and Shinso then decided that he didn't really like that look on his friend's face. Midoriya looked much better smiling and happy. I'm going to heal you now, okay? Midoriya said, showing his green-flamed hand. Shinso hesitated, grabbing Midoriya's wrist. You can't, it'll get rid of evidence. I would take photos so you can, but I don't know if they'll accuse me of shopping it. Midoriya sighed remorsefully. I understand. I'll be fine in a few days anyways. They're just bruises, don't worry about it. Midoriya didn't say anything, but Shinso could tell that he didn't appreciate that he was downplaying his injuries. He simply stood up and offered his hand to Shinso. He took it after dusk climbed into his arms. Then Midoriya led him to the front of the house where two men were waiting at the gates. Is that Eraserhead? Midoriya grinned. Aizawa wasn't sure what he was expecting after he received an address by text from Izuku, asking for help. But this was Midoriya Izuku. He's the kind of kid who would do everything in his power to do everything on his own. It couldn't be something some animal stuck in a tree. Izuku knew enough parkour to easily climb and descend. Did he stumble across an injured civilian? Izuku had a quirk permit to heal. A villain attack? Maybe, but Izuku would have added more information about the perpetrators so that Aizawa would be prepared. He might even suggest a few heroes that were better suited for the situation. He recognized the address was a part of a suburban neighborhood. Villains rarely target that type of environment. Most villain attacks that happen in a suburban area were the result of an ongoing chase. Maybe it was a robbery or a home invasion. But in broad daylight? Not likely. Therefore, if Izuku was asking for his help, he must want someone he trusts. Aizawa could only think of the most probable incidents committed in the area. On the low end, it was a powerful quirk manifestation. And on the high end, either way, something must be terribly wrong. Hello, detective? Aizawa dialed the number of Tsukachi. My kid sent me an address that I'm going to check out. It seems serious. Your kid? Tsukachi repeated. Aizawa could hear the grin in his voice. Aizawa groaned. You know what I mean. I'm just messing with you, Eraser. I'll see you in a bit, send me your location. Soon, there they were in front of the address that Izuku sent. It wasn't a Quirk manifestation, nothing looked out of the ordinary. Well, nothing did look out of the ordinary until they caught sight of Izuku walking in front of a taller purple-haired boy around his age holding a gray cat. Aizawa narrowed his eyes when he noticed the state of other. Is that Eraserhead? The purple teen asked. What is with kids that need his help knowing his hero name? He's supposed to be unknown. Izuku. He called. Are you okay? What's going on? I'm fine, Eraser. Izuku said, motioning to the boy behind him. This is Shinso Hitoshi. Any reason why you haven't healed him yet? Izuku glanced back at Shinso, who nodded. Hitoshi wanted to keep the physical evidence. I'm not too hurt, he doesn't need to. Shinso added. Aizawa gave him a look before turning to Izuku. Heal him up, Izuku, and talk to Detective Tsukachi. I have an idea what's going on and am going to go talk. But Midoriya called you. Shinso objected, looking at the detective warily. We should talk to you. It appeared that Shinso didn't trust many adults in his life. But he trusts Midoriya enough to extend part of that trust to Aizawa. Aizawa looked at Tsukachi, who nodded understandingly, patting his shoulder before heading to the front door. Alright, tell me what happened. Hitoshi watched as the detective led his parents into the interrogation room to be questioned for child abuse and Quirk discrimination. Midoriya made sure to stay close to him so that he felt comfortable. He flinched when the mother pointed a glare in his direction. Hitoshi would like to think that Midoriya and Eraserhead did not notice. You're okay now? Izuku assured, poking Hitoshi's side. Eraser is pretty good at his job, and if he trusts Detective Tsukachi, then we should too. Hitoshi nodded. The two teens decided to pass the time by playing with Dusk. So, how do you know Eraserhead? Izuku asked as he danced his fingers in front of Dusk to swat at. Like any other hero, I scrolled through HeroTube. Hitoshi shrugged. He doesn't have a physical quirk, so I thought I could learn from his style. Must have been some intense scrolling, there's only a handful of videos about him. Izuku grinned. Good to know another Eraserhead fanboy. Hitoshi ignored the comment. How about you? How do you know Eraserhead personally? I lost control of my quirk and he came to get in under control. Then stuff happened, so I started living with him. He's my temporary legal guardian. Hitoshi could feel the tension. It was a touchy subject, so he didn't continue asking Izuku questions to elaborate. When the detective walked out of the interrogation room with a deep sigh and frown, Eraserhead was pulled to the side, and by the way his eyes flashed red, Hitoshi could tell that whatever was said during the questioning was horribly upsetting. Izuku seemed to get a read on the mood as well. Let me guess, they said they did anything wrong? They had no way of controlling me? Hitoshi asked. That I'm just a kid acting out because of my villain quirk? I don't think I've introduced myself, have I? Tsukachi said. I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. So? Telling me your name won't take them away. Hitoshi huffed. Tsukachi just smiled patiently before explaining his quirk, lie detector. Eraserhead and Izuku grinned as the realization dawned on Hitoshi. Well, we now have both accounts from you too. Once we build the case and get a court date settled, we may ask you to be present. Hitoshi nodded dumbfoundedly as Tsukachi turned to leave. You alright? Midoriya asked. Hitoshi gave him a nervous smile. I just didn't think anyone would do anything. They were the good guys, you know? Kid, what they were doing was nowhere close to the definition of good. Eraserhead sighed. So, what happens to me now? Hitoshi asked. I'm guessing foster care? Midoriya looked alarmed at the idea. He can't, Eraser. Foster care is just as bad as schools when it comes to quirk discrimination. It'll be no different than now. Then what do you suggest we do? Eraserhead asked, looking at the green-haired teen. Izuku, no. I didn't even say anything yet. I know that look. Eraserhead sighed. I can't just take in another kid, I have you already. Midoriya crossed his arms, huffing. Oh, come on, Eraser. I can sleep on the couch. Or I can just live with Kaken. You said it yourself, villains aren't targeting me anymore. Yeah, because you're under surveillance by 2 pros. And adopted by, like, most of the UA staff. Oh, come on. Don't they have anything better to do than to stalk a kid? Midoriya groaned. Nizu probably put a tracker on me somewhere and hacked cameras to track my movements. It'll work. Izuku. Hitoshi, confused by the situation, interrupted. You're being tracked by villains? It's a long story. Has to do with why I'm living with Eraser. Midoriya explained quickly. Just 1 week. I'll visit every day. And I'll give you daily hourly updates. And if anything happens by the time you starts, I'll clean the litter box for a month. Even if I agree, which I haven't, mind you, have you even asked Shinso about this? I was here the whole time and I didn't hear anything. Eraser pointed out. I don't mind. Hitoshi exclaimed quickly, blushing as he tried to tone down his enthusiasm. The prospect of living with his idol instead of a foster home was much more appealing. Midoriya looked at Eraserhead. So, you agree? He said yes. Eraserhead sighed deeply. Hitoshi noted that the hero does that a lot, glaring at Midoriya. Fine. 1 week, Izuku. Great. I'll text Auntie Suki. Midoriya smiled happily, nudging Hitoshi. Don't mind his grumpy face, he's actually a softie. Midoriya did just convince the hero to take in a kid he just met, so maybe it was true. Plus, Dusk didn't hiss or try to attack Eraserhead when he approached. That was a good sign. Come on. Let's go. Midoriya hopped off the bench. Once we get to the apartment, we can open your letter. I can't wait to see what you got. Right, he still had his letter to open. The thing that started all of this. Well, at least, it got him out of his situation. Now if he got accepted into the hero course, he'd feel even better. Did you get into the course you wanted? Hitoshi asked, following Midoriya and Eraserhead to the apartment. Midoriya nodded excitedly. Yeah, I got in the hero course with Kaken. I had a whole plan laid out for the exam, but we ended up in different zones. So, I had to whip one out on the fly. Of course, Midoriya got into the course he wanted. There was no way he didn't. Hitoshi thought. He was perfect as a hero. He was smart, kind, compassionate, and brave. UA would be stupid to not accept him. Soon enough he was walking into the apartment and met with Eraserhead's husband, Hizashi. And once he recovered from the shock that Hizashi was actually present, which means he'll be living with 2 pro heroes, and let Dusk get acquainted with the couple's 2 cats, he was holding the letter in his hands, ready to open it in front of Midoriya. I should tell you beforehand that I don't think I'll be in the hero course. Hitoshi warned with a sigh. I did fine in the written exam, but... You're worried about the practical exam? Midoriya finished for him. Hitoshi nodded, sighing again. Yeah, I wasn't to get much training done because of, But I'm sure I got some points. Well, here goes nothing. Oh, you got an actual letter. Midoriya noted. I got a tiny projector in my envelope. Well, that didn't sound good. Hitoshi thought, reading over the contents of the letter. His heart sank when he read that he was a few points short to be admitted into the hero course. He knew that it was likely, but it still hurt to have it confirmed. I'm in the Gen course. Hitoshi announced. Guess I wasn't good enough. Did you read all of it? Hizashi asked with a grin. What was he hinting at? Hitoshi looked at the hero with a frown. What's the point? I got all the information I need. Kid. Eraserhead said with what Hitoshi could only assume was the dad look, giving his husband an elbow to the side. With a sigh, Hitoshi continued reading. It congratulated him for being the few examinees to passively shut off the robot with the off switch, and by few, it was explicitly said that he was the only other person to find it. Some girl named Hagakure acted similarly. His eyes widened at the final sentence written. Ooh, it looks like you read something good. What is it? Midoriya asked. Hitoshi appreciated that he didn't treat him any differently. It congratulated me for being the only other participant to find the off switch and that Eraserhead has volunteered to train me as an extracurricular. If I show results at the sports festival, they can transfer me. Hitoshi replied numbly. There was an off switch. I suffered quirk exhaustion for nothing. Midoriya cried angrily. Actually, never mind. Congratulations. I never knew you could transfer class just like that. Hisashi smiled wider and it looks like Eraserhead was about to murder his husband. Oh yeah, Shoyuta insisted he take you on. Really reminds me of our days at UA. He was in the general course before transferring. Oh my god, you're such a dad, Eraser. Midoriya snickered, earning a high five from Hisashi and a smack from Eraserhead. Watch it, Izuku. Eraserhead warned, eyes flashing red. I can expel you. You didn't train me for 10 months just to expel me. Watch me. Eraserhead, if he was going to live with the hero, he should call him Aizawa, Hitoshi's mind-corrected retorted. Midoriya held his hand up placatingly, turning to grab Hitoshi by the arm. I'll go get Hitoshi settled into his room. Hitoshi, still stunned by everything that has happened today, let himself be dragged into a room full of hero merchandise. Oh wow. He breathed, snapping back to reality. This is a lot of stuff. Midoriya grinned sheepishly. Yeah, I'm a bit of a hero nerd. But this is your room now. So, I can take it down if you want. Hitoshi contemplated the decision. All this merchandise wasn't really his style. But, to be fair, he never really had the chance to amass enough hero merchandise to decorate his room. He didn't know how he felt about it. It didn't make him too uncomfortable though. No, it's okay. Hitoshi shook his head. I don't think I've had the chance to say this, but thank you, Midoriya, for everything you've done. Midoriya blushed happily, confirming in Hitoshi's brain that he preferred the greenette happy. Call me Izuku, it's only fair. And it's no problem, Hitoshi, I'm just glad you're safe now. Still, thank you. Hitoshi insisted, rubbing the back of his neck. I just want you to know that I really appreciate it, Izuku. I'm not really good at this. Hey, you'll learn. Izuku laughed, checking his phone. Anyways, I'm going to pack up. Auntie Suki is thrilled to have me over. Sometimes I think she likes me more than oh crap. Hitoshi jolted in surprise. What's wrong? I completely ditched work. Izuku wailed, shoving clothes into his bag quickly. I got to go, Hitoshi, see you at UA. Hitoshi watched Izuku sprint out of the room. A quick, bye Mike. Bye Dadzawa. Take care of Hitoshi, was yelled before the sound of a door slamming shut resounded in the apartment. I don't care if school hasn't started, I'm giving him detention. Izawa groaned, appearing at the door with Hisashi and the cats in tow. He's a bit of a mess, isn't he? Hisashi chuckled. How's the room? There's all the basics you need, we can go out later to buy anything you're missing. Hitoshi shook his head. I'm fine, you've given me more than I can ask for. You sure? It's no problem really. Hisashi assured. You know what? I'll let you settle in, let me know if you think of anything. Dinner will be ready at 6. Aizawa nodded, tossing Hitoshi a gym towel. Go get changed, I'll wait in the living room. Wait what? We're starting training now if you want any chance at the sports festival. Aizawa stated. You better be ready because I won't go easy on you. Oh no, he's in danger. For the week leading up to the first day, Izuku stayed with the Bakugos as promised. Izuku figured it was to allow Hitoshi to acclimate with the Yamada Aizawa household and ensure that he couldn't possibly peek at their plans, not that he would ever dream of it, but, in reality, the couple just didn't want to face Bakugo Mitsuki's wrath. She insisted on taking photos once they were dressed in their uniforms. Katsuki, where's your tie? Mitsuki demanded, noticing her son's attire. Don't worry, Auntie. Izuku smiled, pulling out an extra tie from his pocket. I have it in case a teacher tells him to wear it. We all know that his bad boy reputation is just a front. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar. What was that, nerd? At least I know how to wear a tie. What even is that knot? Izuku pouted, looking at the weirdly knotted tie around his neck. I thought it was fine. I think it's charming, Izuku. Masaru chimed in, patting Katsuki's shoulder to release the other boy. Now come on. Stand together so we can get the photos. And a lot of photos were taken. Like a lot. Even Izuku was starting to lose his patience after the 10th photo. It was still early in the morning, but the threat of being late ate at his stomach to the point he started fidgeting on the spot. Auntie Suki, Izuku whined. That's enough pictures. We need to go. Katsuki sighed in agreement. Yeah, you took enough, way more than enough. Oh, I'm sorry. I got carried away. Mitsuki giggled, snapping another photo of her kids. At this point, Izuku is her son. You can fight her. Exasperated face. I just want to make sure I documented your first day of school as much as possible to show Inko later. Izuku smiled sadly. Yeah, I understand. Lighten up. Mitsuki is just being herself. Masaru gave the two boys one last hug. Now go on, have a great day. Katsuki grunted in response, walking out the door while Izuku mustered up the brightest smile to push down the sadness he felt. Bye. The two made it to UA with no trouble due to the 10 months of training at the school. They easily found their classroom, Class 1A, in the huge high school thanks to Izuku and took their seats. According to the seating chart, Izuku sat directly behind Katsuki. They exchanged fist bumps at the convenient seating placement before going to do their own thing. Izuku began pulling out his notebooks while Katsuki rested his feet on the desk in front of him. So, who do you think will be our homeroom teacher? Katsuki asked. You can probably guess, right? Izuku hummed, flipping through his medical notebook. Seeing how Eraser taught me in this classroom and told me that he expelled last year's class for incompetency, I think it's a safe bet that it'll be him. Great, the hobo ninja gets to be on our buttes for even longer. Katsuki sighed, but there was no annoyance in his voice, just a statement. How's the other guy anyways? Oh, Hitoshi? He said that he got his butt kicked 6 ways to Sunday. Apparently, Eraser decided to start training early for him, and you know how he's not one to pull punches. Izuku chuckled. But he's doing good. A lot better than before. Well, DMN Zuku. Let me have a chance to be a hero, won't you? Izuku just flicked the back of Katsuki's head and was about to retort when the door slid open. The two teens looked towards the direction of the sound and found the blue-haired glasses teen from the exam. I am from Semi-Private Academy. My name is Ida Tenya. He introduced himself loudly. Izuku shrunk in his seat, fidgeting with his modulator. He did not want to confront him again. Katsuki, on the other hand, openly growled at his presence, muttering, Great, you're here. You there. Get your feet off that desk now. Ida demanded once he caught sight on Katsuki. Katsuki ped his head to the side, clicking his tongue. Huh? You say something, prissy boy? It is the first day and you are already disrespecting this academy and those who came before you by scuffing school property. Furthermore, where is your tie? You came to this establishment without a critical piece of the uniform. Katsuki rolled his eyes, his fingers twitching in annoyance. A telltale sign that he was about to let an explosion loose. Izuku now had a dilemma. On one hand, he could do nothing about the situation and have the glasses teen learn the hard way about Katsuki's temper, or on the other hand, he could intervene and draw attention to himself. He doesn't want Katsuki to be in trouble on the first day. So Izuku took the bullet. He coughed into his fist to gain his attention. It did the trick since the blue-haired teen turned to look at him. Ida immediately rushed to his desk. Midoriya. Izuku stuttered. Nice to meet you, Ida. Katsuki clicked his tongue again. Yeah, very nice. I'm trying to save you, Kaken. Izuku whispered exasperatedly, kicking Katsuki's seat. Recognition flashed by Ida's eyes and he quickly bowed an impressive 90 degrees. You realize there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? I had no idea. I completely misjudged you, Midoriya, and I deeply apologize. You clearly are the most deserving at the top spot of the exam. No, it's okay. You don't need to apologize. Izuku insisted, flailing his arms in protest. If anything, I should be apologizing for snapping at you. Seems well-deserved if you ask me. Katsuki huffed, earning himself another kick. 47 points, Kaken. Izuku said through a strained smile and thank God for small mercies because Katsuki didn't say anything else. Sorry about that, Ida. Before Ida could reply, the door slid open again and a group of 4 students walked in. Awesome, we're in the same class. The red-haired smiled, revealing holy sheet, are those real? Shark teeth. Izuku looked to Katsuki, who seemed to recognize him before frowning to save face. So this was someone Katsuki met before. The F? Are you again? Come a minute. All I did was change my hair. It's me, Kirishima. You helped me during the exam. Katsuki knew this guy. It was someone Katsuki helped during the exam. Shitty hair. Izuku snapped his fingers, remembering the nickname Katsuki chose for the examinee he didn't learn the name of. Great to finally have a face to put to the nickname. I'm Midoriya Izuku. The pink-skinned girl next to him burst out laughing. Shitty hair? Oh my god, Kiri, you sure he was the manly dude who helped you? But Mina, my hair was so lame before this. The shark-toothed teen Kirishima complained, referring to his spiky red hair. It's better now, right? Still shitty. Katsuki shrugged before adding quietly. It suits you though. Izuku caught it, giving Katsuki a smirk. Congrats, Kirishima. That's the closest compliment Kaken will ever ow. Shut it, nerd. Katsuki glared, leaning over Izuku's desk to punch him. It is quite inappropriate to hit a fellow classmate. Ida reprimanded, his arms making a chopping motion. Katsuki finally let out an explosion, making the 5 students crowding the desks take a step back in surprise and possibly fear. Well, so much for that, Izuku thought. Sorry about Kaken, he's a good guy, I swear. Izuku insisted, trying to find his words. He's just explosive. The black-haired boy of the quartet supplied. Yeah, he's great when you get to know him. How should I say this? He's like a firecracker. Explosive and flashy, but he's ultimately harmless. What did you say, Zuku? Katsuki roared, getting Izuku in a headlock. Well, mostly. Izuku laughed, tapping Katsuki's arm with a warning. Don't make me say it. Katsuki growled at the threat, releasing the greenette. They went around to introduce each other. The pink-skinned girl was Ashido Mina. Kirishima already introduced himself. The black-haired boy was Shiro Hanta, and the blonde with a black lightning pattern on his bangs was Kaminari Denki. Oh, glad to see you were all right after the exam. Izuku looked at Kaminari. Kaminari nodded, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't get to thank you for helping me. I'm sort of out of it when I short-circuit. I don't exactly remember what happened either. More people trickled into the classroom during their talk. Izuku saw Todoroki enter the classroom and was about to go talk to the dual-haired teen when a gasp caught his attention. Oh, it's you. Everyone turned to the sound of a brunette rushing to Izuku's side. I never got to thank you. You disappeared while I was getting checked up. She said, I'm glad that we're in the same class. I'm Uraraka Achiko. Izuku smiled. Sorry about that, Uraraka. He was probably avoiding the granny's wrath. Katsuki snickered. Heard he was being a complete dumbass during the exam. 47 points, Kaken. Izuku rolled his eyes. Maybe he should start a tally of how many times he has to say it. He might give Auntie Suki a run for her money. Katsuki growled. I'll beat your butt. Anyways, Midoriya, how did you even take down that 0-pointer? Ashido questioned excitedly. Shiro and Kaminari nodded with her. Yeah, dude. That was insane. What do you mean? Izuku asked with Katsuki and Kirishima looking equally confused. Did you guys not get to see it? Shiro inquired. Is it not something the top 10 examinees get to see? What were we supposed to see? Kirishima asked. Is it something important? Ashido was bouncing on the spot in excitement. What you were supposed to see was the badassery of this bush taking down a skyscraper. I mean, I was there. I saw it firsthand. Uraraka explained with Ida agreeing with her. Meanwhile, Izuku was mortified. You mean everyone saw me? He bemoaned, looking around the class. Everyone finally placed his name to his face and now were just staring at him in curiosity. Izuku just wanted to disappear. The only bright side he can think of is that they haven't linked him and Katsuki to the sludge incident. Better get used to it, Zuku. Katsuki cackled at his embarrassment. We're going to be heroes and the spotlight will always be on us. Wish I got to see it. Kirishima sighed. You better show me later, Mina. Ashido gave Kirishima a thumbs up. Wow. What are these? Notebooks for? Kaminari looked at Izuku's table in surprise. Hero Analysis number 14? Medical Notebook number 3. He is very serious about his studies. I think it's very admirable. Ida commended with chopping arm motions. Izuku held up his analysis notebook with excitement and pride. Yeah, it's like a mini project that I started since I was 4. Quirks always fascinated me. I think this notebook will be dedicated to the people I meet here. This seemed to garner the attention of a sparkly blonde student who came prancing over. Then, I believe I should be the first to be featured in your notebook. My name is Aoyama Yuga, monsieur. He claimed boldly. That caused an uproar in the group that formed around Izuku and Katsuki. They were arguing over who should be written about first. At this point, Izuku wasn't even sure what was going on. Other than the Bakugos and his mom, everyone normally thought that his quirk analyses were creepy and stalkerish. They probably didn't know to what extent Izuku could analyze quirks. Too bad Izuku decided that his notebook would be ordered according to the seating chart, so Aoyama will be the first one. Katsuki just watched in amusement at the escalating situation while Izuku and Ida tried to defuse the argument. And maybe it was thanks to the environmental awareness training Aizawa drilled into their schedule, but the two noticed the classroom door slide open quietly and a lumpy yellow form appeared in the doorway. Then it clicked. I was Aizawa. Hey, extras! Katsuki yelled, letting out an explosion to get everyone's attention. Better get to your seats. We can talk about it later. I don't even know your quirks. Izuku promised, pointing to the floor where Aizawa was laying. But I think we should get to our seats, as Kaken said. I don't think our teacher appreciates having his time wasted. Everyone looked to the floor where Aizawa was rising from his sleeping bag. It took you all an extra 8 seconds for you all to take your seats and shut up. That won't cut it. Aizawa took his spot in behind the podium, giving Katsuki and Izuku a look for giving away his entrance. Izuku gave him a sheepish smile while Katsuki smirked. Don't give us the training if you don't want us to use it. He mouthed. Aizawa can read lips and he narrowed his eyes at Katsuki, giving a sigh before addressing the class. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. Welcome to UA's Hero Course. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I will be your homeroom teacher. Anyways, let's get this show on the roll, put these on and head outside. No one moved. Either they were unsure about Aizawa being an actual teacher at UA or they were too intimidated to move. Luckily, to not test Aizawa's patience, Katsuki and Izuku grabbed the tracksuits that Aizawa piled on the podium. Izuku made sure to bring his analysis notebook. He had an inkling that he'll want to keep it around for whatever Aizawa is planning. See you in a bit. Hobo Ninja. Katsuki waved, earning himself a kick from Izuku. Demenit Izuku. How many times are you kicking me today? As many times as I need. Izuku grinned. That seemed to snap the class out of their stupor and they quickly scrambled to follow the Wonder Duo. I mean, who was that guy? Kaminari asked as they walked to the change rooms. He doesn't look like a teacher. I mean, if he's here, then he must be some kind of pro, right? Uraraka offered with a wavering smile. But he looks so worn out. What's his deal? Ashido complained. I mean, we just got here and he's already making us change? While I do agree that his attire leaves much to be desired, I think it's disrespectful to be bad-mouthing our teacher. This is UA. Ida scolded. Izuku and Katsuki glanced between each other. They can't wait for the shock and the realization that Aizawa is no one to scoff at. The girls and boys split off into their respective change rooms. Except for one grape kid who Katsuki had to snarl at to not follow the girls. Fang grapehead, Katsuki grumbled as he zipped up his shirt, thinking that hanging back would give him a pass. Izuku was also about finished changing, giving Katsuki a pat. Guess we'll have to thank Eraser for that awareness training. The two of them were the first two outside. Aizawa was standing in front of a track with a stopwatch. Just as they suspected, the testing already started. Hello, you two, Aizawa said without looking up. Give your classmates any more hints? Katsuki shrugged. They'll learn. Can't give them everything. So, what are we doing next, Eraser? Izuku asked, bouncing on the spot in anticipation. Assuming the first test you're putting us through has already started. Since we're out here, my guess is that next is an apprehension test. Aizawa sighed with no ill intent. He supposed he should have seen this coming if both Katsuki and Izuku were going to be in his class. Will you stop giving everything away? No one's out yet, no harm done. That earned Izuku a rough hair ruffle. Keep the cheekiness to the minimum, problem child. Slowly, more students came to the field. Izuku can see cliques being formed as they were chatting amongst each other. Izuku quickly distanced himself from Aizawa, mostly to keep Aizawa's soft side a secret and to not accidentally be painted as an butt-kisser. Aizawa does a quick head count before pocketing his stopwatch in a deadpan manner. Too long. Time is precious in the hero world. We're going to do a quirk assessment test. The class clamored at the announcement, except for Katsuki and Izuku who were expecting this. They quietly waited for Aizawa to continue and prepared themselves. But what about the entrance ceremony? Uraraka asked. The orientation? If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Aizawa explained curtly. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's how the teachers run their classes. Unsure murmurs chorused through the crowd. You kids have been doing these since middle school too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. It's not rational. Bakugo. Aizawa called, looking at the blonde. You're up. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Katsuki answered, walking up to the circle. Now try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa instructed. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Katsuki did a few stretches. What? I'll add a blast to the pitch. He mumbled before reeling his arm back. Die! Everyone had to shield their eyes from the amount of sand that got blown back. Katsuki shook out the strain of his explosion from his arm, returning to his spot next to Izuku. Die? Is that the best you can think of, Kaken? Izuku snorted in amusement as the class watched the ball blast through the air in astonishment, quirking an eyebrow. Katsuki didn't dignify Izuku's schoolyard taunt with a response, a triumphant grin appearing on his face when Aizawa revealed his result. Know your own maximum first, that is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Dumbstruck exclamations rang through the class. Most of them gaped at Katsuki's impressive distance of 705.2 meters. Katsuki and Izuku cringed once they heard Ishido cheer that the test looked fun. Looks like raccoon eyes is the trigger for the wake-up call. Katsuki noted, crossing his arms. I thought it would have been Pikachu. Izuku sighed. It appears so. Well, here we go. It looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Aizawa asked before a sadistic smile, reminiscent of Nizu's grin that sent chills down Izuku's spine, graced his face. Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be expelled as a consequence. There it is. Aizawa's scare tactic. And as expected, everyone yelled their complaints. Punished with expulsion? Uraraka cried out. But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day, this is too unfair. Without skipping a beat, Aizawa deadpanned. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. The real world is covered with unfairness. I'm not here to baby you. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Most would think that it was an oddly encouraging way to follow up his threat of expulsion, but that was just Aizawa's brand of teaching. And it works. Izuku could see Uraraka swallowed her nervousness, holding her fist close to her chest, and Ida give a determined nod. Similar actions were made throughout the group as the first test was set up, the 50-meter dash. It was done in pairs, according to their seat number. The first duo up was Ida and Azui. Izuku already knew about Ida's quirk. It was very similar to the Turbo Hero, Ingenium's quirk. They both had the Ida name. They were probably related. Izuku should ask how similar they are later. He looked to the green-haired girl he was up against. She didn't make much of an impression in class. She was quiet, but she seemed like the older sister type. She seemed unbothered by Aizawa's threat. Her face remained neutral. The gun fired and, as expected, Ida easily overtook Azui by finishing the 50 meters in just over 3 seconds. But Azui wasn't too slow either. She leapt through the course like a frog and earned herself 5.58 seconds. Probably a mutation quirk, Izuku noted, flipping to the third section of his notebook. From what he observed, she had a prehensile tongue like a frog and her mannerisms are also a little frog-like. Next were Ojiro and Uraraka. Ojiro clearly had a mutation. His tail definitely meant he was a close-quarter combatant, which probably meant he did some training in terms of running and movement. How he would apply his quirk for this test? Izuku could think of a few ideas. Maybe he'll try to propel himself forward with his tail by putting his weight on his appendage like a kangaroo. Or maybe like Azui, he would take a more frog-like approach. As for Uraraka, Izuku knows that she has a gravity or telekinetic quirk from when she mentioned that she has a weight limit. He was leaning more towards the gravity quirk since she didn't seem to have the ability to control the object affected, she just makes them float. Like how she did with Izuku the morning of the exam. Izuku concluded that was contact-induced once he saw her activate her quirk on her clothes. That was smart since her quirk doesn't give her a mobility advantage. Ojiro passed with 5.49 seconds and Uraraka was behind by 1.66 seconds. The third to go was Ishido and Aoyama. Other than her alien-like appearance, Izuku couldn't guess what Ishido's quirk was. But she did take off her shoes for the dash. Maybe it was another contact quirk? And speaking off odd attire, Aoyama had a large belt around his abdomen. Also, his ready position was with his back towards the track and standing up straight. When the gun went off, Izuku had to shield his eyes from the sudden surplus of sparkles and light that exuded from Aoyama's stomach. His belt was probably a support item that helps him direct his laser. It only lasted a moment though. He fell onto his but when his laser fizzled out before finishing. That extra time was enough for Ishido to slide to the finish line before him. Her feet secrete some sort of slippery substance that allowed her to glide on the floor. It explains why she was barefooted. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. Aoyama explained to no one in particular, but Izuku appreciated the information as he jotted it down. It was rinse and repeat after that. By the time it was Todoroki and Hagakure's, Izuku remembered that. She was the other person that found the off switch. She'll be a great underground hero, Izuku thought absently. Being invisible is a bonus for stealth turn. Izuku realized that he was paired with Katsuki. Get ready to eat my dust, Zuku. Katsuki taunted with a grin. Izuku slid his finger across his quirk modulator, returning his grin with one of his own. As ready as you are to eat mine. And they were off. Katsuki let off multiple consecutive explosions to throw himself forward. Not one to be outdone, the soles of Izuku's feet lit up and he used it to propel himself to the finish line. The two were basically neck at neck with Izuku lagging behind Katsuki by a hair as they flew across the line. As a desperate ploy, Izuku threw balance out the window and threw his body forward to shave off his time. He face-planted and tumbled into a somersault. As Katsuki laughed at Izuku's dirt-covered face, Izuku quickly sat up and looked to the robot that was recording their times in anticipation. The first time announced was Katsuki's, 4.13 seconds, then Izuku's was announced afterwards, 4.15 seconds. Guess you ate sheet for nothing, huh? Katsuki smirked victoriously. 47 points, Kaken. Izuku glared, flicking a tiny fireball in his direction and Aizawa had to hide his laugh. The next test was the grip test. Nothing too insane occurred. It was no surprise that the strength-based quirks scored high. Shoji earned 540 kilograms on his grip test with his multiple arms. Izuku wondered if there was a limit to how many appendages he can generate and how the information received was processed. The third test was the standing long jump. Most of the quirks displayed wouldn't improve the user's performance except for Katsuki, Aoyama and Izuku who all cleared the sandbox. Hey, Uraraka? Izuku called. Why don't you use your quirk on yourself? You could have cleared the sandbox easily. Uraraka smiled bashfully, pressing her fingers together. I could, but I don't think I could clear the box and not be nauseous afterwards. I still need to be able to do the other tests. Izuku nodded. He was a bit disappointed by how quickly her limit can be reached, but that's why everyone's here. To learn and extend their limits. The toe touch test was dominated by the girls, with Azui placing first and Ashido being a close second. Followed up with the sidestep test. The results were all pretty average except for Mineta, who used the purple ball on his head as a bouncy platform that earned him first place in that test. Then, the push-up test was dragged on a lot longer than intended because of Katsuki's competitiveness and Izuku's spite. Everyone had already dropped out at that point. Getting tired there, nerd? Katsuki smirked, sweat dripping down his forehead. Izuku huffed, he can feel his abdomen hurt and arms shake. Watch yourself, Kaken. Don't want your quirk to activate on accident. Alright, you two. This has gone on long enough. We still have 2 more tests to do. Izawa sighed. You can settle your score with the other tests. Eraser, I will get Mike to spit into your coffee. Izuku threatened with no intention of stopping his push-ups. Izawa rolled his eyes, knocking both friends' arms so they face-planted into the ground. That's enough. Go get water while the others do the softball throw. The action was normal to Izuku and Katsuki. It was something Izawa did often to get them to break up their competition. Usually it was with his capture weapon, but a good kick does the trick too. Izuku and Katsuki took a few moments of them just panting on the floor. Dirt stuck to their sweaty face. I already ate dirt today. Izuku whined. I will get macchiato and butterscotch to suffocate you in your sleep. Sure, good luck getting them to do anything. He said, throwing 2 water bottles at the boys before walking away to go record Aoyama's throw record. Lucky for me that they adore me. I win. Katsuki boasted tiredly, sitting up to drink the water. I squeezed 1 more push-up before being kicked down. Yeah, congratulations. Izuku huffed, twisting the cap off his bottle. It was Uraraka's turn when Izuku and Katsuki rejoined the group. Everyone was just watching the sky. Did she throw it? Izuku asked, nudging Kirishima. Yeah. Kirishima nodded, squinting to see if he could see the ball. It's just not coming back down. Izuku's notebook was back out again. So, there isn't a distance limit for her quirk effect. I wonder how long she can keep it up. She mentioned a weight limit, but clearly a softball is easy since it's so light. Everyone around Izuku except Katsuki took a step back as he began muttering up a storm. It was their first time witnessing Izuku's quirk analysis mumbling, and it definitely won't be their last. Katsuki added his own comments here and there until the tracker that Aizawa was holding pinged with the results. That's amazing. She got infinity. Kaminari yelled in surprise. Izuku started to feel anxious. How could he follow up such an amazing result? He didn't do particularly bad during the previous 6 tests, but he has yet to do anything outstanding. It was his turn soon, but he was so interested in his classmates' quirks that he completely forgot to think about applying his quirk to the ball throw. Midoriya, you're up. Aizawa called, tossing him a softball. Izuku caught it with a gulp, stepping into the sand circle. He felt all eyes on him. No doubt that they were curious about his quirk in terms of strength since he punched out a Titan-sized robot. He doesn't want to be defined by that event. He doesn't want to be only strong. That wasn't his definition of a hero. He just wanted to get this over with, get the number of eyes on him off, so he dialed his modulator to 75%. It was an elementary mistake on his part. He knows that he should turn it down when he is not feeling calm. As soon as the modulator released its hold on his quirk, bright red flames formed a protective dome around Izuku. It effectively did the opposite of getting the attention off his back. He can hear worried murmurs through the crackle of his fire. Sensei, be careful. He heard someone warn. Izuku, you all right there? Aizawa asked, easily walking through Izuku's flame dome. He's witnessed enough of the panic dome to know that his fire won't actually burn anyone he doesn't consider a threat. No harm, no foul. Aizawa doesn't need to activate his quirk. This was embarrassing. I looked like a total rookie in front of my amazing classmates. Izuku lamented silently. Yep, I'm fine. Just give me a moment. Izuku assured, taking a breath. Aizawa nodded. Alright, but I still have a job to do. Any longer and I will have to erase your quirk. Duly noted, Dadzawa. Izuku saluted as the dome around him dissipated. He had no time to be ashamed of his mistake. He had to do his throw and the last test. Izuku might not get last place to be expelled, but he will if he didn't give it his all. Aizawa doesn't like things half-butted. He let his arm light up with flames. From his shoulder to his hand, it was a gradient of orange to white from his shoulder down to his palm. He never tried propelling an object with his fire, but the concept was similar to launching himself in the air. And even if it fails, his fire gave his throwing arm an extra strength boost, so his score would still be better than without the use of his quirk. Well, I guess I'm taking a page from your book, Kaken. Izuku mumbled, putting his whole body into his throw. He watched the fireball hit the ground, turning to Aizawa for his distance. Aizawa held up the device that read 705.3 meters, landing him in front of Katsuki by 10 centimeters, but behind Yaoyorozu since she created an actual cannon to shoot her ball and no one could beat Uraraka's record of infinity. It's another hero-like record. Uraraka cheered. Izuku grinned sheepishly. His earlier blunders seemed forgotten, fortunately. As usual, Katsuki was no happy about having his distance beat. He already knew what was going to come next, so he held a hand out and a fire barrier was acted. Katsuki could easily hop over the barrier, but it was just to show that Izuku was ready to throw down if needed. Zuku! Katsuki roared angrily, running in his direction with an exploding palm. Come on, Kaken. Izuku chuckled, lowering his stance to fight. Do you really have to fight me every time I beat you? Suddenly, his fire barrier was gone and Katsuki was being restrained by Aizawa's scarf. Oops, they screwed up. I said that you can settle your score with the other tests. I'd like to think that you too would understand to not make me use my quirk over and over. Aizawa grumbled, eyes flashing red. I have dry eye. Sorry, Eraser. Izuku apologized. Kaken's pride is just really hurt right now. Katsuki growled behind the scarf that was accidentally read strategically over his mouth. Huh? Whose pride? Just shut up. And cool your head, Bakugo. Aizawa sighed, yanking Bakugo backwards. Have your fight when I'm not around. Like you wouldn't be around to watch our fight. Katsuki scoffed, shrugging off the scarf that Aizawa let go slack. We know about the betting pool that's been going around the teacher lounge. Yeah. No shade to Mike, but there was no way we wouldn't find out since he's in on it. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, leaving the conversation at that before announcing the final test. Alright. The final test is the stamina run. You all will be doing it at the same time like the push-up test. Run until you need to bail out. Should that even be allowed? Siro asked, watching Yaoyorozu create a motorized scooter for the test. Izuku glanced at the vehicle, shrugging. I wonder if she had to create fuel too? I would have gone with something not motorized since fuel is another extra element to create. Does her quirk work on stamina? Do you think a skateboard would have worked? Doesn't matter as long as I do better. Katsuki shrugged. If Ponytail needs a vehicle to do the test, so be it. That's so manly, Kirishima said, clutching his fist. It was no surprise that Yaoyorozu lasted the longest in the stamina test. Most of the class stopped after 3 laps. They were on their 5th lap when Ishido stopped making that viscous liquid and tripped taking herself out of the running. Ida's engine fizzled out soon afterwards and Todoroki seemed to succumb to the cold. Izuku noticed how Todoroki has only been using his ice during the whole quirk apprehension, which was weird since it was public knowledge that his quirk was half hot half cold. Was there a reason why he hasn't used his fire? He could have balanced out the cold with his fire. Not only that, but Todoroki also seemed to be openly avoiding Izuku and Katsuki. He stood as far away as possible from the brunette and blonde in the lineup. But it could just be that he was just awkward and Izuku was overthinking it. There was no way that Izuku could outrun a vehicle. He could aim to last longer than Katsuki, but when he glanced back at the most recent students who bailed out, he stopped. Ishido, are you okay? Izuku asked, ignoring the way his lungs screamed for more oxygen. Yeah, guess my desperation got the better of me. Ishido grinned weakly, sitting on the floor. Izuku crouched down to look at Ishido. The hem of her pants was melted, and her feet were blistering with what looked like a chemical burn. Izuku lifted her ankle, examining the damage. So, I'm guessing your quirk has to do with acid? This looks a lot like an acid burn. I have resistance, but resistance doesn't mean immunity. Izuku nodded, turning down his modulator. I'm going to heal you up now, alright? I don't think you can walk to recovery, girl. Ishido's eyes widened at the green flames that appeared in the palm of Izuku's hand. She winced when he made contact with her foot. Izuku smiled apologetically, assuring her that it'll only be for a moment. Okay, there's still a bit of swelling, but you should be good to walk for a bit. Izuku said, hooking an arm under Ishido's. I'll help you walk. Thanks so much, Midoriya. It's always such a pain when this happens. Ishido sighed appreciatively. During the whole exchange, Katsuki finally stopped, which concluded the apprehension test. Izuku helped Ishido join the rest of the class who was gathered in front of Aizawa. Aizawa motioned Izuku to the front. Izuku frowned, passing Ishido to Kirishima before making his way through the crowd. Sir? Izuku looked at Aizawa curiously. Aizawa tossed him an armband, grabbing his shoulder to make Izuku face the class. As you all may have noticed with Ishido, Midoriya has a medical quirk. He is appointed as Class 1 as nurse by Recovery Girl. This, however, does not mean everyone has an excuse to be reckless. He is training to be a hero as much as everyone else, so anyone wastes his time by healing avoidable injuries is expelled. He turned to Izuku. You have extra classes with Recovery Girl, and this armband is to be worn during school. Being one, as nurse does not mean you are exclusively their nurse. There will be times where you'll be called out of class if Recovery Girl is busy. Understood? Understood, Eraser. Izuku nodded, slipping on the white armband with the red cross. Aizawa dismissed Izuku, holding up a remote. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Izuku looked for his name. He placed right below Katsuki in 4th place, which earned Izuku a smirk from Katsuki. It was a little disappointing, but Izuku could understand his result. Yaoyorozu's quirk has many applications. Todoroki, while only using half his quirk, is powerful, and Katsuki did training with Izuku for forever, so it was only expected that they were placed closely. He then looked to the bottom of the hologram board. Mineta was at the very bottom of the list. He felt some sympathy for the grape-headed boy. He was a lot shorter than the rest of the class, so physically it was no surprise that he scored lower. But he did his best. Izuku was sure that. Hold on. Scratch that. All the sympathy is thrown out the window. Yaoyorozu, bless her innocence, needed more awareness. Mineta was getting uncomfortably close to her. And Izuku swore he could hear him mumbling about accidentally brushing up against her. His suspicions were confirmed as Jiro narrowed her eyes and taking a step to separate them. He can trust her hearing since her quirk is hearing-based and female solidarity. Oh, how unfortunate, my finger slipped. Midoriya said sarcastically as he let his fire create a barrier in front of Mineta. Katsuki caught the movement, glaring at Mineta with an exploding palm. All right, grapehead. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to back the F off. Come on, guys. Where's your sense of the bro code? Mineta complained, yelping when the fire encircled him as Izuku's disdain spiked. Oh, I'll give you my sense of the bro code. Before any of them could raise a finger to destroy the shorter boy, Aizawa knocked both Izuku and Katsuki to the ground. Izuku groaned about it being the 3rd time today and it was getting out of hand. I will handle this, everyone is dismissed. Aizawa intervened, erasing all active quirks. Wait, what about the expulsion? Hagakure asked worriedly as she was placed 19th in the test. Aizawa sighed, clearly thinking that they were worried about the wrong thing. I was lying about the expulsion, but I might have to rethink that decision. I will not repeat myself again. Everyone is dismissed. Mineta, you're coming with me. Uraraka, Shiro, Ishido, Kirishima and Kaminari walked up to them with concern on their face after Aizawa dismissed them while dragging Mineta away with his scarf. Dude, that was such a nasty fall. Shiro asked, Are you guys okay? Ashido nodded. Right? Aizawa-sensei shouldn't have kicked you guys down like that, literally. He did the exact same thing during the push-up test. Don't worry about it. Eraser is always like that. Izuku waved off their worry with a smile. If he didn't stop us, we would have kept going until one of us dropped. That's so manly. Kirishima commended. Have you guys been training together for a long time? Been living with this nerd for all my life, can't do anything without him. Katsuki answered with a snort. Izuku rolled his eyes. We spar every now and then, but we've only done serious training together with Eraser for 10 months. He's just being dramatic. How'd that even happen anyways? I still have no idea who he is. Eraser? Never heard of him. Zero frowned. Never mind that. The fake expulsion threat? Way over the top. Kaminari cried half in relief and half in disbelief. Yaoyorozu quirked an eyebrow at the outcry. Of course, it was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. I would agree with you if there was more than one class of second years. Izuku mentioned casually before realizing how his comment made everyone pale. That doesn't mean he'll expel anyone for nothing. He obviously saw potential in everyone. Katsuki patted Izuku's shoulder sympathetically. The damage has been done. Izuku flailed his arms around a bit to save himself and think about other ways to assure his classmates but resigned. It would be cruel to sugarcoat Aizawa's methods and give everyone a false sense of security. He sighed, accepting the fear he accidentally instilled. Everyone returned to the classroom after getting changed. At the teaching podium was Hizashi, who waved amicably at the class. Hello, one. As you know, I'm your English teacher, Yamada Hizashi, also known as Present Mike. He greeted. I'm sure Eraserhead put you all through the ringer, so this PRD. Everyone waited with bated breath for Hizashi to complete his sentence. No doubt in there. Mind that he was going to pull some insane activity with an equally insane threat like Aizawa had. We're going to be doing some icebreakers. I doubt Eraserhead let you all get to know each other even if you guys are stuck together for the next 3 years. In fact, the rest of the classes until the end of the day were just a day to get to know everyone. Sadly, the Heroics class and General Education class have lunch at different times, so Izuku couldn't introduce Hitoshi to Katsuki. He would have to find a different time. Speaking of which, through it all, Todoroki managed to avoid both Izuku and Katsuki the whole time. Hey, half and half. What's the deal? Katsuki asked, cornering Todoroki with Izuku in the hallway when the final bell rang. You've been avoiding us all FNG day. Todoroki looked like a deer caught in headlights, clearly uncomfortable. I figured you wouldn't want to associate with me. Why? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Is this about what happened at the hospital? Todoroki nodded. What my father did was uncalled for. Izuku and Katsuki looked at each other before shrugging. Well, I think that's a real stupid reason to avoid us. Yeah, there's no need for that. Izuku agreed, chuckling at Todoroki's surprised expression. Come on, you can't seriously believe I would hate you for something you didn't cause? Todoroki didn't respond, his eyes darted from side to side like he was looking for a way to escape. Todoroki! Izuku called, making sure that he met his eyes. We don't blame you for what your dad did. If you want to be forgiven, I already have, even if there's nothing to forgive. Look, we're not saying that you have to hang with us. Just stop avoiding us like the FANG plague. Katsuki said, I'm done with all this sappy shit, let's go home Zuku. Izuku sighed as Katsuki turned to walk away, looking back to Todoroki. Just think about it, okay? Don't let what he did hold you back. The two left Todoroki in the hallway to stew in his thoughts. Izuku checked his phone as they were walking towards the gates. I have a few hours before my shift. Should we head to the beach and clean? Katsuki grunted in response, but he headed in the direction of the beach. During their walk, his phone pinged with a notification. He let out an infuriated roar once he checked it, spinning on his heel to rush home. Kaken! Izuku called in confusion. What's going on? My old hag bet against me. I'm going home to beat her butt. Wait, Auntie Suki is in on the betting pool too. Izuku concluded that it was the most eventful first days he's ever experienced. Izuku was back with the Yamada-Izawa apartment because the parental units of the Bakugo household can only handle so much chaos the Wonder Duo stirs up. Granted, he now slept on a futon on the floor of his turned-into Hitoshi's room. Not that he's complaining, it was like having a sleepover. Just a more permanent and long-term sleepover. "Hey, Hitoshi? You asleep yet?" Izuku asked after staring at the ceiling for a while. There was a rustling of bedsheets and blankets. A tuft of purple peeked over the edge to look at Izuku. "Yes," he said sarcastically. "Okay, thanks for that." Izuku snorted sarcastically. "Do you want to talk?" Hitoshi hummed, readjusting his position to look at Izuku more comfortably. "Sure. How was your first day of school?" Izuku questioned. "Did you do anything interesting?" "Not really. Just normal first day things, you know? Icebreakers and stuff. I kind of just kept to myself." Hitoshi shrugged. "How about you? I bet you had a more fun time than me." Izuku nodded. "Eraser almost expelled someone today. But he didn't." The student got off with a warning. "If Eraser hears about another incident, he's gone." He explained deadpan. He was perving on some of the girls. Eraser figured that he can scare him straight and keep an eye on him better than expelling him right away. It was an odd experience for the two of them since their night chats were normally over through text, but it was a welcome change. Izuku had another friend to bounce off theories to, and Hitoshi had someone to talk to, a friend if you will. It was nice and calming. For once, both Hitoshi and Izuku fell asleep at a reasonable time. It wasn't reasonable at all. Another positive point is that Hitoshi has morning training with Aizawa at UA plus after school training, and Izuku has his extra lessons with Recovery Girl at the same. However, it did mean that he had to push his cafe shift back. With the lessons with Recovery Girl, it was more practical than theoretical now that Izuku was an official student of UA and an appointed nurse. Apparently, a lot of students, mostly third years, reserved the gym in the morning for extra training. Normally Recovery Girl uses more traditional means to treat the students since her quirk requires the use of the patient's stamina, but with Izuku with her, students don't need to show up to class wrapped up in bandages or holding ice packs. "Togata, how many times will you be showing up this year?" Recovery Girl sighed as a blonde and raven-haired duo walked through the door. "I'm thinking that I'll need to give you a punch card." The blonde, who Izuku assumes is Togata because he was the one being held up by the raven-haired teen, smiled unapologetically while the other looked on the verge of a breakdown. "I'm really sorry, Recovery Girl, I shouldn't have hit back so hard. I didn't know it was that strong." "Nonsense, Tamaki. You're extremely strong. I don't want to keep hearing you undermine your talents. Now get Togata seated over there." Recovery Girl tooted. "This is Midoriya Izuku, he will be the one treating you today." She turned to Izuku. "Midoriya, this is Togata and Tamaki. They're both third years, and if their recklessness continues, you will be seeing them often. You know how to proceed, I will be supervising." Once Tamaki seated Togata, Izuku assessed the damage. The two look familiar, Izuku just couldn't figure out how. "How did this even happen?" Izuku asked, finding polka-dotted bruising across Togata's torso. "I got lots of bruising and scrapes to patch up." Tamaki's face paled by another 3 shades with guilt. "It was my quirk. I thought he would have been able to avoid it, so I slammed me into the floor." Togata completed the sentence with a smile. How does that explain the polka-dotted bruising? Not really caring for the injuries he sustained. "He caught me off guard and I didn't react in time. No biggie." "So, Midoriya?" Izuku turned down his modulator. "Yes, senpai?" "Wow, that's cool. I've only ever seen Recovery Girl's medical quirk." Togata commented, watching Izuku pass his green flame-covered hand over his injuries. "I was going to ask how you came to be Recovery Girl's student, but I guess it's a quirk thing. Something like that." Izuku hummed non-committally, not really wanting to divulge personal reasons to someone he just met and grabbing an ice pack. "All right, I fixed up most of the damage, but you will be feeling it throughout the day. For now, you won't be going back to training for the morning. Stay here and ice it down." Izuku went to grab an ice pack from the tiny freezer in the infirmary when it finally struck him why the duo looked so familiar to him. "You're the finalist for last year's sports festival," he exclaimed, pointing at Togata. "Your quirk was so cool. You remember?" "Most only remember the third year's festival." Izuku laughed, handing the ice pack to the blonde, and pulled out his quirk notebook, the one not dedicated to 1A. Hard to forget the only student who stripped on live television. "Apparently wearing my hero costume gives me an unfair advantage since I would stand out too much, so my application was rejected." Togata chuckled sheepishly. "That makes sense." Izuku nodded. The sports festival is basically a quirk pageant to be noticed by pros. Izuku flipped to a fresh page in his notebook, but before he can begin to question the third years, a pager went off and Recovery Girl handed it to him. "There's still time before class starts. Run over to ground beta and see what the problem is. I'll check Togata over," she instructed, clipping the device on the waistband on his uniform. "Like the armband, the pager should be with you during school hours. Instead of calling you over the intercom, I'll page you. I've already informed your teachers about it, so don't worry about it." Izuku nodded in disappointment, grabbing the first aid kit, and waving goodbye before running over to the gym. "It was nice meeting you. I'll come get my backpack later, RD." He was sure that he was ready to treat whatever the situation was at the grounds, but he was not ready to find Hitoshi while being suspended by Aizawa's capture weapon on a street lamp. He would have laughed at the cartoonish sight if not for the fact that Hitoshi was holding a bloody nose. "Hi, how's it hanging?" "Hitoshi?" Izuku asked in concern. "What's going on?" Hitoshi was pretty excited for his morning training. He finally got decent control over the capture weapon with some hiccups after a grueling week of getting tangled and hitting the floor, so Aizawa decided it was time to upgrade to more challenging tasks. Today, they were going to work on mobility. And he was doing well if he does say so himself. He cleared a bunch of roofs and scaled walls to retrieve whatever obscured target Aizawa hid around ground beta. "Alright, you have the basics handled," Aizawa noted, allowing Hitoshi time to drink. "Ready for the next step?" Hitoshi adjusted the scarf around his neck. "And what's that?" "Time for a chase." Aizawa smirked. Oh, this was going to be fun. It was not fun. Simply keeping up with Aizawa was already a hard challenge, let alone trying to catch the pro hero. Hitoshi was just not experienced enough to use the capture weapon naturally like an extension of himself. So, when Aizawa swung himself to a higher ground, Hitoshi was struck by an idea. He shot the ends of the scarf to a street lamp and willed the scarf to pull himself forward to get launched into the air. He was about to touch Aizawa's ankle. Unfortunately, the coordination needed to execute the action was beyond Hitoshi's skills and he didn't release in time, thus causing him to be pulled back right before he made contact. The mistake made him get wrapped up in the scarf and swing face-first into a nearby wall with a sickening crack. F-! Hitoshi cried out, wiggling his arms free to hold his face. "I almost had you. I figured this would happen." Aizawa sighed, a small device already in hand. "It was a good idea, but a bit ambitious considering your current abilities." Hitoshi groaned. "You couldn't have warned me beforehand?" "Learning by doing speaks louder than words," Aizawa explained bluntly. "We'll wait here so you can get checked out." He was about to retort when light jogging steps approached them. Hitoshi looked up from the floor to see Izuku looking up to him. Great, this was embarrassing. He looked like a complete idiot in front of Izuku. So not cool. "Hi. How's it hanging, Hitoshi?" Izuku asked in concern. "What happened?" Aizawa shrugged as he helped Hitoshi down to the ground. Couldn't he have gotten him down earlier? Hitoshi swears Aizawa just wants him to suffer. Doing some movement training with the capture weapon, he missed the mark by a little. "He means that I face-planted into a wall and got myself tangled in this stupid thing," Hitoshi explained miserably, letting Izuku move his hand to look at the damage. "I thought Recovery Girl would be showing up. She's looking over some third years right now, so she sent me over." Izuku hummed, tilting Hitoshi's head. "Well, it's just a broken nose. You must have really slammed into the wall. I'll get it fixed up and cleaned." Hitoshi nodded as well as he could with Izuku holding his face, feeling his face heat up. After noticing how close Izuku was to him. And could you blame him? Izuku was perfect in every single way, in his humble opinion. He was kind, smart, gentle. Hitoshi? Are you okay? You're a little red. Did you get hurt anywhere else? Are you feeling sick? Izuku interrupted his train of thought, pinging his head to the side. Okay, maybe a little oblivious, but that adds to Izuku's charm. Yeah, I'm fine. Just heated from training. Hitoshi cleared his throat, backing away from Izuku. Thanks for healing me up. Are you feeling good? Izuku suppressed a small yawn with the back of his hand before waving off Hitoshi's concern. Don't worry about it, I only did minor stuff such as scrapes, sprains and bruises earlier. I'm fine, nothing some coffee can't fix. Yeah no, we don't need more caffeine-powered insomniacs in this household. Aizawa admonished, throwing a jelly packet at Izuku. Just eat this for now. You're giving me one of your precious jelly packets? Izuku gasped dramatically. I'm honored by your sacrifice for my well-being, Dadzawa. Hitoshi made sure to hide his snort of laughter as Aizawa rolled his eyes. You have your first hero basic training. I don't want you slacking. I'll talk to Recovery Girl for a bag of those gummies she gives out to the students. I eraser. Izuku saluted, holding the jelly packet between his teeth and waving to Hitoshi. See you later, Hitoshi. I got to go get my bag. Bye. Hitoshi gave a small smile before waving back. What? He asked, noticing that Aizawa was staring at him. Nothing. Aizawa replied with a shrug. It's always the nosy ones, huh? Hitoshi spluttered, blushing red. I what? I don't know what you're talking about. Sure. Aizawa nodded, unconvinced. Anyways, class is about to start. Go get changed. I'll see you after school. Thank God Izuku was out of earshot. Jelly packet between his teeth, Izuku made his way to his classroom after retrieving his backpack from the infirmary. The first bell was about to ring, so it was no surprise that the rest of the class was already present. Midoriya. It is unbecoming of a UA student to be only arriving at the bell. Ida scolded once he caught sight of Izuku. Izuku cringed at the shouting. He would have arrived much earlier, but he was called out on an emergency this morning. Hizashi explained, entering behind Izuku. He has extra morning responsibilities being Recovery Girl student. I understand, thank you very much for your explanation. Ida bowed to the blonde teacher, then to Izuku. I apologize, Midoriya. It's okay, Ida. Izuku accepted his apology, walking to his seat behind Katsuki. The two exchanged acknowledging nods before facing forward for their morning classes. And much like the rest of the class, Izuku and Katsuki could think of one comment. It's surprisingly normal. Well, it was phrased like, so dim and boring on Katsuki's part. Lunch was also pretty normal if you ignored the fact a pro-hero made it. Izuku had eaten the katsudon that lunch rush made multiple times, but this was the first time that Izuku had seen the hero in person, and needless to say, he fanboyed quite a bit. He would have held up the lunch line if not for Katsuki pulling him away by the collar. A big difference that Izuku noticed from middle school is that his lunches were a lot more rowdier. Normally, it was only Izuku and Katsuki at the table alone, since everyone thought Izuku was weird for wearing a suppressor or faking having a quirk, and Katsuki would fight off everyone else. Now their duo became an octet. It was a welcome change. A group of friends that Katsuki doesn't need to intimidate because they weren't friends with them solely based on their quirks or lack thereof. We have our first hero basic training today. I'm so excited. Ashido declared as she made her way to her seat. Who do you think will be our teacher? Uraraka put a finger to her chin in thought. All Might mentioned he was going to work here, right? I haven't seen him around, so maybe he's our teacher. That'll be super manly. Being taught heroics by the number one? That's like the best way to learn. Kirishima exclaimed, bumping his fists together. I agree, learning from the top hero of the industry would be extremely beneficial for our road to the hero world. Ida noted enthusiastically with robotic gestures. Many of Class 1A echoed the sentiment. It was not a surprise really, Izuku knew that, but the consensus made him feel isolated. His classmates had nice, controllable quirks. They didn't need to lock away their quirks for their own safety and the safety of others, and as a result, thought of becoming a hero without the use of it. They didn't meet the #1 hero and have him tell you that your dream would be impossible without a quirk. His lack of comments caught the attention of Katsuki, who leaned back to talk to Izuku. But before he can get a word out, heavy footsteps caught his attention. The door slid open with a slam. Coming through the door like a normal person. That caused a commotion to erupt from the class while Izuku shrunk in his seat. Holy shit, it's actually All Might. Wow, he really is a teacher. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. So, let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. All Might marched to the podium and with hands on his hips and announced, holding up a large card with the word, battle, printed on it. Combat training. And to go with that are these. All Might added, gesturing to the wall where shelves were appearing from. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. After you change, gather in ground beta. Everyone grabbed the suitcase that had their seat number printed on it, and that made Izuku feel a little better about the class. He was excited about the product. It was a turquoise tracksuit with black outlines. The suit was sleeveless and cut just above the knees to prevent overheating, with a red belt that contains first aid pouches and an extendable staff around his waist. Other accessories include knee pads, a communicator, a scanner, and a battle-oriented modulator. The modulator was similar to the one he wore on the daily. It just had an extra monitor that is connected to his scanner to read information and contains a radar. No All Might-inspired bunny ears or mouthguard? Katsuki teased, reminiscing the original design that they planned together when they were kids. The design changed a bit since training under Aizawa, but the original design still shone through. Yeah, I grew up. Izuku retorted, looking over Katsuki's hero suit. How about you, huh? You didn't change a thing from when we designed these as kids. You look like a personified cartoon grenade. Katsuki punched Izuku in the shoulder in retaliation. The punch had extra weight to it thanks to the grenade gauntlets that made Izuku stumble with the added force. That looks cool. Uraraka cheered once she caught sight of Izuku. Really practical and down to earth. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. Izuku cringed. He could see how uncomfortable Uraraka was feeling. The leering look of a certain grape-headed individual definitely did not help her unease. A quick glare from Izuku and Katsuki made whatever comment that Mineta wanted to make die in his throat. With a satisfied smirk, Izuku turned his attention to the front before tensing up as All Might cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. The action did not go unnoticed by Katsuki, who frowned at his friend. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware, you all are now heroes. He announced. Now, it's time for combat training. Sensei, this is the battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked. Wow, Ida looks so cool. It matches well with his family's aesthetic. Izuku noted, looking at the full suit of armor he was sporting. Izuku sort of branded the hero family aesthetic as mechanical knights. He wondered if Ida designed his hero costume like so intentionally. He seemed like the type to follow closely in his family's footsteps. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Usually, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Kidnappings, hostage holdings, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. All Might replied. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes, and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Izuku was wary about the idea. From what he knew about the class, only he and Katsuki had any clue what to do about indoor battles thanks to Aizawa's training. Without any basic knowledge, a lot of the class could get hurt and realize the danger too late. He glanced at Katsuki, who like everyone else seemed too starstruck at the sight of being taught by his idol to notice the potential danger. Without basic training? Ashui wondered out loud. Okay, so maybe not everyone had clouded judgment. This is a real battle to understand those basics. All Might said, brushing off the concern. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will the wins and losses be determined? Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? How shall we be split up? All Might easily looked overwhelmed by the questions. Clearly, he was not accustomed to teaching, which further concerned Izuku. Did UA seriously trust a first-time teacher so much to leave his alone with 20 students with more than half of them with lethal quirks? Or was it just because this teacher was All Might that they figured he wouldn't need an aid? I will answer everyone's questions. All Might stated, regaining his composure and pulling out a script. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. As for the teams and opponents, they will be determined by drawing lots. Finally, something Izuku could work with. He actually likes the idea of getting assigned a random teammate. They're being decided so haphazardly? Ida questioned. What if we get paired with someone who isn't compatible with our quirk? Actually, pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies. Sometimes they don't have the luxury to pair up with the most compatible person. So, they have to adapt to the situation. Izuku explained. I believe that's another layer to this exercise. I see. To learn how to adapt and maximize our roles. Ida hummed, taking in Izuku's explanation. Please excuse my rudeness. All Might assured Ida that his questions were fine, asking everyone to line up to draw from the lot. The teams are the following. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Shoji Mizo and Todoroki Shudo. Team C, Mineta Minoru and Yayoro Zumomo. Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Team E, Ashido Mina and Aoyama Yuga. Team F, Kuda Kuji and Satoru Kido. Team G, Kaminari Denki and Jiro Kyuka. Team H, Tokoyami Fumikage and Azui Tsu. Team I, Ojiro Mashireo and Hagakure Toru. Team J, Kirishima Ijiro and Shiro Hanta. Wow, it must be fate. I'm counting on you. Uraraka cheered, looking a lot more confident about the exercise. To tell you the truth, I only know your quirk a little better than the rest of the class. I've at least seen yours twice. Plus, you saved me before and seem really good at thinking on the fly, so I'm glad we got paired. Izuku nodded appreciatively, looking over the other teams to think about strategies against every one of them. Alright, now that everyone has been paired up, the first teams to fight will be these guys. All Might announced, pulling out Team D from the villain lot and Team A from the hero lot. Team A will be the heroes and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room. Yes, sir. Izuku and Katsuki made eye contact after the matchup was made. What's the score again, Zuku? Katsuki asked, smirking cockily. 27 wins, 26 losses and, well, who cares about ties? I'm still winning. Sure, Kaken. Izuku rolled his eyes at the reminder and walking away to meet up with Uraraka while Katsuki joined Ida to set up. All of them, except Izuku since he has his own, were handed earpieces that are connected to the monitor room and paired with their partners. Izuku and Uraraka were handed the building floor plan. In 5 minutes, they'll be breaking into the building, so it was 5 minutes to memorize and create a plan to defeat the villains. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan. Uraraka commented, looking over to Izuku. What was all that about earlier? With Bakugo? Izuku groaned, running a hand through his hair. We have this stupid annual competition and he's winning. That's so fun, it's like you guys are fated rivals. Uraraka smiled. I can see you guys doing this even as pros. You and Bakugo vying for the #1 spot. Nah, Kaken is too amazing to do a dumb competition as a pro. Plus, he can easily overtake me. Izuku shook his head, returning to the task at hand. Okay, here's the plan. Currently, I am the main threat in Kaken's eyes. He's smart, But he doesn't trust Ida enough to take both of us out, even though Ida's quirk is much more suitable for running around the halls to patrol. So, our best bet is that Kaken will come after me while Ida guards the bomb. As for the location of the bomb, I think it'll be here. I'll lure him away while you go look. Wouldn't it be better if we both faced Bakugo, then go for the bomb together? She asked, looking at the area where Izuku was pointing at. How are you so sure it'll be there? Well, it's the only room that is large enough for both Ida and Kaken to use their quirk more or less safely. It has one entrance and doesn't have windows looking outside. They know about your gravity quirk, so they're eliminating the off chance that you'll use your quirk and float us to the bomb. As for facing Kaken, he can maneuver relatively well mid-air. So even if you get him in the air, all we're giving him is a mobility advantage while taking you out of the running with your weight limit. Uraraka understood Izuku's explanation, clutching her fist in determination. All right then, I'll do my best to find that bomb. And I'll do my best to buy you time. Izuku grinned in response. Suddenly All Might's voice fizzled into their earpieces. Your 5 minutes are up, Team A and D. Begin. All right, can you float us as high as you can without getting sick? Izuku asked, pocketing the floor plan. Uraraka nodded, applying her quirk to both of them. They reached the second floor and Izuku climbed through the window first before helping Uraraka. He pulled out his retractable staff and led Uraraka quietly around the halls of the building. I can't use my quirk in an ambush attack situation, it's too unpredictable. Izuku explained when he noticed Uraraka's curious look, but his brain offered his lack of control as the real reason, gesturing to the staff. Kaken's confrontational and likes close combat, so a staff would keep my distance. Plus, it's dangerous to use fire around him. They were about to round the corner when Izuku suddenly shoved Uraraka back with his staff and ducked into a somersault as a figure came jumping out of nowhere. Midoriya! Uraraka cried in concern as the explosive teen now stood between them, flinching as Katsuki turned towards her with a threatening explosion. Thought you could sneak around without me finding you, Izuku? Katsuki shouted, his exploding palm missing Izuku's face by a mere centimeter. Izuku quickly got back to his feet, swiping his staff at Katsuki's feet and turning down his modulator all in one motion. Don't worry about me. Stick to the plan. It was enough of a distraction for Uraraka to dart into the hallway as fast as she can to get out of Katsuki's line of sight when he looked away to dodge Izuku's staff. Katsuki cursed at himself for letting one of his targets get away from him. He could have caught up to her quickly since he had the speed advantage, but a fire barrier blocked off the passage. He glared at Izuku, knowing he can't pursue Uraraka with him still in the picture. Careful, Kaken. Don't want you blowing up. Izuku warned with a threatening glint in his eyes. He reprimanded himself internally for already using his quirk right after telling Uraraka that using fire around Katsuki was dangerous. He was such a hypocrite. In the back of his head, he wondered when he suddenly became dependent on his quirk. He did focus more on his quirk since he was trying to catch up to the others in terms of control. Maybe he should join Hitoshi sometimes, for some quirkless training. Thankfully, Katsuki knew the danger, so he counts himself lucky that the ash blonde didn't risk jumping through the flame to chase Uraraka. Oi, Four Eyes. Round Cheeks is heading your way, you better guard that bomb. Katsuki ordered through his earpiece. Izuku twirled his staff, ping his head to the side. Thought you could take us both on, huh? Did you forget who you were up against, Kaken? He challenged. Doesn't matter, I'll just knock you out and go after her. Katsuki retorted, lowering his stance with his palms open. Izuku followed suit, pointing his staff in Katsuki's direction. Katsuki sprinted towards Izuku with a right hook ready. Izuku ducked under. Katsuki. As his fist flew towards Izuku's head, Izuku sidestepped to the right and shoved the end of his staff into Katsuki's stomach, using Katsuki's forward momentum to redirect him in an arc, effectively slamming Katsuki into the floor with a painful thud followed by a sharp intake of air. For as many times we've sparred, you'd think that you would change it up every now and then. Izuku grinned, distancing himself quickly since he knew that simply throwing Katsuki down was not enough to put him out. You always start with a big right swing. Katsuki got to his feet, letting out an explosion to quickly close the distance between the two and spinning a roundhouse kick to Izuku's head while he was in the air. Izuku blocked the blow, attempting to wrap the capture tape around Katsuki's ankle, but Katsuki caught the action and swung the leg down while reaching towards Izuku's face with an exploding palm. Izuku quickly dodged under the explosion, running into a nearby hallway. "You can't run forever, Izuku," Katsuki roared, following closely behind him. "Uraraka? How close are you to finding Ida?" Izuku asked, trying to lose Katsuki so he could have time to think. Uraraka's voice came quietly through the earpiece. "I found the bomb, it's where you said it was. But Ida cleared the room, I can't use anything against him." "Smart move," Izuku offhandedly remarked as he ran up flights of stairs and hid in a small corridor to take a breather. "Alright, stay hidden. Do your best to get Ida floating. He won't be able to use his quirk without spinning out of control when he's in the air. I'm going to try using Kaken against Ida. I'm wasting our time trying to capture him. Must be feeling real confident to be chatting away while I'm hunting you down." Katsuki growled, his voice echoing from the other side of the corridor that Izuku was hiding in. "It's called communication, Kaken. Can't talk to my teammate with you interrupting every second." Izuku huffed, running out of his hiding spot towards the room where Uraraka was at. "Speaking of which, you really be playing into your role as a villain, aren't you?" It was a bit of a low blow on Izuku's part, calling Katsuki's aggressive nature villainous, but the more riled up he gets, the easier it would be for him to make a mistake for Izuku to exploit. It got the reaction Izuku was looking for. Izuku would apologize for that later. Katsuki would understand. Probably. "Oh, I'll show you, villainess," Katsuki growled, holding up his right grenade-shaped gauntlet in Izuku's direction and grinning. "Remember these? I'm sure you do, you helped me design them after all." Izuku's eyes widened as he felt his luck run out as he realized he was in a long hallway with nowhere to hide. It was like time slowed as he watched Katsuki bring his finger to the pin. He vaguely heard Katsuki talking back to whoever was speaking in his earpiece. It was probably All Might. "It'll be fine as long as he dodges," Katsuki snarled as the pin of his grenade gauntlet released. "He's lost it," Izuku thought, looking for an escape route. He couldn't take a full concentrated explosion head-on. "Theoretically, my fire would protect me," his mind reminded, but he was not feeling like having to spend the rest of the day with quirk exhaustion. Suddenly, it was like he was back into the sludge incident. His body was reacting faster than his brain. White flames encompassed his fists while the rest of his body lit up orange, and that was when his head caught up. If there wasn't an escape route, Izuku would just have to make one. With no time to lose, Izuku barreled through the nearby wall that landed him in a room he vaguely remembered where the bomb was located. He didn't suffer any burns like the first time he punched through concrete. This time, he received the expected injury, broken bones. "Midoriya." He distantly heard through the ringing in his ears. It was Uraraka calling for his frantically and giving her hiding spot away in the process because she was running to his side. "Are you okay?" "It's nothing. I'm fine." He winced, holding his hand up to stop her from getting any closer, and quickly turned around to see the damage, screaming as the smoke cleared. "Kaken, you are effing insane. I knew you'd be able to dodge, you're fine," Katsuki said, climbing through the hole Izuku created with a manic grin. "Oh, just you wait until Auntie Suki hears about this." The threat didn't deter Katsuki, though, as he casually gestured to his other gauntlet. "Let's not forget I have a second one, Izuku. I want to see what you'll do next." You would think that the thought of a second blast like earlier would instill so much fear in anyone that they would forfeit right then and there, but not Izuku. No, Izuku was struck with an absolutely mad idea. "Wait, Bakugo, you," Ida protested, probably because he realized the blast would have all of them sans Katsuki, but he was interrupted by Izuku. "Alright, Kaken. Let me show you what I'll do." Izuku smirked, dashing towards his friend. "Get ready, Uraraka." Uraraka looked to Izuku in alarm. "Huh, ready? Ready for what?" Before Katsuki could react and finish pulling the pin on his other gauntlet, Izuku grabbed his arm with some difficulty as one of his hands was broken and swiped his leg from under him. With the main threat more or less neutralized, Izuku quickly had his right knee against his chest and his left foot pressed against Katsuki's right forearm. With his free hand, he fumbled for the capture tape. At that point, Uraraka caught on with Izuku's plan and got Ida floating and wrapped the capture tape around his waist, surprising him out of his stupor when his feet left the floor. Ida has been captured, All Might called out. Katsuki struggled under Izuku's hold. With some twisting that he was sure was going to leave bruises, Katsuki managed to free his left arm with his palm facing up and at Izuku with the pin between his teeth. Izuku held his ground, keeping his eyes locked on Katsuki's, "I dare you," written in his eyes. Katsuki let a feral smirk grace his face as he took up the challenge and jerked his head to the side, successfully pulling the grenade pin. Just as All Might announced the hero team's win. Hero team wins. Now let's wait for them to return to review their exercise. All Might cheered, turning to the class only to have Ashido cling on to with fear in her eyes. All Might. Midoriya. Look. She cried, stumbling over her words in panic and settling with pointing at the screen behind him. All Might returned his gaze back to the monitors only to find the camera where the two teams were located obscured by smoke. Ida? Uraraka? Midoriya? Bakugo? He called. What's going on? What happened? The smoke cleared, revealing absolute destruction before everyone. Uraraka collapsed on the spot in shock before scrambling back on her feet, running towards the source of the smoke. The class couldn't hear what she was saying, but All Might can. Midoriya! She shouted in worry, looking at Bakugo in anger. What did you do? He's your friend, isn't he? Bakugo sat up from where he was lying now that Midoriya was quite literally blown off his torso. Relax, the nerd is fine. You call that fine? She shrieked, pointing at the green figure laying a few meters away from them. The class gasped at the sight of Midoriya. His suit was teared up and his hair was singed by the blast, but what really warranted the reaction was the state of the young boy's body. From his view, Midoriya was unconscious and splayed in a starfish position. Anywhere where his suit was torn and exposed skin, All Might could see second to third degree burns all over. I said he's fine. He can take a beating. Bakugo had said it so casually that the green-haired boy was fine despite the clear injuries. The blonde simply rolled his eyes and got to his feet to grab his friend's arm roughly, messing with the Quirk modulator on his arm. Suddenly, the boy erupted in green flames, blisters and charred skin returning to its original color. Izuku felt his body jolt back to life when someone yanked his most likely dislocated shoulder, the familiar feeling of his Quirk activating washing over him. He cracked an eye open, to see the open sky and a pair of ruby-red eyes looking down at him. Forward. You, my friend, are the absolute worst. Izuku groaned from his spot as Katsuki dropped his arm, letting it fall unceremoniously to the floor. Yeah, I know. Come on, nerd. You're fine, get up. Katsuki huffed, offering a hand. Izuku grabbed it, getting hauled to his feet with a stumble, still feeling disoriented but confirming in his brain that what he was seeing was the open sky. The explosion blew a hole through 2 floors and the roof. What the F dash? Eraser is going to kill us. What's he going to do? Expel us. Katsuki barked a laugh, grinning at his handiwork. The man stuck around us for 10 months, he can't back out now. Uraraka watched their exchange in bewilderment. They were chatting like they weren't at each other's throats minutes prior, like Izuku didn't just take a full blast to the face that destroyed the building where they were participating in the battle trial. What? How? She managed to say. Oh hey, Uraraka. Good job getting the bomb. Izuku smiled, giving his partner a thumbs up. At least, I'm assuming we won. She nodded numbly, mind still reeling over the fact the greenette was still standing. Great. Let's head back to the observation room. Don't want to hold up the other teams. Izuku patted out the dissipating flames. Oh, and Uraraka? Why yeah. Izuku pointed up, suppressing a laugh. Please get Ida down. Uraraka spluttered, pressing her fingers together. She had completely forgotten about Ida. Aida. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Katsuki laughed unabashedly at the sight of the bespectacled teen holding on to the edge of the hole in the ceiling so that he doesn't float into the sky, and almost doubled over when he dropped inelegantly to the ground. At least, Izuku had the decency to hide his snort. "Thank you, Uraraka," Ida said, adjusting his glasses. "Alright. Can both teams report back to the observation room? Anyone who has been injured can visit Recovery Girl." All Might instructed, sounding surprised. The four made it back and were immediately bombarded by the rest of the class. "Midori, I was so worried when you took on that blast," Ashido cried, shaking her fluffy-haired buddy in a panic. "That was insane." Kirishima had an arm over Katsuki's shoulder. "Yeah dude, the way you faced it head-on? Super manly. Get off me, shitty hair." Katsuki growled, shrugging off the redhead's arm. "Bro, how are you even alive?" Zero asked. Kaminari echoed the sentiment. "I know, right? I would have dropped dead then and there. And you walked it off like it was nothing. Now, everyone. We can ask questions later." All Might cleared his throat. "Young Midoriya, do you need to visit Recovery Girl?" Izuku shook his head. He was feeling more tired than anything. "I'm alright." All Might. "Alright then. Now class, can anyone tell me who was the MVP of the exercise?" All Might asked, rounding the class away from the four students. "Wouldn't it be Uraraka?" Hagakure answered, raising her hand. "Oh glove. Was she Endi?" Without her, the hero team wouldn't have been able to secure the bomb. She even took out half of the villain team. Hums of approval rung out, and before Uraraka flushed in embarrassment. "No, that was all Midoriya," she protested. "He made the plan and bought me time by distracting Bakugo. All I was doing was following his word." All Might nodded approvingly. "Yes, thank you for your honesty, young Uraraka, and I agree. With young Midoriya as MVP, are any feedback on the performance of the participants?" "Yes, young Yaoyorozu. While Midoriya's plan worked, he failed to consider other options for such a delicate situation. He was lucky that the building was sound even after destroying a wall and Bakugo's explosions, and for the fact that the bomb was fake. Yaoyorozu started. As for Uraraka, she also failed to bring up the dangers of the simulation and should have helped Midoriya secure Bakugo after she took Ida out of the exercise. She also gave away her only advantage by exposing her hiding spot when Midoriya blew that hole through the wall. It's good to worry about your teammate, but as a hero, the safety of the population always comes first. And for the villain team, Ida should have pushed harder to make Bakugo listen and work together as a team. Bakugo, similarly to Midoriya, didn't handle the bomb with the care it needed. Not only did he ignore Ida and ran off on his own, if the bomb was real, he could have accidentally set it off prematurely with his own explosions. He failed to protect his objective. The hero team won thanks to that lack of teamwork. Izuku couldn't fault her in her reasoning. He agreed with all of it. It still didn't sit well with him since that half-baked plan was the best he could do with minimal training and 5 minutes. If he just had longer, he could have aced it. Not to mention that he couldn't predict that Katsuki would lose his sheet and use his gauntlet in such a closed space. It was no excuse, but still. All Might looked taken aback, like he wasn't ready for a student to go so in-depth into the flaws seen in the activity. Nicely said, young Yaoyorozu. I can't find anything more to add. He quickly recovered. Now let's move on to the next team. Katsuki looked irritated during the review, squinting his eyes whenever someone spoke. Oh, it was probably that. Hey, Kaken. Izuku poked Katsuki's side to get his attention, raising his hands to his ears. I'm not stupid, how bad is the ringing? Katsuki shrugged, bowing his head to let Izuku have a better hold. Not too bad. You should have just swallowed your pride and forfeit the exercise. It's nothing worth risking your hearing for. Izuku admonished, lighting his hands up green. You know the risk when it comes to letting off explosions near your ears. Your ear protection, and I can only do so much. Yeah, I'll be careful. Izuku did a quick check on Ida and Uraraka, who assured him they were both fine. But Izuku insisted and they gave in. Uraraka, as she said, was fine. Ida, however, had blooming bruises across his body from the earlier fall. Guess the armor didn't exactly help with the fall. I get keeping with the family aesthetic, but maybe you should consider what benefits you. Izuku stated. Something that'll help with impact, maybe? Or something a little more streamlined. The bulkiness doesn't really help with your speed. Not saying that your family have bad hero costumes. That didn't come off right. Thank you, Midoriya. I should have considered that factor before submitting my design. I appreciate the feedback. I'll keep that in mind. Ida interrupted animatedly while chopping his arms before regrouping with the rest of the class in front of the monitors. He decided to take it upon himself to heal anyone who was hurt. It would be a shame if they missed out on the other teams visiting Recovery Girl. The next teams are E, being the heroes, and F, being the villains. Koda looked quite out of his element as he stood behind Sato, looking more anxious than usual. Alright, Ani voice. It'll be hard for Koda to use his quirk with the overall lack of animals in an urban setting. Izuku noted, beginning to mutter. Wonder if it works with bugs. All Might announced for Ashido and Aoyama to enter the building, and most of the class face-bombed as Aoyama lost focus the moment Ashido got a bit of acid on his sparkly cape. Ashido didn't bother hiding her presence as she pranced around to find the bomb. The villain team ran the clock since the heroes were much more agile. Luckily, both heroes were easily flustered and made a lot of mistakes. Needless to say, the villains easily won this round. It was anticlimactic compared to the previous pair of teams. It was mostly chalked up to the lack of focus from the hero team. At least no one was hurt. Next were Team H, being the heroes, and Team J, being the villains. Izuku watched in fascination as Shiro set up a spiderweb-like trap with his tape around the bomb, with Kirishima practicing how to navigate around the tape without being inhibited. The villain team obviously adopting a more defensive approach to the exercise, making the enemy comes towards them. Risky, but it could work. Once the 5 minutes were up, Izuku kept his eyes on the hero team. He wondered how long it would take them to realize that they were going to have to walk into a trap to fight the duo. They were smart about it. They kept their footsteps light, and once they located the room where Shiro and Kirishima resided, Azui let Tokoyami be the distraction, as his sentient quirk Dark Shadow could be considered a third member of the team. Therefore, both he and Dark Shadow could take on Shiro and Kirishima. Azui focused on attaining the bomb. As they were fighting it out, Team J was too occupied by Tokoyami to notice Azui climbing across the ceiling to secure the bomb. The hero team also won the round. Team H and J returned with minor scrapes and bruises. Azui was unscathed. Dark Shadow took most of the hard blows aimed at Tokoyami, so Tokoyami was fine, save for bruises from where Kirishima managed to get a few blows in, and skin irritation from Shiro, who tried to use his tape to immobilize the avian-headed teen. Kirishima mainly had scratches and bruising across the torso since he focused hardening on his arms for the offense. And Shiro was also like Kirishima, but it was more spread out. Izuku was watching Yaoyorozu barricade the entrance with metal beams as he healed up Kirishima, who insisted on being fixed up last. His eyes narrowed when Mineta was clearly doing nothing helpful and simply ogled at his partner. Disgust and anger igniting in himself as Mineta did everything to make Yaoyorozu uncomfortable. Whoa, Midoriya, easy on the fire, dude. Kirishima yelped, activating his quirk on instinct. I'm not that immune to fire. Izuku didn't even realize that his opened hands clenched into fists and the green fire turned to bright orange with the same colored fire flickering off his body. Shoot. Sorry, Kirishima. I got distracted. Izuku apologized, his fire mirroring his surprise by jumping off like sparks. Did you get burned or anything? Don't worry about it, it just got hot. Kirishima assured. Izuku nodded guiltily, finishing up with Kirishima and returning his attention to the screen. Despite Kaminari's lax and flirty attitude during the planning PRD, he looked focused as he followed Jiro's instructions, since she was able to pinpoint the location of the bomb with her earphone jacks. Unfortunately, with the barricade and with the fact that neither of them had a strength-based quirk, Yaoyorozu, Izuku refused to acknowledge Mineta as part of the team. The grape did nothing, managed to stall long enough to secure the win for the villain team. Not without some injuries, only on the villain side though. With Kaminari's electric-based quirk and the barricade being made of a conductive material, He got to overload the lights in the building and shocked the other team. Jiro did try to blast open the door by plugging her earphone jacks into her boots, hoping that the vibrations would break the metal, but all it did was disorient Yaoyorozu and Mineta as the sound waves bounced off the small room they took refuge in. When they returned, Izuku refused to treat Mineta. Well, not exactly. He couldn't leave someone untreated, it was against his conscience. Even if the great-headed BSTRD didn't deserve it. But it didn't mean that he couldn't take his sweet time checking over Yaoyorozu while the midget whined. Well, the choice is up to you. The noise damage is a lot like being exposed to a loud concert, so you'll be fine in a few. Same with the shaking, the electricity wasn't strong enough to do any permanent damage. It's just messing with your fine motor functions, it'll go away. Izuku explained, looking over Yaoyorozu's hands for any scarring. Yaoyorozu nodded gratefully, flexing her slightly twitchy hands. I still feel a hum of electricity in my hands, but it's nothing I can't handle. I'll be fine without, save your energy. Thank you, Midoriya. No problem. Midoriya smiled tiredly, dropping it when he turned to Mineta. Alright, come here. Finally. Some nurse you are, you took forever. Mineta glowered jealously. Got distracted looking at the hot babe, huh, you lucky bee. Izuku lit up in anger, causing Mineta to take a few steps back in panic. Sorry? What was that? He asked, daring Mineta to repeat himself. Yaoyorozu single-handedly won the exercise. You did nothing to help her. She demonstrated her versatility and strategy while you sat on the side to watch her inappropriately. I am doing my job to look after my class. So, I apologize for treating the person who actually engaged over some shrivel little short bystander. Well, Zuki, don't think you need to have a fire quirk for that burn. Katsuki snorted. Izuku rolled his eyes, sighing as he healed up the minor burn he had inflicted on Mineta begrudgingly. Done. Now go away. Mineta didn't need to be told twice before scurrying away. Izuku huffed, he was getting tired, which meant his patience was starting to run thin. He'd much rather burn up than get tired, but alas, his healing fire used his stamina and not raise his body temperature. The final teams were Todoroki and Shoji as the hero team and Ojiro and Hagekure as the villain team. It was an interesting matchup with Hagekure being proficient in stealth, oh my god, she was actually NDE, but Shoji having enhanced senses with his dupli arms would really put her to the test. There was also Todoroki to consider, being the only member with a long-range attack in his arsenal. It put the villain team at a disadvantage. But also, like Katsuki, he needed to be careful to not damage the bomb. Midoriya, you're being kind of scary. Azui commented, surprising Izuku out of his thoughts. He didn't know he was muttering all that out loud. He normally made sure his analysis stayed internal when surrounded by people. Get used to it, frog face. He has less of a leash on his mouth when he's tired. Katsuki warned. Shouldn't really bother you, he gives some good FING insights if you pay attention. Izuku flushed. It's not that. Suddenly the room temperature dropped several degrees. Everyone shivered, balking at the sight of Todoroki encompassing the entire building in ice. Poor Hagekure, who foregone the only protection against the iced floor, had her bare feet frozen to the floor. Izuku could just feel the skin tearing as she did an experimental wiggle to free herself. Ojiro didn't fare any better. There was no way he could have stopped Todoroki from acquiring the bomb. Once All Might announced the one-sided win, Todoroki melted the ice. Hagekure could be seen hopping around as the water heated up thanks to the splashing. What is with that quirk? Kaminari voiced everyone's thoughts. As expected from a recommendation student. Azui noted. Ojiro and Hagekure returned to the viewing room dishearteningly. Even Shoji, who kept his face neutral, had an aura of disappointment. Hi, Hagekure. Izuku called, gesturing to a chair in the room. Can you sit while I check for any injuries? Sure. I appreciate it. Hagekure cheered before her mood dampened again. Gosh, it's so disappointing. I couldn't do anything before getting frozen to the floor. Izuku hummed, touching her foot softly and healing the small tears of skin that dripped out beads of blood. Huh, so her blood isn't invisible. That's interesting. Well, if it means anything, you did everything you could perfectly. You took your only advantage, your stealth, and went to patrol the building while Ojiro defended. It was a smart plan. Against anyone else, you stood a good chance of capturing someone before anyone would notice you were there. Though I guess they'd be able to see the floating capture tape if they were paying enough attention. I wanted to see how you would do against someone like Shoji. You really think I had a chance? Hagakure asked, hopeful. Of course, it wasn't your fault you didn't know the extent of Todoroki's quirk. With only 5 minutes and minimal knowledge, you and Ojiro did woe. Hagakure was hugging him. Now, Izuku had his fair share of hugs. Auntie Suki was one to express her affection with actions rather than words, and his mom loved giving hugs as well. But they were family, and it did nothing to prepare him for physical affection from anyone else and from a girl no less, a very naked girl. Hagakure. Izuku sputtered, promptly bursting into flames in embarrassment. Everyone jumped in a panic, clamoring to remove the girl from Izuku before she could get burned. But she made no intention of unlatching herself. She didn't even notice that Izuku is on fire. They just stared more calmly as the fire wasn't hurting the girl at Izuku, who looked back anxiously, unsure what to do with the situation. The invisible was shaking and mumbling about how relieved she felt. Izuku quickly connected the dots. Her confidence must have taken a blow since the quirk apprehension test, and this exercise did nothing to make her feel validated in the class. She was the only one with a passive quirk. Invisibility, it wasn't a quirk that can be applied offensively. She was essentially quirkless in that regard. You can't base yourself off the success of others. Izuku said, settling with patting her back awkwardly. Your quirk is different, so you'll have to work differently. You're in this course for a reason, Aizawa-sensei wouldn't keep you here if you don't belong. If it means anything, I think you're pretty amazing, way more amazing than me. You passed the entrance exam basically quirkless. Unlike the others who had an offensive quirk to rely on, you worked smart and found the alternative to defeat the robots. I would have given you bonus points for the lack of destruction in your method. Demon, Midori. Go off. Ashido whistled, bringing his attention back to everyone in the monitor room. It brought Hagakure back to the present as well, unlatching herself from Izuku and wiping her residual tears. Oh geez, that was embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. He didn't mean to talk so much. He must really be tired if he was letting his mouth run off. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't my place to say that. That was rude. Izuku apologized, turning back his modulator back to 100%. No way, man. That was super manly. Kirishima exclaimed with tears in his eyes, manly tears. We all needed to hear. That really put stuff in perspective, you know? Demon, I'm super fired up now. Let's do our best, Hagakure. With that, the attention of the class was diverted from Izuku to praise Hagakure. All except one pair of eyes. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, turning towards where he felt he was being stared from. He locked eyes with All Might, who was staring at him with a contemplative look on his face. Izuku shrunk under his scrutiny. Why was he staring at him? Did he do something wrong? His criticism meant little to Izuku. All Might didn't say Hagakure couldn't be a hero even though Izuku was exactly like her 10 months prior. It didn't sit right with him. Well then, with all said and done, good work everyone. All Might applauded, leading the class to the exit of the grounds. We didn't have any major incidents other than that scare from young Midoriya. Yeah, something that could have been avoided easily if you paid attention. Izuku thought bitterly, swaying on his feet. With everything over, Izuku felt the fatigue wash over him. You guys took this on seriously, you all did a good job for your first training. Well, after Midoriya and Bakugo fought with everything they had, the rest of us had to give it our all too. Sato explained, with a few other classmates nodding in agreement. They were far from elegant, but Aoyama tried interjecting, but was interrupted by Ashido. She was hopping on the spot. It was such an intense battle. To have such a proper class after Aizawa's class, Azui, the only calm one, started with an index to her chin. It's kind of anticlimactic. All Might spread his arms wide, and Izuku swore he can imagine a dramatic backdrop behind the hero, assuring, We're free to have proper classes as well. Well then, I must review the results with Aizawa. Change and return, he turned to the classroom. And he sprinted off, leaving Class 1A bracing against the gust he generated. All Might's amazing. Why was he in such a hurry? So cool. The rest of the day passed like a blur. Probably because Izuku was knocked out for the rest of the day. He only woke up with a punch to the shoulder. Huh. Izuku blinked, raising his head from his arms. What's going on? Katsuki dropped Izuku's backpack on his desk, huffing. School's over, nerd. You slept through it. Hurry up, don't you have stuff to do with the granny? Izuku jolted up straight, dread pooling in his stomach. I did. I didn't take any notes today. Kaken, I'm going to be behind. Shut it, like hell I'm going to let you fall behind. None of these extras are worth my competition. Katsuki rolled his eyes, dropping his own notebook in front of Izuku. Just copy mine. You better return it. Thanks, Kaken. You're the best. Izuku hugged the blonde, smiling cheekily. I promise not to correct any mistakes I see. Katsuki let out an explosion. You little sheet. F off. Love you, Kaken. Izuku cackled, dodging the blow. I'll text you later. Say hi to Auntie and Uncle. For me. Izuku dashed away with his backpack in hand, responding to any goodbyes thrown his way with a quick wave. Once he reached the infirmary, he slid the door open only to be hit in the face with a bag of gummy treats. Sorry? Izuku smiled warily since Recovery Girl never hit him unless she had a reason. What did I do now? Recovery Girl tapped her cane against the floor in annoyance. I am mentoring you to stop your fellow classmates from being idiots, not for you to be one. What was this I had to hear from All Might? A large-scale explosion to the face. Quirk exhaustion. Aizawa already told me you were tired from this morning. Eat the gummies, Midoriya. I'm sorry. Izuku shrunk under her rant, munching the gummies as ordered. What are these anyways? Aizawa mentioned getting him a bag of these in the morning. They looked like normal candy though. What made them so special? If they wanted sugar in his system, they should have chosen a different kind of sweets. These weren't his favorite things to eat. Gummies just weren't his thing. But personal taste be damned when Recovery Girl orders you to do something. If she wants you to eat the gummies, you eat the goddamn gummies. A support item that Lunch Rush and Power Loader created for me when they were students. It's been years and nothing else has compared to them. They're quite effective for restoring stamina. Recovery Girl explained. They don't work for recovering all your energy, but it's sufficient enough so that you're not asleep on your feet. Didn't think I would need to use them on my own student's inability to pace himself. You're lucky I didn't need you today. I didn't think I was that tired. I'll keep that in mind, Recovery Girl. Izuku promised, shoving the bag of gummies into his backpack. Guess he'll learn to like them. You better. Now come along, we're going to do some hemorrhaging simulations. Yes, ma'am. This was going to get messy.